晚上好，晚上好。哇，今天好热啊，各位，快被热死了。我觉得我可能应该拿个什么电扇还是什么的。哇，好热。那今天一样会抽，还是在先讲股4强赛事转播吧。要。好，今天是4强赛啊！哇，怎么这么热啊？今天还是我洗太热啊？洗澡洗太热。等我一下啊，稍等我一下啊。今天的比赛11点15分开始。晚上好，晚上好。哎呦！晚上好，晚上好。看一下比赛，目前开始转播了吗？我看看啊。
Prove that he wants to cement his position as the best player by finally winning an S-tier tournament. Not everyone can win S-tier tournaments.
True.
It's a very difficult thing to accomplish, so only very few of us can. Anyway, Leenock has been, I think he's been playing better and better every day. And Leenock, of course.
Yeah, it's true. Especially like his opening match was disappointing, right? Oh no, actually he played against Mr. I thought he would play you.
为什么 Viper 的女友跟他长得一模一样啊
Obviously, everyone knows he was a Korean.
Viper 的女友怎么跟他长得就是女版的他？哦，现在坐在后面的女生是 YP 的女朋友哦，她怎么好像是跟 YP 长得一模一样啊
You tell me. I tried the same. It didn't work.
Okay.
I forgot it was best of 5.
Yeah, you went down 3-1 without having the chance.
Exactly.
But
yeah, Leenock obviously mechanically very good. I think he will definitely bring Marinelord a different type of fight, because I think Marinelord also a guy that doesn't go too wild with the draft, save situations and whatnot. So I reckon we're gonna have a close match between them, where it's gonna be a lot of macro and micro games.
Okay. Well then, give me your predictions for the first set.
Oof. I would go with a 4-2 for Beasty.
Ooh.
4-2 for Beasty.
I think, what did I say? I think I said Vortix also for me 4-2.
Vortix 4-2.
Yeah, Vortix 4-2.
Ah, you want to play some?
You don't, I can't play a bet against you.
True.
Yeah, you didn't pay me back.
True.
Right.
好，那跟大家报告一下，今天我们的赛程来到最后2天了。那今天是转播4强赛事，第一场会由 Beasty 对上 Vortix。那一些顶尖玩家是预测 Vortix 4-3， Marinelord 预测 Vortix 4-3， Viper 预测 Beasty 4-2， 尼里预测 Vortix 4-2。晚安，晚上好。那我自己觉得。以昨天 Vortix 的表现4-3，我想给 Beasty， 那如果你们有每一天看比赛的，也欢迎大家在留言区告诉我，你们觉得最终的比数是谁？哦，最终的比数是谁
Okay, sounds interesting.
That indeed sounds interesting.
But luckily, we have such a nice game that there are no useless landmarks.
Nice.
哦，那今天一样会在艾菲卡 TV 的聊天室，只要有留言的观众朋友们，我们在今天的转播结束之后会抽出1位观众朋友们，然后今天的奖品是1张750块的点数卡。
Okay, 1-0.
Okay.
Oh, Viper focus mode. Oh god, but the German wall is there.
The unfair thing here is that you have this at home.
2-0. I gifted you one.
Yeah, how often do I use it?
Yeah, but that's not on me.
That's because
I gave you a gift to a housewarming party. I gave you exactly the same table.
I don't have friends to play with, okay?
Yeah, that's on you. And that's my problem.
That's on you to not have friends.
2-0, 3-0.
I have a wrist issue.
Yeah. You have the risk of always finding excuses. 4-0,
that
easy
doesn't
peasy. Again, repeat.
Okay.
4-0 still. See how fair I am?
Glad we didn't bet.
And some people say I have favors. Wow.
Vortix 4-2.
Easy. Thank you so much. Last words?
I'll let you win.
Okay. And to also let you win is HelloFresh. If you use their code down below on the stream,
Vortix
you can
4-2.
get a discount of up to 80 euros for the packages that you... Is that actually... Does that work or is the... I'm not sure if the camera actually gets the screen or if the door is in the way. That would be interesting. Now we will see if overlay guy is running.
我去拿个电风扇啊。
Hello. We will have something planned for today, but let's talk first about what are the dishes of the day.
The dishes of the day. We have chicken breast with panko almond panade and glazed beetroot, potatoes and green beans.
Okay.
Yeah.
So chicken breast. That's quite interesting. I already saw how you did the crumble on it. What's that?
Here I have the crumble. That's panko, almond,
Sick.
and some butter.
Ah, okay. That's pretty nice. And I see something absolutely delicious for vegetarians here. What do we have?
Yes, as a vegetarian dish, we have a halloumi burger with carrots and beetroot sticks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds not only delicious but also healthy. And we have something prepared, right? You can tell the viewers what we're doing while I'm washing my hands.
Okay. Today we're doing, we make butterflies with a carrot. And
哇，开始热起来啦，春天来啦。
Needy, how to make it? Yeah.
Nice. So we have a normal carrot here.
Yeah.
And we're trying to do those butterflies.
晚上好，晚上好。
Okay, so he is preparing it first or showing me first.
So?
Okay, one cut. I can do that. Okay, then we have this angle. Okay, trying to get the sides done. Okay, don't cut through. Okay, now 2 wings. What? Don't cut through and then you cut through.
听说有抽奖，但我纯留言不抽。没关系，还是随机抽的啦。有抽到的话，还是会通知。
Turn it around.
好，这个业配的这个是 Hello Fresh 哈，是来自德国的一家素食公司啊。外包商的那个概念啊，外包商就是送这个食材到你家，啊你自己煮这样子。那我有稍微查一下哦，这个它没有在台湾有分店哦，这就比较可惜一点。
I will do that. Okay. I didn't follow all the steps. Okay, what do I need to do?
Cut.
Cut one.
Cut it. No.
晚上好。
Smaller. No.
请问看到最后也有资格抽奖吗？当然有啊，就是你们只要有留言就有机会抽啊，只是我会在最后才告诉大家说今天是抽到谁这样啊。昨天已经有抽了2位这样啊，他们应该都有领到奖了啦。我会教你们怎么弄。
Okay. Yeah.
Now.
Second cut here.
哦，没有看到最后可以吗？可以。但是明天记得，假设抽到您的话，我明天还是会公告一下，没有来的观众朋友们，就是比如说我昨天抽到的2位，他们刚好都有在，所以我今天就没有再公告了。那如果 今天早上明天早上转播到早上嘛，抽到您的话，那您不在没关系，我明天晚上转播冠军赛的时候，我会再次公告。他现在在学煮菜啊，我的天啊，哇！那也欢迎大家在聊天室写下你最终的比数预测。那我第一盘是看好。 我是看好 Beastyqt 4-3，然后第2盘我看好 Marinelord 4-2。我今天是看好 Beastyqt 跟 Marinelord。
Okay。
那
jetzt a little bit。
晚上好，晚上好。
You must。
主播讲您好客气，不习惯。
Inside out。
哎，礼貌一下，礼貌一下。
Okay, you will take it again. And then
das hier reinschieben, so dahinter schieben.
Okay, so we have to squeeze that one inside.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
不过今天跟明天的赛程比较轻松一些，因为今天是2场 BO7。 明天是一个 show match， 一个 BO9， 那个 show match 还有没有在？我不确定，不确定。那明天的冠军赛是在凌晨12点 BO9 开始开打，然后我们的10万美金大赛的转播就到明天告段落。
If you use the
我喝的
codes
是
down
啤
below,
酒吗？不是，
it
我喝
will
红
be
牛。
up to 80%, 80 euros reduction. Obviously, your food kit or meal kit provider of N4C. Now we are jumping into the first set. Let's send it over to Setter Dave. I said Setter, you did say Dave? Setter?
Dave? Okay.
Well, thank you, Nilly, for that wonderful interlude there at the beginning of this stream. Sponsored by Hello Fresh, by the way, and you can see the code down below. Actually, I'm going to scroll down and see what the code is. It is N4C Fresh. N4C Fresh. I say hello, you say N4C Fresh. Nilly is still recovering from not being able to make a butterfly out of a carrot. I'm quite disappointed in you, actually. You handled that knife like you've never touched a knife before.
I didn't know butterflies were living in carrots.
Oh.
哎，感觉今天中华电信的网络有点不稳诶，礼拜六晚上都不是很稳，已经很多次都这样了。Show match 表演赛不是 show match， 抱歉 ，show match。好像明天的冠军赛之前有一个 show match 吧，我会再确认一下啊。如果我有提早转播，就会提早。
Goes on to the final. The loser still gets 12,500, I believe. So it's a good chunk of change. But the second place prize is 20,000.
20K for second, 30K for first.
So that's a big jump, and both these players are going to be extremely motivated, not only for that prize pool, but also for the title of the winner of the very first Age of Empires for LAN event. And or second place for that matter. I mean, second place is okay, I guess, too. We can ask. I mean, Harry's
Depends
not
on
here,
who you
but
ask.
we could. We can ask someone else, maybe. Marinelord and Leenock following up after this set. Marinelord has
今天的网络真的怪怪。
You know, we've mentioned it so many times. Struggles in S tier events. He went 15-3 throughout the group stage.
今天网络不知道在干嘛哈。
Demolished everyone in his path. But I sensed a little bit of nerves when I was talking to him this morning, especially with all the smack talk he's been doing towards all the other players. It kind of like builds up, you know? You get to this spot, you're talking so much smack throughout the event, and then you get to the spot where you actually have to win, and it just adds a little bit of extra nerves on top of the ones that are already there.
Yeah, obviously lots of eyes on all those players. Obviously, all of them pretty accomplished in StarCraft 2. We have seen a big dominance.
如果今天大家看比赛会卡的话，要告诉我。但不过今天那个礼拜六通常哦，台湾北部地区通常那个网络最近哦都很烂啊。
I think they're gonna make fun of you regardless.
Well, if you force.
嫌我月费缴太低。
But yeah.
But then they make fun of something else about it.
Yeah, true.
Nothing about the game results. We did hear that the very first map in
中华电信有分那个缴贵一点，然后它网络会给我好一点。只有商业用的就是方案，就是可能。就是自己家里拉一条线，专门的线以外，其他人的网速应该都是一样的吧。是吧？顺带一提，这个转播档从昨天的6强赛、跟今天的4强，还有明天的冠军赛，之后都会在 YouTube 上面重新上传哦。所以看不到的观众朋友们，之后还是可以在 YouTube 上面看，因为这比赛说实在还蛮漫长的，尤其是前面的积分赛是一个晚上4场 BO5 嘛， 档案太长了，所以积分赛的部分比较喜欢 Viper 的观众朋友们，可能这一次就没有办法看这个重播了。那6强、4强冠军，由于没有 Viper 的关系，但其他的对战内容都我个人觉得非常精彩，所以之后下礼拜就会陆陆续续的上传。哦，今天 Vortix 换衣服了，他换衣服了，他 T 恤换了，不再是那个笑脸了。今天第一张图是高山深谷，双方是神罗。Beasty 对上 Vortix。
It looks weird if nothing is happening, but if something is happening, they know this instantly.
Yeah, and they know if they're like lacking on production too. That's why they're selecting.
其实是这样的哦，我个人觉得 Beasty 可能还是强一点点。但是他昨天没有打比赛，有时候这跟 NBA 很像，你打 Playoff， 你第一 round 是4-0对手，然后第二 round 休息太久，中间有一个空窗期，那个比赛的强度你没有办法拉上来。然后你的对手是第一 round 就4-3打得难分难舍，虽然体力上比较疲惫，可是他的那个精神状态一直在那个满档的状态下。其实我觉得第一场有机会 Beasty 的状态是会不在游戏里面，通常我看比赛。有时候是会这种情形会出现。
But you rather want to have that extra relic taken away into your own Regnus Cathedral than having 3 villager losses, and therefore, beat 3 villagers ahead, and therefore it just felt horsemen were nice, but weren't at the right spot.
好啦，反正我4-3 Beasty， 你们大家觉得比数怎么样？就也留言一下，想要聊一下你们看好谁啊？
Useless. And then we see the game yesterday and just so many units going down to that. It's like a nightmare coming across, right? You just need to avoid those big Mangonel shots. I think that he got on a few groups of them, but definitely a prime unit to see here in the mirror. What are you looking for in HRE? Let's assume we're past that opening stage where they're going horsemen. What are you looking for in that third age?
Well, the big question is if they are going for.
哇，这个 title 都已经弄出来了。
It's obviously Vortix second place in Steel Series Prime Cup. If he won, he would have been directly invited to N4C. Had to go through the qualification, qualified directly. Won.
那这边有
fourth rank in the world ranking, tournament ranking. Former pro in Warcraft 3, Starcraft 2, and Hero of the Storm. And yesterday. Beat the Muslim 4-1 in the quarterfinals.
And then Beasty, of course, beat Vortix
3-1
in the group stage. I think Vortix probably had a better
双方的
performance
这个
yesterday
战
than he
绩
had
都
on
写在这里
Tournament
了。
though, so I think he's gearing up.
看起来
getting more
Vortix
powerful
的
as
荣
he
耀
goes
比较
along.
多一
He's
点
also a
啊。
professional YouTuber and streamer, so content creator.
Beasty
And I'm going to miss out on the last 2 points there because we're
对上
already into the
Vortix
game. We're a
好啦
minute and
4-3
17
Beasty 了啦
seconds in here. Observer has
各位
joined.
观众朋友们，今天的
And we're
4强
bringing
赛
you
的
the
第一
very
场
first semifinal from
由西班牙
N4C
选手
$100,000
Vortix 对上塞尔维亚选手，也就是 DOT 的好基友Beasty。双方第一场是高山深谷神罗内战。那这张图神罗主场图，昨天小李在这张图逆转 Mista 嘛，那一张图我印象是非常深刻，非常深刻，因为我已经站着播了。这张图我是站着播。
Hippo enthusiast.
今天的网络确实是有点卡卡的哦。真是糟糕，礼拜6都这样。晚上好，晚上好。昨天获奖的朋友们有去联系到那个吗？相关单位了吗？
Yeah, these relics are actually super even. For this map, if we look at where the openings are,
那今天一样最后会抽一位，那我们先来看一下，一起看一下比赛哈。那 Vortix 打 Beasty 的神罗，我觉得第一场应该 Vortix 会赢，他的神罗把握度更高。 我觉得他把握度更高。那其实这张图3遗迹对2遗迹影响就会非常多了，因为是一个镜像对决，村民数一样的情况下，其实多一个遗迹 深入内战是差非常多的。那这边 Vortix 是3斥候开局 ，Beastyqt 2只斥候开局。看一下他们封建时代会打什么样子的套路。昨天 Mista 是双马就开，封建时代双马就开。那 Leenock 这边是回应2个军营开，那最后是 Leenock 获胜。晚上好，晚上好。
And how he puts coins under it, and how he has a paper that measures the distance. We will show that one tomorrow.
好好好。
All right, so let's take a look at the sheep.
主播没有骗人，都有抽奖，都有抽奖，今年会抽。那也感谢艾菲卡 TV 提供这个额外的点数，希望以后也会有，希望，就看大家的支持度了。
Okay, it's 7 for Beasty.
好，以这个地图看的话，上面有3个遗迹，中央2个遗迹，下路什么屁都没有。这张图怎么有点畸形？遗迹全部都在中央跟上面。不过以这个地图看的话，遗迹的距离对双方选手来说是公平、公正、公开，所以我觉得还算是 OK， 还算是 OK。
So the chapel is within range of, I believe it hits the gold a little. No, it doesn't hit the gold. Okay, so it hits the town center, hits the wood line, and hits the deer as well. Scouts providing a little bit of harassment there from Vortix on Beasty's gold, but he pulled away those weak villagers, and he will simply send a few more out to the
Beasty 这边也是把残血的村民稍微往后拉，稍微往后拉。这边被弄到一个不舒服 ，delay 到金了。那 Vortix 这一波投资，我觉得还算是 OK， 用2只斥候换到一点点的工作效益时间，我觉得这一波打得不错。Beasty 有被弄到，然后 Vortix 还在撸，Vortix 还在撸。那昨天有提到 Vortix 他的选手风格是比较偏向于非常细心的那种大男孩，一层一层一层，可能就是比如说吃香蕉会这样子剥的那种感觉，慢慢来的那种人，然后有优势他不会直接 all in 的那一种，打得很细腻。Vortix 给我感觉是打得很细腻。那 Beasty 的话，他的后期很强。他是一个防御型选手，跟 Viper 有点像，但是战术比 Viper 多。我是以4代鱼来举例 ，Beasty 的战术层面比较少，但是他的防守功力跟蛮常会用幕墙那些开尾的，打一个大后期 ，Beasty 蛮厉害的。所以以这个小组积分赛来看的话 ，Beasty 的状态确实比较好。但是 Vortix 这几天进化了，所以我其实说真的，谁赢谁输我都不意外。我觉得要么 Beasty 4-3，要么 Vortix 4-3。他们2个实力应该是非常接近。我觉得他们应该会打到难分难舍。现在这个流程看 ，Vortix 出小攻，这现场。
Feels really weird though because scout on the field, especially like double scout, you can always get the idea like is my opponent going.
Vortix 心跳135 ，Beasty 52，这边有双荧幕很屌啊！哇！以后我们世纪帝国播比赛也要像股票这样子了。现在 Beasty 的生成流程比较慢哦。
He's going to be attacking that, pushing him away a little bit. Vortix is still sending out more prelates. He's waiting for that age 3 to come in, and then he can pick up the relics and bring them back home to the Regnants.
这盘是用小弓，是怎样？猜到这里有军营就对了。 然后 Beastyqt 这边它不是纯长枪兵，它是昨天我说的最好的马厩加军营开是你的选择性比较多。Beastyqt 这边没有双军营，我觉得不错，我觉得不错。那这一盘目前，由于神罗内战出小攻的话，它不是一个肉金单位，所以等一下遗迹捡起来要打这个强军是小攻开的 Vortix 比较，还要再去转兵就对了。
Oh god, this is really crazy intense for him. If games told me anything, I think he is 1 carrot away from leveling up.
I think, like, it's weird to see when the heart rates go up, right? It's not when you're in a losing position. It's when
现
you're
在
about to win.
Vortix 拿
That's
4个
the
遗
heat of
迹
games.
Yeah.
It's like the
，Beasty 你行
not the
不？
moments you would suspect. You would suspect
现
you'd be
在
at a very high heart rate when your
Vortix
base is
很
getting wiped, but
greedy，
that's not
先
often the
上
case.
来拿
Players
个
are
4
very
遗
calm in
迹。
those moments. It's
现
these moments at
在
the
这
beginning
边
where they're
有
just
出
trying to settle
斥
in,
候，
where the
有
nerves
出
are
旗
really
手
having
的
an
是
impact.
Beasty，
We also saw the landmark.
但是这个拿回去的速度现在看不清楚。
For Mr.
这边沃洛喽
I，think could work. Oh, they're going to the wrong direction, Dave.
Yep,
哦呦
BC running
差
away
一点哦。
just in time, and now he's going to loop back and go for that prelate. He's got a few of this.
We got a change in the overlay, by the way. The relic count at the left says how many relics we have in the base, and the one on the right, how many are making it home. So
I
Vortix
think it's been swapped,
Vortix
though.
已经
So
拿到
Ollie
3
is
遗
at-
迹
really
了。
work. Overlay guy is scratching his head as well. So 3, now the count for Vortix, and soon we will have 2 there on the way for Beastyqt. He has 1 inside, now 1 coming home. Big advantage for
那
Vortix.
以这个城堡
Does Vortex have
前
three
面
insiders
前
in
中
the
盘
rotation?
看的话 ，Vortix 还是较
Man,
有
that was so
他的那
early,
个
and he
3
almost
斥候
got that
出到
first one
那个
home,
价
too.
值有多一只
Great
斥候，
build
但是
here
弄到
from
升级配
Vortex,
置。
and we see Beasty
那
just a
Vortix
little
不
bit
错，
late to that third
因为
age,
神
and
罗
he's
真
got,
的
I
3
think,
打
some
2 遗
shake in his
迹
head a little
差
bit
很多
there.。
昨天那个
He's gotta be
Misa 也是
wondering,
2个遗
how
迹，
was
但
he
是就打
so
不赢
much faster?
Leenock
I。wonder if it had to do with that,
我这一
chapter
盘
position.
目前已经变成6-4开，
He will
已经变成
this one pretty
6-4
soon.
开。
Archers are really good at defending this area, and then if we get the printer, it's pretty crazy advantage. Now Beastyqt tries to force some reaction by taking
哇
the second sides.
，Vortix 这里北斗7
Man,
星，
Vortex had those 3 relics gathering this entire time, basically, and Beasty is just bringing back that second one, and it reflects
开
really
局来势
well
汹汹
in
哦
the。gold in the bank. He's got 2,300 gold, 900 gold in the bank for Beasty, and Beasty is just now going to get that second relic in there. 1,300 food for Vortex, and the army numbers there for Beasty, they don't seem like they're enough to punish this. There's prelates behind for Vortex, healing up all the units. He was repairing the gate with some villagers there. No potential for an all-in here
现
for
在
Beasty.
Vortex
Vortex is going up.
上
He's
帝
getting
王
Swabia already.
速度好快啊！
Right after contesting the 3,
神罗
after contesting
Vortex
relics,
玩起来
getting
真的
free,
很强
having
啊！
archers out, extra prelates as well.
神
Now
罗
the
真
way
的
to-
Vortex 玩
obviously
太
the
强了
market，helped quite a bit
他的
there,
那个
but
强
certainly
是
really good
压过
opening.
Marinelord 的
Will
强哦。
advance to improve
Vortex
as well.
真的，他那
So
神罗
similar
从
timings here
今
for
年
both
的
players.
1
BC
月
with a
那个
little
团
bit
队
more
3
map
打3
control.
战队的时候，
Vortex, 4 prelates,
他玩那个
BC
神
3
罗
prelates,
敢跟
but
鬼一样。
Vortex doesn't really have any army to support with those. So maybe Beasty goes out and grabs some of these sacred sites to make up for that lack of gold and tries
今
to
天
get
网络
that
有点
control
卡卡的
in
啊，
here.
礼拜6好
It's
像都这
gonna
样，
be
这
tough,
个
though. It's
我
gonna
不知道
be
怎么
really,
怎么
really
处
tough
理啊
when。you're down 300 gold per minute in income from that third relic.
Are you though? He's getting all the sacred sites. Soon, look at that. Now controls 2 sacred sites, only 100 gold down per minute. Soon he will get the 3rd one, and then it's even.
Yep, if he can hold them.
Well, here is the one with map control. He's the one with a bit more army in the field. Im timing is reasonably close. And look at that, Beastyqt. More villagers on that landmark. Therefore, he reached him a bit faster.
And he had more villagers in general, too. So he's going to retain the Vill lead. He's going to have those sacred sites, like you said. And he's going to have his 2 relics. Vortex, of course, in the
现在
long
村
game
民
will
数
have that third
是
one.
差
He's
不多
gonna
的，
have to
双
come
方
out
都
here
到
to
帝王，
contest a little bit. It looks like
就是遗迹的差别哦，遗迹的差别。那现在就是看转兵的部
So
分。
knows, okay, you're going for the
神罗内战的话，第一波上来看要出什么咯？装甲步兵还是国土拥
Game
仆？ 还是要打骑士。好，反正就是食物跟黄金类的直接打了。现在 Beastyqt 2个遗迹，但是有3个圣地，双方目前几乎是平手的状态。他们这个职业的哇，真的是打得很爽。现在后面补的是 OK 大学、兵工厂、机体全部都要点，哦，抢这个机体。现在第一波 Vortix 先把这个长枪兵秀出来，但是他并没有点到精锐，稍微 counter 一下而已。Beastyqt 这边是走军营，没有马厩。等一下，双方会爆发一个步兵海。
After the third age comes in.
Speaking of resetting, Sacred Site in the center now under Vortix control any second. And oh, look at that Vortix really early.
那 Beastyqt 这边有一个比较劣的是，就是黄金产量比较少，那他要更精确的转兵以及控兵，阵容上容错率比较低啊。Beastyqt 这里。
For himself, and we can see the current number of military units on the field. It looks like 4 Lens Connect.
现在 Beastyqt 第一波是打国土拥捕，
and he's got 1 cavalry unit there.
精锐国土拥捕。
Vortix, it's spearmen and 1 archer.
That's not a lot, and now that's elite Landsknecht as well.
Vortix 目前他转什么兵？没看到哦，长枪兵而已哦。
Beastyqt, look at the stone count, Dave.
Is he going for a keep? Is he going for a forward keep here, Nilly?
现在大家可以看到 ，Beastyqt 虽然是2个遗迹，但是它有一个经济科技的领先。Vortix 的话是遗迹领先，他们真的是打到已经好焦灼哎，那个实力好焦灼哎，好可怕啊，复制人啊。
A little bit further south as well, start getting that line set up. Across the map, and that might mean that we are indeed in for a long game as Vortex is going to be looking to push.
现在这个是谁点火枪兵啊？谁点火枪兵
？Now the big question is, okay, if both going for the same units, who gets the advantage? Most of the time in this matchup, it's the one that transitions to siege.
当然是 Beastyqt 点火枪兵还是 Vortix？ 国土拥捕加火枪兵，这么脆皮嫩鸡的阵容，但是控兵控得好 ，OK。Vortix 这里是长枪兵加国土拥捕，Beastyqt 他玩这么容错率低的。现在 Vortix 也在追这个轮轴，哇，双方第一把真的是拼流程。拼升级配置，拼转兵。Vortix 现在走的是工程器加国土拥捕 ，Beastyqt 现在走的是国土拥捕加上火枪兵。现在双方中间圣地互来。卡来卡去，在做这个交战的准备。哇，这个真的是高强度到一个不行哎，不要的。那这边 Beastyqt 是先上了10强，因为有看比赛大家都知道哈，那个 Mista 他有比地过人家，很可怕的。早安。现在 Beastyqt 的Beastyqt 是该中央堡 ，Vortix 堆火炮出来。现在 Vortix 机体上有这个2级攻跟1级防，2级攻要变成3级攻。如果现在正面先打一波的话 ，Beastyqt 会输，Beastyqt 会输。Beastyqt 现在是。比较偏经济一点，村民数差不多，地图控制在 Beastyqt 这边，他先下来， 但是这里火炮过来了，这边如果 B 站到一波的话 ，Vortix 会赢哦。Vortix 现在3级攻 ，Beasty 现在还在点2级攻。这一波先手 Vortix 动手了 ，Vortix 动手了。现在 Beasty 只有2个遗迹，他现在的机体现在军事机体输 Vortix。这边火炮直接喷一发，中央这堡基本上只能拖时间。哦，这个修了也没屁用，这是拿来争取时间的。现在以这个经济看的话 ，Beasty 爆春爆到124，这一场可能会达到一个很进阶的这个数据。双方都是200匹，神罗都是200匹。等一下不能 overboom， 如果有一个人爆到150。然后正面直接被淹掉的话，也是有可能会输。这边长重炮在打，哇 ！Vortix 的火炮没有注意到，直接被点掉。哇，这好亏耶 ！Vortix 北斗7星，北斗7星一洗澡，这个功力全失。现在 Beasty 从这个下路开始有一队小部队国土用炮进去砍。现在这边要修幕墙，来得及吗？来得及吗？国土拥仆现在只有1级攻。Beasty 的大局观刚刚有提到，中后盘他打后期跟 Viper 很像的，很强的。后期强的玩家 ，Beasty 一定要算他。他已经曾经在很多比赛里面大后期逆转航线，他的防守功力非常的强，经验非常老道。这边 Vortix 40赶到，互打一波。这里是3级攻2级防 ，Beasty 这里不能打，先闪，先闪。现在 Beasty 农到138村，138村。Beasty 这里走的是长重炮 ，counter 你火炮，想要把战局拖到更后面一点点。他不担心这个遗迹3对2的问题。啊，这个相当的有自信啊！用这个地图控制去吃 Vortix， 然后打一个防守阵。哇，这边星海界的防守大师 Beasty 这边，我目前觉得打得不错。现在 Beasty 在转这个装甲步兵，现在在转这装甲步兵，这样转兵之快。刚刚不是有人转这火枪兵吗？火枪兵现在没有出来，还不用出。这里投石车。Beasty 有控兵。
BC's up to 140 villagers. Vortix sitting at 112. So we see a little bit of a difference here. I think BC's trying to make up for the lack of that extra relic.
Yeah, you can make an argument for this being too many.
现在胜地是2对1。黄金收入这样子的话，其实差不多。那Beasty现在每分钟收入黄金比较多，村民数比较多哈。现在 Vortix 阵容上有一点点的在犹豫啊，我要推，我留这个村民数，我要推，我要淹过去。可是 Beasty 这里就是一个防守阵在中央，很多个堡，然后他选择出长重炮，让你火炮永远推不进来这种概念。我觉得这个转兵的意识目前 Beasty 比较喜欢，但是他这边一个 Quick Wall， 一个 Quick Stone Wall。Vortix 很会，都有在看，都有在看。这个防守功力对比 Mista 的防守就很不 OK 哦。每个玩家他强的跟弱的地方都不太一样。那这2位选手防守功力都非常到位，特别是 Beasty 这边 Vortix 也出长重炮，现在这一盘没人要出火炮了，都不要玩啊，都不要推啊！你要长重炮，我也长重炮啊，不要推啊！我有3个遗迹啊，怎么样，大哥？Beasty 是比较年纪大一点的大哥哥对 Vortix 来说，虽然以这个外表看起来的话，好像 Vortix 比较老一点，我也不知道为什么。我嘛唔知为什么。现在这边国土用仆再过来一波，哇，一直在那边烦。现在 Beasty 现在慢慢的用这个大局观地图控制，直接拉10强，不让这个小弟弟出来。Beasty 你好坏耶，奖金这样子要抢哎！哇，这里 Vortix 的王牌之一神夺，现在出不去，现在这个下路又给你这样子压制。现在136村对上108村，这边第一盘虽然这个前中盘 Vortix 有拿到3遗迹，但是现在 Beastyqt 脑子动得很快，把他最强的东西拿出来玩了。Holy moly， 全部都10强，哇，迷宫阵哎，迷宫阵哎，慢慢的侵蚀吞噬你啊！这个是我们2代 Viper 在2代常常用的套路啊！我不正面打，我就跟你算，我上面10支兵，下面10支兵。你如果要打我上面的话，你就来20支兵，然后我下面就打你20支兵，打你10支这样的概念，然后再慢慢的跟你拖。好，这边 Vortix 决定不跟你拖了，现在正面对刚，现在 Vortix 拉出来一波国土用仆，全部是国土用仆走一个国土用仆加这个火炮，这边长重炮有6管，哦呦！这边废油城堡点的科技废油直接把国土用仆给杀死，哇！这里的防守阵哦，真的是防守大师Beastyqt 不容许你越过这个楚河汉界，不容许。现在两个圣地对一个圣地，这边长重炮又打到一波，这边西班牙弟弟有点受不了，北斗7星洗澡之后功力全失，这边 Vortix 喊了一个 GG。第一排我们恭喜 Beastyqt 获胜，大哥是对的，大哥好派，大哥第一盘神罗遗迹输的情况下，用他最强的这个后期直接吃掉 Vortix 弟弟。Oh shit！ 现在北斗7星想说，哇，这个 level 跟我昨天打的好像不太一样哦。哇，我对面做了一个怪物哦，怎么办？怎么办？我对面好像做了一个怪物哦，穿那个红色 T 恤咯，好像是 Uniqlo 的 T 恤是不是？还是什么的？哇，这边 Beastyqt 直接这一盘真的打得很漂亮啊 ，Beastyqt。正面杀出来一个 trap， 你知道吗？就等你了。哇 ，Beastyqt 他这一盘最强的地方就是刚那一波。怎么说呢？因为他上面给压力，下面给压力。他这种打法就是跟2代 Viper 很像，打多线。然后比如说我下面5支兵干扰你，你要拉你的村民来防守，或就是比如说围木墙、围石墙，然后你要拉军队来防守，你要在这个很繁忙的这个高节奏的情况下打后期，你要去算上路你多少兵去守，下路你多少兵去守。这个观念其实以前在2代 Viper 也有就是分享过，打多线什么打，不是说我几只骑士过去骚扰你，他会去算说我上面投资多少，我下面投资多少，我一点一滴的把你的资源拿走之后。等你被我夹到不行的时候，你可能找一个地方中央突入，或是哪里突入出来搭一个破口。可是 Beastyqt 这一盘，让我看到以前 Viper 那种观念，就是我把你逼出来，就很像挤痘痘那种感觉。我把你逼出来，可是我中央是已经有防守阵在那里了，加上那个城堡费用，你一走出来中了，军队都死了，直接心态炸裂，没了，GG了。我觉得这一盘他打的是非常非常的漂亮 ，Beastyqt 这边真的是更胜一筹。Vortix 的升级流程前中盘真的是也是比 Beastyqt 好一点点，但是这后面的这个营运跟整体的实际上操作起来就是，哇，我觉得很舒服啊，我觉得很舒服，但是真的是顶尖中的顶尖。好强哎，好强哎！你根本没有看到 Beastyqt 正面对刚，他没有跟你正面对刚，他军事科技也是输的，可是他赢了这一盘，他就是跟你弄一下而已，很强啊，这种玩法很强啊，因为你通常你发现对手后期有这样子的营运能力的时候，你不敢 你不敢打他的后期，就变成说以前2代的选手，你也不想要打 Viper 的后期，因为他后期太强了。你打着打着，你后期就是你已经很努力要追他后期，可是他的后期就是比你强。
And then I mentioned that to like Marinelord, and he's like, "Nah, it's so easy to play." he's like, you don't need to play it.
Well, we'll see. And Leenock, I think Leenock will ban Delhi as well, so I think this is pretty easy in that sense.
哇，北斗七星
will be tricky. And then obviously tomorrow, game 9, we will have 1 ban and then a free pick for the remaining map. We also have 2 home maps in addition to the normal 7, but we will guide you through that one tomorrow. Still today, 1 best of 7. This one, Vortix against Beastyqt. Later tonight,
那再跟大家分享一下 ，Marinelord 是说 Vortix 4-3，Viper 说 Beasty 4-2。Neely 是说 Vortix 4-2。啊，我个人觉得是 Beasty 4-3。那你们觉得谁会赢呢？比数是多少呢？也欢迎大家做分享。那今天一样会在艾菲卡的聊天室，只要有留言的观众朋友们，我们会在最后抽1位观众朋友获得这个 Steam 的点数750点1张。
Speaking of 4-2s, I 4-2'd Nilly in Super Nintendo Mario Kart Racing yesterday.
第2张阿拉伯是打英国跟法国。
I just want to say I haven't played that game since I was 7 years old, and Nilly plays it 7 times a day. So
true. Yeah, actually, like I brought my Super Nintendo and we played Super Mario Kart from 1992.
英法大战
against each other, and then some Super Street Fighter.
Beasty 的打法是比较偏插塔流的英国，他的打法比较偏插塔，他比较不会去开农。
And your comment was,
"This is the saddest thing I've ever seen."
我们来看一下这一盘 Beasty 会怎么打。那法国的话，比较像是根据英国怎么打再来做决定。还有法国的金矿是在前置位还是后置位？如果是在后置位的话，那个箭塔去插就比较没有意思了。那如果这个 Vortix 的图太烂，金矿区都在前置位的话，那么我想 Beasty 应该会去打前置箭塔。Beasty 3-1没有哦，这是 BO7 哦 ，BO7 哦。要赢4盘才会赢。
Only player that didn't face Lucifron or Viper in N4C.
Yeah, and they had such a low win score, and therefore his Buchholz was so high, and therefore we know that he went 3-2.
好的，各位观众朋友，今天的4强赛第1场第2盘，Beasty 1-0领先。第2场是来到了阿拉伯，双方文明是法国对英国。那刚刚有讲到 Beasty 他对这个文明的理解，包含蒙古跟英国是比较偏插塔流的。他的 Meta 跟 Mista 就有点不太一样了。Mista 对英国的理解是比较偏农田流。就他有打的局，农田流比较多，包含蒙古，他也是 Misa 有，昨天也有提到嘛，他说蒙古现在不要玩插塔，但是 BC 是会玩插塔的，所以这些顶尖玩家存在着 Meta 是完全不一样的。那你们比较喜欢哪一种风格呢？先不讲对到的文明是谁，你觉得现在的蒙古需要插塔吗？哦，你觉得现在的英国需要插塔吗？我的答案是英国。插塔还是很强，加减差，有多的资源加减差。前置其实英国还很强，蒙古的话，我觉得前置箭塔已经没那么强。我自己觉得，但是 BC 他蒙古还是会插塔，不知道他等一下玩蒙古会怎么打，哪一张图不知道。那 Vortix 的金不是在前置位，在偏后面一点点，而且是离开这个牧区，那还算 OK。为什么这个金要离开牧区呢？因为你通常英国箭塔一支下来，它拥有快攻的能力，它一支箭塔下来，如果你的金又在牧区旁边的话，就等于说一支箭塔吃到你的木，也吃到你的金。 就不太舒服，我不太舒服。那我觉得 Vortix 这个图还算是可以接受的。Beasty 的图也还 OK。哦，那等一下来看一下双方这一把怎么弄。
It's going to be tough for him if he loses control there, but he is French, so he should be able to control the middle of the map in the early stages of the game and hope to keep the English at home.
OK， 这一把对决是英法战争很经典的组合啊。现在 Beastyqt 他 OK， 他是把黄金的村民拿来盖地堡。那他没有要走这个轮轴，他没有要直接走轮轴。那这边可以依据，比如说英国在上地标的时候，他如果是用这个吃羊的村民上地标的话，持续挖金，那这边高几率就是撒田，哦，轮轴撒田，像 Mista 这样玩。哦 ，BC 他的 meta 真的是跟 Mista 完全不一样啊！他们私底下如果讨论的话，可能会大打出手，说不定。是心跳啦，不是血条啦。OK，BC 这边是打长枪兵加长弓兵，那就是标准的强军式。强军式加箭塔应该会插箭塔，因为你这边如果开局是直接走军营加长弓兵的这种配置的话，打经济线的话，英国没有轮轴，没有磨坊。如果这里法国走专业斥候的话，那你经济会输。那 BC 这一盘应该是7-3开的军事流，哦，7-3开军事流。Vortix 这边是先点轮轴 ，OK， 点轮轴，然后他要出这个骑手去守。OK，Beasty 这边可以有机会去惩罚一下这个 Vortix。现在的法国基本上对英国不太会出这个皇家骑士啊，因为皇家骑士虽然强归强，但是他前面被戳到那个效益值不高，而且太贵。那现在更优秀的组合可能是出骑手加小弓，出骑手或是长枪兵加长枪兵。哦，基本上是骑手加小弓啦。OK， 那这边侦查很重要。Vortix 有看到 Beasty 直接前压过来了，而且有带村民。预测4-1 Vortix， 哇！我们这边看好 Beasty 的人比较多，他们选手看好 Vortix 的人比较多，但我自己觉得 Beasty 强一点啦。好，那每个人的 meta 都不一样，有一定要插塔不插塔吗？不一定，不一定，只要是属于你的胜利方程式。都是有机会，就像我在2代讲的，没有最强的战术，没有最强的文明啊，战术是需要被开发的。只要你能打出你自己的风格，适合你的，你就可以赢下这盘的胜利。大家可以看到，昨天的 Mista 跟今天的 Beasty， 他们的 meta 是完完全全不一样。他们所讲出来的东西跟他们对文明的理解都是顶尖玩家，可是他们打出来的东西不一样。所以我现在其实慢慢的也习惯8个文明了，当然以后未来希望4代能有更多的文明出现。这边哇 ，Vortix 一个小失误 ，Beasty 上幕墙。
The front side of Vortix's base. Maybe Beasty is looking at these wood lines and sensing an opportunity.
This is for a gate there, and then he can always move in, move out.
Beasty 他要用那一招了，用木门去卡。 Beasty 很常用这个幕墙去做一些很臭的事情。他等一下如果盖幕墙之后，他长弓兵可以在那个幕墙旁边抖来抖去。然后4代有一个很大的缺点，我觉得是缺点，要改善的就是2代你城门开了，你的敌军会跑到你的城墙里面。可是4代不会，那 Beasty 很充分的利用到这个城墙跟城门的关系，会在那个城门跟城门之间抖来抖去，只有他会这样玩，已经变成是像 Viper 那种 Quick War， 他开创他自己的战术，城门流，我躲在城门，我进进出出，4代就是你没办法越过那个城门，那我相信等一下 Beasty 会用他这一招，他这招很臭，差一点前几天把马路友差点臭死。他的英国这一招很臭。那这个战术，这边小心 ，Beasty 1村 shutdown 2村，哇，好亏！哇哦哇哦哇哇喂哇哦，这边 Beasty 失误。哇，这里失误很大一包啊。
Wasn't really going to work in that location.
这2村决定胜负哦，这2村会决定胜负哦。现在这个打法没有轮轴，经济是会输的哦。糟糕，这一盘 Beasty 不妙 ，Beasty 这一盘那个节奏有点掉了。他打的是强军式，他这个塔如果刚刚有顺利插好，长弓兵站好，基本上是可以插起来。那他现在掉3村，军事会上不来，这一盘危险了，这一盘 Beasty 危险了，后面还有狼在搞。现在 Beasty 很聪明，看到你是长弓兵加上长枪兵。我根本就不出骑手了，我全部都出小弓。哇，这边 Vortix 也没有控好，但是 Beasty 被杀到24村而已。
Why? How?
It's French. It was the 2 villagers forward. It was the 2 he lost on the wood line. He probably lost 3 there as well.
哇 ，Beasty 这一盘有点崩哦。哇，这一盘 Beasty 英国有点崩盘啊。Beasty 这一盘真的崩了。他现在这个英国是强军事，然后被 raid 到一波，只剩下26村。Vortix 38村，升村也比较快一点。这一个战术在第2支箭塔失误之后 ，Vortix 这里的意识也非常的好。这边为什么我要说 Vortix 意识很好呢？正常我们被这种前压的时候，我们的骑手根本不会出去乱跑。可是他们顶尖玩家知道，我现在骑手在这个地方，我也做不到什么事情。我去 raid 一波还比较好，或是打中间的补给线。我只要小弓够多，卡在那个地方，连环塔就吃不进来了。Vortix 这一盘真的打不错。Beasty 刚刚也是算是想要执行他的战术，但是没有执行成功。现在 Vortix 直接走进来，要直接大屠杀 Beasty。Beasty 现在没有抓到对手的军事位置，控住2个木，但是后面的木现在控不到。现在家里可能会 TC 只能躲20村啊 ，TC 只能躲20村啊。这边很大一包，骑手有4只会扛，哇，这边。哇，这里直接 shot，TC 只能藏20村。爆炸！ 直接扛着 Red， 哇，直接 Death。现在 Beastyqt 有机会逆转吗？他现在也要去 Red， 现在也要去 Red， 现在那个牧区有没有办法抓到呢？现在走了，Beasty 也上了。现在 Vortix 这样打是对还是错？我唔知。现在村民大逃窜，哇，上面很多村民哎 ，Vortix 的村民也很多在上面。现在这边 Vortix 的补给线也被卡住，这边长弓兵可以当英雄吗？这边村民超多，这我不知道哎，这个小弓全部清掉之后，这个村民赶快往后跑。这边到底有几村？39村，各位观众朋友们，39村，现在大逃亡。
Yeah, Beasty still inside his town center, and he's trying to hunt down this
massive
group of Vortix villagers. That is the entire economy for Vortix.
现在有39村直接来解这个箭塔，这是什么对局？现在 Beasty 剩下16村。
Longbow are crazy, right? And the smaller the army numbers, the easier it is to micro them.
现在开始玩躲猫猫，你追我跑，不要！现在在回牧区，但是牧区有箭塔。现在双方的村民直接狙来狙去，但是这边 BC 已经没有村民了。
We are 13 minutes into this game, and Beastyqt is at 13 villagers.
43 villagers here for Vortix. Granted, most of his economy has been running around for the last 2 minutes. So probably a little bit less than that. Oh,
Vortix 很调皮啊，村民跑来跑去啊。
Maybe trying to move out to that gold.
现在 Vortix 就是拖时间，已经24秒进攻为例了啦 ，Vortix 别再跑了，你哥找你啊！ 哦，你哥是 Lucifer。哦，你哥的朋友找你啊！别再跑啦！过来面对42村队伍15村。现在 Beasty 剩这一队长弓兵，军事比村民还要多。但是这边 Vortix 也没有支援断木，然后这边直接刷3只小弓。
Yeah, and look at the income from Vortix. It's simply not there. It's simply not there. BC is now chasing that army over on the right-hand side. Villagers in a group again. How many are there? How many are there, Vodka? If you could show us, we got
只要 Beasty 抓到一波 Vortix 野外露出，也是有机会把他杀的不要的哦。这个箭塔最后希望在这边输出哦。Beasty 还没放弃哦。现在这边长弓兵兑换，小弓兑换，但是这边长弓兵有箭塔。但是这个是反攻的号角的长弓兵，先躲在箭塔里，先躲箭塔里先。这边斥候上去，没有人要理他。
From BC, nothing in the queue from both players. We got 3 food in the bank there from Vortix. He doesn't have that food to go. Can't go back to the berries at the back there. Struggling for wood. He's all in on gold right now. It says
Vortix 只有3食物，没人在吃食物。但是这里的长弓兵是最后的长弓兵。
He's at 35 now. What else is going on?
现在牧区 Vortix 被箭塔杀到没有了。34村对20村。
doesn't have enough wood to properly go into farms.
34 villagers versus 21.
This is madness. This is absolutely crazy. Now goes for more longbowmen and Beastyqt. He's down to 13 military, so he was reproducing. Still some spearmen at home.
我鼻音太重是因为我感冒啊，请见谅啊。
Good damage, but the archers really using their speed and catching up to these longbowmen here from BC. Queues up a few more. I haven't seen anything in the queue from Vortix for a very long time.
Yeah, obviously we took villagers out of the queue.
这边 BC 22村 ，Vortix 36。哦，我不知道。
BC will now garrison those in the
tower. Is this a spot for knights? He has food and gold.
It definitely is.
34P 对上49P。
You might have enough to defend at home. You don't want to engage against the Spearman, but maybe even a couple knights back into the eco from Beasty might be a good play. But look, he's still struggling for wood. He's trying to take that one tree, and Beasty is still there with the villagers, still pushing it with outposts.
这边箭塔一直被拔，现在长弓兵去守，现在长枪兵在戳村民。这个箭塔掉了，牧区控得住吗？不行欸 ，Vortix 的小弓太多。哇，怎么办啊 ？Beastyqt， 你没有看到这个牧区吗？它只有3块木在那边，就3根上香拜拜的那3根，烧香那3根，然后一个伐木场在那里。
He's got 24 villagers, hasn't been hit in a while, 9 military for both players, and both of them are going to try and settle.
现在点了一个工程科技。
What? He's trying to go for rams. He has no wood income.
I think Vortix is a very confused individual at the moment.
He needs a market. Gold is the only resource that he can really get. Do we have? I think we see a market there at the top. Yeah, that's so important, and then he can make stuff happen. 0 food income right now.
Yeah, he's going to try and clear up those outposts forward. More
4强要这么头破血流，4强就要这么头破血流。这边如果被抓到，那个牧区 Beasty 如果能抓到，不好说，不好说。现在有人断木啊。
Well, sounds like a weird strategy, but on the other hand, Beasty is really small.
He is very small. The closer you are to danger,
Beasty 需要发现那一块木。Beasty 冷静发现那一块木。Beasty 需要冷静发现那一块木，但是我发现我比他不冷静，我比他不冷静。
That could easily be 10 dead.
小声讲话，
Scary close.
小声讲话。
Extra HP
我这一台鼻音台加气音台，好不好？
Villagers won't kill that one too easily.
我在小声讲话。
In 4 minutes.
来了吗？来了，抓到了吗？
He was down to 13.
Yeah.
抓到了，抓到了，抓到了，抓到了，抓到了！瓮中捉鳖，瓮中捉鳖，瓮中捉鳖，瓮中捉鳖，杀！
More villagers being pulled in for the. I don't even know.
但是这边小攻过来了，躲在这个草丛里面。
The 10th time.
你追我跑。
Horseman for Beastyqt, and it's exclusively archers. As you can see, 1 scout, and Vortix didn't scout for quite some time.
现在骑手赶快来帮小攻走的比长弓兵快，小攻走的比长弓兵快，完蛋了 ，Beasty 走不掉。
He's got the English farms and he set them up early, so he's going to be able to sustain that horseman production.
Beasty 走不掉。
He's got multiples on the field now. He's losing these longbows, but he's kind of pulling these archers out of position now, so maybe opportunities for him to do damage. I wonder if Vortix went back to that woodline.
现在 Beasty 那2只骑手要去哪里呢？
Oh, there's so many villagers there.
让他去角落。这边有4只骑手，这里有4只骑手。
The blacksmith upgrades are way better for Vortix there as well. Got 3 of them at the top, so if we fight even armies,
这边有4只骑手。
Vortix in that regard.
Yeah, Vortix has the archers very exposed on this side. Beasty still without the armor, and that's a decent amount of archers, but the horsemen are going to do pretty good damage here as Beasty runs in and snipes a couple units immediately.
3个马厩。
Good food eco there for
Beasty 现在3个马厩。
Triple stable? I think so, right?
这边你没有看到 Beasty 的食物进账吗？英国的农田开始 OP 起来了。
Armor coming in now from Beasty.
但是现在 Vortix 的小攻也够多，现在打一个骑手海，弓箭骑手。要打一个机动性吗？
Oh, he finds one right away, and we'll probably find a second one here, even a third potentially. Lots of low HP villagers there. 51 villagers for Vortix.
这个箭塔还没有处理掉哎。
For Beastyqt, he was at 13 in this game.
这个箭塔还没处理掉。 Beasty 的那一只箭塔 MVP 啊，还在弄那个2块牧区，现在 Vortix 已经没有安全的牧了，他有安全的牧。Beasty 能逆转哦 ，Beasty 有机会逆转，现在转这个长枪兵出来。 但是这个箭塔解不掉，这边长枪兵你还没出来吗？现在皇家骑士出一只，皇家骑士在追那斥候。现在 Beasty 把这小弓，哇！但是皇家骑士2只出来了。
He's chasing the villagers again with his horsemen.
Oh, the migration again.
哇
，Beasty
这
边
往后拉，38村对55。
Population lead and that lumber camp next to some wild trees. Remember though, French only costing 25%.
Yep.
现在每分钟收入15，这边英国的田，哇，这边 Beasty 那只骑手在那边捅。
Horsemen raiding in the back there. Is there? Okay.
其实现在我觉得 Vortix 可以带2只皇家骑士去打英国。现在那个骑手跑太快了，没有任何一个单位追得到他。
If you continue building army, but yeah, right now it feels
哇
like Vortix
靠
knows how
，Beasty
open plays a bit more defensively.
曾经死到15村、13村的 Beasty， 他现在回到40村。He is back， 他回到这盘游戏了。他这个防守功力，大家觉得怎么样？我傻掉了，你知道吗？傻了傻。现在3只皇家骑士很大一包，但是皇家骑士现在没有在跟着冲车，你没有跟着冲车，你没有跟着冲车 ，Beasty 用大局观把你吃了，我跟你讲。
He sees the ram and he's going to be able to take out this ram for free.
Oh, Spearman out of position trying to build a second ram.
现在这个箭塔升级上来，冲车直接白白送掉。这边往后拉，3只皇家骑士在那边，那个箭塔很关键，不能被拆。如果 Beasty 决定要放这个箭塔的话，那就是重新打回封建时代，开农跟开农，然后稳稳的打。这边还有这边有2只箭塔。 Beasty 这里是上不了城堡 ，Vortix 有没有想要买一下这个食物上城堡呢？还是用什么方式？现在已经打到头昏脑胀了，这边直接刚起来。这边 Beasty 在拖延，用箭塔多尽量输出这个长枪兵。 哎，骑手想要绕，哇 ！Beasty 这里追不上吗？这边后面还有东西在弄，45村对60村。现在要来大屠杀这个村民啊！但是这边有很多长枪兵。哇，这边 Beasty 夹不住了。
Only manages to get 1 though, so he moves on to the gold.
Four Spearmen trying to push him away. Gold will run dry there as well. That's our fault. And Vortix feels like he is stabilizing somehow. 60 villagers for him. Military-wise, small advantage as well.
现在 Beasty 也补了一个轮轴。
He needs to balance with that market. Like he has the market, he really needs to balance with it. He's got 2,400 gold in the bank.
Vortix 已经打到5我了，他黄金挖到一个2400，他还不买卖上城堡。
Yep. He has nothing to counter the spears. He's going full horseman right now. Nothing to counter the spears, but it looks like he's also building up resources to potentially think about the third age. A position that I don't think he would have ever guessed he would be in. When he was getting raided there on the wood line.
Vortix just used the market. So he is going up. He is building the guild hall there. No big surprise for us. And
现在63村对49，终于买卖一波了。现在 Beasty 是有机会上城堡的哦 ，Beasty 也有机会上城堡哦。
And there's another outpost going up in the middle of the map. So it begins again for Beasty. We saw the outpost being cleared up earlier. He's now killed all those or driven away all those resources to the right, and he's going to focus in on that wood line. Once again, map control in Beasty's favor for sure, but economy
Beasty 的那个地图控制多线， 抗压力、抗打，真的好强。Vortix 也好强，但是他对面那个人在后面偷掉好多村呢，51村对58。Beasty 又回到这个游戏了 ，Beasty 又偷偷插这个箭塔。
But you're going up to the next stage. It synergizes as well with a good eco.
I'm just quoting him.
Okay. I don't know.
Vortix 已经被打到慌掉，他想说这个对面是鬼是不是？这个箭塔辛辛苦苦的才刚拔掉，我的牧区又被控住。
Similar location to the first, and that's going to be pushing
Beasty 一直知道 Vortix 他的痛处在哪里。我拼命的插，我拼命的打，我曾经只剩下13村，我不放弃，我不放弃。我回到这游戏，村民数来到57对53。57村，58村对54村，而且重点是英国它城堡开王宫的话，它是2TC 哦，它是2TC 哦，但是这边是老练皇家骑士不能打。
Beasty still has horsemen in the back, so if Vortix is too focused here, Beasty can do damage.
天哪 ，Vortix 你后面被这个 Beasty 偷到一个不要的耶。
For Vortix, denying the area around his town center, and he's been punished for placing those.
但是现在这个老练皇家骑士，哇，这长枪兵。
After the berries ran dry, he thought about, okay, where do I send the villagers? Send some next to the farms, but in the end, also had to spread.
现在 Beasty 的正面怎么守？现在 Beasty 正面怎么守？
This game is somehow stabilizing. This was so mad. Just remember, didn't we have like 13 villagers against 45 at one point?
Yeah, I think it was the maximum difference was 43 against 13.
Wow,
that's absolutely insane. And
现在老练骑士来了，这边对刚一波，这边是老练的长弓兵。现在以军事量 ，Beasty 要假，但是他有2TC 哦。Beasty 有2TC， 现在法国要强攻，要直接刷了，但是这边有2个 TC 在射箭，不一定刷得过。这边极限防守，长弓兵往后拉，这边老练骑士直接往前推，这边2个 TC 夹在这个中间，风车在后面。
As the Rams come in, the Knights continue to flood, and Beasty
这边皇家骑士太多，皇家骑士太多，但是这2台冲车
，he's going to give up a whole lot more again.
Oh, looks like villagers in the gold exposed Rams now coming in, deciding to go for the barracks first. Does not want to see.
现在长弓兵，最后的长弓兵，守一波，守一波。长枪兵是封建的长枪兵，哇，没兵了，没兵了，被刷掉了。后面只要骑士洗过来这一盘，可能会被推掉。现在 Vortix all in 了 ，Vortix all in 了。这边2台冲车怎么解？怎么解？怎么解？哇，爆了！哇，爆了！GG 1-1，但是这一盘好精彩。好精彩耶，各位！我们稍微休息一下，厕所一下，马上回来。
He had military forward, and he was able to do something with it. He's got to be just kind of thinking of what he might have done differently after the initial tower push. Like, he still had the longbowmen alive. They got cleared up. Then he went full into horsemen. Maybe should have added more longbowmen instead of spamming the horsemen.
A scout was missing. He didn't know where the army was, right? You always want to have your scout around. He heals up. He was more scouting. Okay, are you on the gold? He didn't really scout. Okay, how are you defending your woodline? It felt weird though, right? I think in a lot of games, Vortix gets punished for what he did. He's moving moving out of his base with a completely open woodline, with open barriers at the top. It simply was that Beastyqt only realized that the army was not protecting the woodlines once it was in his own woodline.
Yeah. Whew. I didn't think we would get a long game out of that. But then again, the first game, I thought we would get a long game out of it.
Yeah, yeah. So it's even
Subverting
now.
our expectations, for sure. All right, so we go into game number 3, and this will be Beasty's home map. The first map was chosen randomly. That was Hill and Dale. Second map was the home map from Vortix, and the third map will be Mongolian Heights.
It's the favorite map of the overlay guy. That's why he made it so big.
I was wondering about that.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's, if anyone knows Nilly, that is not just a little dry joke. That is him letting overlay guy know that it is too big, and he is not pleased.
Nearly is not pleased with
We
the
are
overlay.
not amused. Do your job, please.
Okay.
And there
now
we go.
Should I explain what happened there? I think overlay guy simply made the size and it adjusts if the civilizations are flying in. And he already was so generous, letting us know about the map before he knew about the civilizations.
He's looking at you right now.
I can see him. I will not. He's burning through my forehead.
Okay.
It's
also,
English against Ruse.
Overlay guy, BC picked English last game, so.
Oh God.
He was looking at us like, look, I fixed
Look
it.
at my work. This is so bad. This is so bad. $100,000 tournament, by the way.
This is, oh.
And he was like, he has a rotating chair, right? And he just turned around like a supervillain and like, look at the work that I did, and just leaned back, was so proud, and then screwed up again.
Yeah.
啊，虚脱了。
No.
Yeah. English against Rus.
On Mongolian Heights.
Yep.
Favorite map of overlay guy.
虚脱了。
Rus, we have seen them being played quite efficiently by multiple people, right? We have seen, for example, Viper start off with those, and we have the weird option to go for water. We have also seen some extra town center plays. We have also seen some fast castle plays, simply because Springles are so incredibly good at pushing.
他们两位真的都好可
Last
怕
patch gave out the extra damage output for them. Still crazy range. Bigger than everything that you have on water and castle age. And therefore, Ruse in mid to late castle will never not have the water control.
I feel like Rus, even in the early game, like a lot of, we
真的
got a
虚脱了。
close-up on Vortex, slowly zooming in. There we go, and we're into the game here. I think that the risk with playing against English on this map, if you go for fish, is that the longbowmen and the outposts can sniper fishing ships and constantly do damage. But Rus, they don't have to stay near that dock. They can.
好的，各位观众朋友们，今天的
everywhere. So
4强赛事第一场的
Your longbow
第
man.
3盘
And，they're not healing if
目前
there's
是
no
1-1。
yeah.
地
But then you
图来
can
到了蒙古高
take
原
fights against the spread
，Vortix 英国
What?
，Beasty 罗斯。
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dave is expecting more from the Ruse to deal with that threat here of the English.
基本上 Vortix 前中盘没打过去，这一盘 Vortix 就输了。
Converting, the big problem is you're really getting outraged.
英国打罗斯，
Okay, Vortex is going double scout here. Same goes.
这一盘
for
我想压
Beastyqt,
Beasty。
And we will have the run for the DS.
罗斯这个
Beastyqt,
图我觉得
one
还
scout
是
to
比
the
较
top,
强
one
一点点。
directly to the
那这
other
场的
side
关
of
键
the
点，
map.
哇靠，
And
这个
that's
这个
the
羊
objective of obviously
勾到很
Mongolian
多
Heights.。The map and the map
这一场的关键点在于
There is the dock
幕
from our
墙
Rus player, Beastyqt.
能不
We
能
saw
把
a
英
great
国的
match,
快攻直接
from him. I
堵在
believe it
这
was
个
him and
河流的
Leenock, where he was
另
Rus
外
on
一
this
侧
map.。
如果长弓兵跟那个快攻直接溜到河流的另外一侧，就是 Beasty 这边的土地的话，领土的
That's
话，
Realty, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was
Beasty 就
absolutely
不好
insane.
守了。
Hopefully we get to see
哦，
something
罗
of the
斯
same
前面不好
caliber
守
here.
的英国的。
And he's trailing. Wow, he's got a lot of sheep. There are a lot of sheep on this map.
Pretty damn crazy. So let's take a look. Oh, that looks good.
然后
Vortex
这边
will
还
get
要
the kill
看
there.
一下
Now it's
赏金的
Beastyqt
部
not
分
getting killed.
Vortex.
Vortex twice.
Vortex gets the kill, and it's only 65 bounty currently for Beasty.
That's really low. 2 minutes into the game. Normally you already want to be above 100 here. Lots of sheep coming in. We'll obviously get 3 wolves, so that's nice. But didn't finish the deer spot at the top. Okay, now goes back to it.
Only going for 2 scouts as well.
Yeah, that's because we have the water approach, right? And if we build the dock, we are not going for the hunting.
OK，这边先上
Typically
幕墙。
building
那等一下看一下 Vortix 这里是会打河流战，还是用长弓兵去骚扰这些渔船？那整体来说，罗斯这个图比较强的原因，我个人认为比较强的原因是第一个，它开渔船不用收食物到码头里面。再来是这个图楚河汉界。 蒙古高原，你后期假设真的给你弄到后期，那个罗斯的阵地战弩炮，哦，整个工程器拉上来之后，英国会很难打。光这2个，英国就很难对抗这罗斯，在这张图。那也不一定 ，Vortix 真的会打快攻，但是他要什么时候？ 初级就是不会打到帝王就对了，尽量不要打到帝王。所以大家可以看到，现在 Beastyqt 他也很明白，这个他选罗斯这一把，他的优势就是拖到后面，拖到后面。所以他现在已经上幕墙了，就是尽可能第一波必须止住英国的攻势。现在这个赏金210应该没什么太大问题，可以开到200。
I think Vortix will get the second one. Beasty not even focusing on it anymore.
Interesting that he doesn't try to focus, right? Why did he go for the second scout there? Did he get attacked by the wolves or something?
I don't understand. He only missed out on 1 deer though.
Okay, Golden Gate.
OK， 这边要抢一个金门。
A bit of a sloppy mistake, not the biggest one obviously, but for a short moment forgot about the chance to drop it off on his fishing ships himself. And how did that villager get there?
Beastyqt 伐木场又多盖，这个都是新手们不会去注意到的，就是稍微距离远一点点，你的伐木场就要去多盖一个，因为它的那个采集效益会更好。而且这个4代的伐木场木材没有谁抢到？4代的伐木场费用50，然后2代是100，哦，加减盖。现在可能赤手会卡在这边哦。现在 Vortix 卡在这里。哦 ，Vortix。 现在这里有人带村民来，谁带村民？是 Vortix。Vortix 是英国，村民会射箭，这里要插一个箭塔，这个幕墙没有盖成功。Beastyqt 这一波幕墙战差一点点 ，Vortix 用那个斥候屁股卡在那边，很漂亮。哇，这不妙哦，这不妙哦 ！Vortix 这一盘，这个东西差很多。现在被迫需要转成攻击的渔船，然后被射成屌吃。这个不妙，这个不妙。哇，这一把 Vortix。 Beastyqt 希望不要被受到影响。
First outpost of the game as the knight comes through the gate, so maybe BC's gonna try and raid a little bit. Oh, that was a scout. Okay,
debated. Take a look. Larger attack.
哇，射不到那个村民。
And there's not too much control. And you initially said, yeah, maybe we will see a rather early castle age here, and I was a bit like, I think we will see more aggression.
这边渔船哦，出骑士。这边出骑士，能砍几只？哇，这里多捞一下。这边 Beastyqt 亏。 Beastyqt 亏了。哇 ，Beastyqt 亏掉了。
Imagine you convert into a transport ship, transport a villager over to that fort, and dink that little last piece of wall.
刚 Beastyqt 刚有个操作，他不知道是犹豫要拉掉，还是要多砍那一下，抖了1-2秒，就那个1-2秒也是亏。哇，现在这个开局对 Beastyqt 来说，相对来说大概是6-4、7-3开这种感觉。那村民数目前是当然没有落后，只是这个节奏对英国来说，我觉得是波不错的交换。
Economies for both players looking fairly similar. The only difference being that Beastyqt, of course, has those fishing boats. So I believe he has got how many on the field? Maybe 4 fishing boats?
现在这个海上已经河流上已经变成是攻击战船了。哇，这边射程在那边拉。如果罗斯的船都不能做事的话，农田英国上来，罗斯经济会输，罗斯经济会输。那这边还是要靠操作啦，因为长弓兵射程远归远，但是不小心被渔船骗到这个射程范围内再贴上来，就是双方还是有控兵的，这个操作空间很大，这一盘。是可以靠控兵打回来的。Beastyqt 出这个早期骑士过来弄，我觉得是很好的。虽然他刚那边第一支控兵有小失误，但我觉得要过来弄一下节奏。一支骑士能拖延村民去做事，即使村民没死，都很好，都很好。
Is on the way here from Vortix, and the longbow numbers are starting to climb. He's got 12 on the field.
因为现在 Vortix 已经打到这个河流不舒服了，不舒服，玩家不舒服。Beastyqt 要想办法也让 Vortix 不舒服，像上一盘那样，不然这个计划会随着 Vortix 的演变去走。那 Vortix 它是一个非常细心，会有一个小小的优势，它会很容易把它 snowball 起来的一位选手，所以你要把他的节奏打乱掉。我觉得 Vortix 你打他，你要打他节奏。他这箭塔距离都算得好好的，真是扯。现在这个骑士弄一下，那2村有可能会死 ，Vortix 没看到，尽量这样子偷来，可以。这边村民都小失误，你大家可以看到，如果是打多线，打这种很复杂的3对4对控兵。Vortix 对比 Beastyqt 的话 ，Beastyqt 可能比较强。
He's still not building up resources. Beastyqt has been floating 400 food this entire time. Just investing into more military, and it's 3 archery ranges from him.
I thought he was going to Castle Age. Oh, that's weird. The center's still obviously not walled for Vortix, right? So that's open. That could catch Vortix off guard heavily.
There are a number of outposts there.
Beastyqt 现在发飙喽，他发飙了。正常你打这个图，你可能会赶快罗斯上城堡，走3-1修道院，然后把ED捡回来。Beastyqt 这边后面要打一个大封建。这个策略是对还是错啊？不知道哦。Vortix 现在没有情报。Vortix 现在没有情报，有一个后期文明罗斯，他现在要急速狂飙。现在 Vortix 点了一个工程科技，他点工程科技，他也想要一个 push， 他想要 push 下路。但是现在有人比你更凶，他直接出早期骑士，直接要刚。 当然 Beastyqt 这里是没有点工程科技，这边船直接掉了。现在长弓兵量慢慢续起来了。这边我不知道。这里 Vortix 挖石头，他是想要盖2TC 吗？可是重点是英国，他到城堡时代，他可以开王宫3TC。现在 Vortix 先杀进来了，推冲车了。这里 Beastyqt 有看到，那 Beastyqt 他要怎么打？他有5只骑士在后面在凑，前线小弓加骑士感觉是不够多哦。
Then he's going to collapse at him, and at the same time, come in on this gold. This could be a lot of dead villagers.
Vortix 看到
，Instant pull by Vortix.
Great stuff there from Vortix. I think he suspected that the knights were back here, and he was ready for those.
Vortix
One villager goes
down. 但是这里很多说明。
Shift over to the berries. Vortix now coming in. Has that ram a little bit
他们这2个人砍起来已经是为荣耀而战，还是为奖金而战，还是为什么而战？晚上好。推2台冲车，现在这长枪兵跟长弓兵在堆。其实这边不赶快处理掉，对 Beastyqt 来说不舒服。这边长枪兵其实慢慢堆起来，现在罗斯打大弓箭的话亏哦。现在 Beastyqt 还要再夹。他这个被拔掉，冲了，骑士冲了，长枪兵在发呆，这边骑士冲了，长枪兵在发呆，这边村民直接爆这个冲车，这边骑士冲一波，顶到这个长枪兵，长箭兵，不是长箭兵，长弓兵，我到底在讲什么？然后这个 Beastyqt 同时在后面开战，同时在 Vortix 家里后面开战。现在比操作，比多线。现在这个是 Beastyqt 他强的地方，后面 Beastyqt 的骑士死掉了，但是这边长枪兵全部被射掉。这里是 Beastyqt 的战场，现在要躲到城门后面，这边早期骑士一路砍到底，哇，这一波，哇 ，Vortix 这边被打退，哇，这一波很漂亮啊，双方都很漂亮，但是这边 Beastyqt 略胜一筹。不行，今天的这个战争已经紧到一个我已经不行了。
If you're in Beastyqt's position, do you keep producing? Oh my goodness, second town center there. That's another reason he's ahead.
Yeah, that explains it.
Beastyqt 开了双 TC 了。他老子现在没有想要直接先上城堡，他已经刚刚那一把已经火药味已经刚起来了。
I think you can go up now if you're Beastyqt. After you cleared that, you cleared 2 rams. You cleared the spearmen.
Look at the spearmen. Now he has some spearmen being sent in. This is the big problem, right?
这一波 Vortix 长枪兵在那边 QK 啊！
So we missed the scene here actually, but you simply see the result of.
哇，这边直接被打退。但是 Vortix 好家在家里那个 Beastyqt 还有一个奇袭部队后面有守得很好，但是现在画面切过来，现在 Beastyqt 这边骑士直接冲出来，再继续做这个骚扰。Vortix 这一盘的节奏已经掉了 ，Vortix 节奏已经掉了。这边后面经济被乱杀到，现在2TC 打单 TC， 这边罗斯骑士乱砍乱杀，现在前线这个兵也不够多，现在随着时间1分1秒过去，双 TC 发功，现在 Beastyqt 不用急着上城堡，他就是封建。兵够多，一直刷，前线现在 Vortix 也打不退，打不了这个 Beastyqt， 哇，这一盘现在演变成是一个单开，哇，现在 Vortix 的节奏3-1修道院了，哦，扩大优势了。 那这边我觉得 Beasty 上城堡可能会喊 GG。哇，这个 Beasty 现在发现他打多线好强哦，然后他就这样子一直弄 Vortix， 他每一把拖背后面都不跟你正面对刚，我就是跟你打多线，我一直弄你，一直弄你，但你后面跑来跑去，跑来跑去，左边弄那右边用一下，就是不正面弄。骚扰型选手啊！现在 Vortix 在这个3点钟方向又要开始野战一波。现在 Beasty 上来到城堡时代，现在没有冲车 ，Vortix 的黄金又开始爆量了，它的配置已经被弄到一个不舒服了。这盘 Beasty 胜券在握，大家可以看到，其实防守功力我是通常是这样看的，不只是他的反应快不快。Beasty 他直接村民都不见了，哦，往后拉，很漂亮。好，这边是盖王宫，这边可以看到防守功力的第2层、第3层。你在被打的过程中，你不死村 ，OK， 防守是很强的。可是最强的防守是你被打的过程中，你的经济配置没有乱，不只是村民不死，你的经济配置不能乱。你才能到冠军赛。那我今天看到 Vortix， 他的反应很快，可是他的配置被打乱。虽然他的这个 level 打其他的选手可能就很强，可是没办法，这4强赛的前面眼中是一个怪物 Beasty， 你被他打这个多线，你配置不能乱。如果 Vortix 刚刚这个配置没乱的话，基本上他也同个时间可以上城堡。军事虽然打不赢，但是经济他没输，没有输太多。现在村民数是落后的，但是现在双 TC 打双 TC， 还有机会夹到后面。那夹到后面的话 ，Beasty 不用急哦 ，Beasty 不用急。哇，这个战斗已经高强度到这种 level 了，你不能只要求自己不死村，你配置还要几乎完美，好可怕，好可怕，不然你跟不上对手，方方都是。现在这边一批 Vortix 上木墙想要夹。我不确定这边 Beasty 是要慢慢拖到后面就会赢，要这么稳还是怎么样？因为其实他现在还是有优势的，83球对52。但是 Beasty 目前就是不知道对手落后我多少。
And he in general is so comfortable with like super late games, right? There's no one that is enjoying games that last more than 45 minutes like Beastyqt. There's no one that is just battling it out on the ladder on the day.
这边是什么东西？
So much, he's just so happy.
这边想要过墙，过河，投石车在后面等。投石车在后面哦，投石车在后面哦。北斗七星 Vortix， 哦，有闻到怪怪的味道，臭臭。现在这个投石车要开过来了，要开过来了，弩炮准备，弩炮准备，英国弩炮，赶快哦！这一包很大一包。Beasty 在那个草丛插那个要塞在那边。很阴险呐，这个，哇 ，Beasty 很阴险，他这种插塔地图控制很强哎，很爱插塔哎。可以慢慢吃进来，这边遗迹慢慢解。现在 Vortix 没有遗迹，封建打输。
Of that warrior monk here, so should get up to 3. Yeah, and the sacred site Sacred Site Tracker
对面
will
数61
start
对
to
93，
tick
哇，
soon.
前置
The
宝。
keep is forward. It's not super forward, but it's near that crossing in the middle.
Beasty
Like
他
you
没
said,
有
the
要跟你怎么
Marinelord are
夹
now
到后
supporting
面
the
什么
military,
什
and
么
Beasty
俄
even
罗斯
goes
后
for a
盘墙，
forward stone there
他要在这
with
边
those
直
villagers,
接
so
终结
potentially。think about another
这边
keep
乌鲁鲁
follow-up once he has enough, and he's going to come in, maybe distract on the front, maybe try and convert the villagers on the side. There's also spearmen there. Vortix is going to have to be on the ball as Beasty comes right into the middle of this wood line, attacking with the warrior monk.
What is he
Letting
doing?
Vortix know, come on, wall low.
No!
Oh, he brought it into his base. It was an express delivery.
Okay.
Vortix 送遗机，
Too kind, too
Beasty
kind.
结果你是
9:30 to
过去
go
送
with
遗
the
机的。
sacred side timer. I don't really think this is the most important thing, though. I think Vortix could be able to.
Vortix 你是过去送遗机的，
But look at that.
不是 Vortix Beasty， 你人那么好，你人那么
I think with
好
that。position in the wood line, he would have got at least a couple.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
it's so
Unless
hard
it
to path
simply
around
dies,
that.
right?
Yeah. But
哦，
still,
原来是过去送
try.
欧米亚
You
给
gotta
的哦，
try.
不好意思，
I
我误
think
会
just
了。
attack at the front with some Marinelords and then press conversion.
Yeah. Oh my god, going out to the stone there, and there's knights just waiting for those villagers, but the longbow mass is there, and there is a lot of longbows. It's 38 longbows for Vortix, but he can't engage against the 4 Mangonels forward from Beasty. Look at how varied that
Battle
army
车
composition
4
is from
台
Beasty.
Oh, Marinelords maybe a bit too
打下
aggressive,
去
but Vortix,
很
where
舒服
are
的
your，spring
天都要被
nodes, my
砸
friend?
掉。但是
He
长
doesn't
弓兵
have
也是
any.
够
He's got
多，
one. He's got one springald only.
That's not enough against 4 Mangonels.
长弓兵也是够多。
Massive fight. Look at that, 79 military, make it 85 now after some.
但现在地图控制全部都是 Beasty 好。Beasty 你看看他那个幕墙，他就在那边一直控制你的生活空间。
Slowly tightening the noose once again, and it's going to be another keep, like Nilly said. Don't know where that keep is going. Is that in front of the previous keep?
Behind the raid, basically at the left-hand side to control the stone. What a crazy one.
Pure map control for him. He's playing the late game, and he's playing
Wololo.
100% victory. And here we go. Here's the
Wololo.
Wololo. And Vortix.
GG.
He doesn't give it to the fans. That would have been so beautiful.
Oh, Beastyqt is still clapping for himself. Like, he thinks he would have gotten that one, but I wanted to see it so bad, Dave.
He didn't kill the momentum of only Beasty. He killed our momentum too.
Vortix 的那个胡子要留到什么时候？
6,000 plus people at the same time. Well, getting
哇，这一盘 Beasty 发飙，
Everyone's
我拿螺丝，我没有要跟你上城堡哦，跟你发飙一盘啊！
Yeah, like honestly, he played the win conditions there,
啊
and it was like Vortix wasn't even in the game at some point.
Yeah, it felt like a bit uninspired, right? The wall behind, we need to see more long momentum through the center, the push, but we saw the wall off so quickly by Beastyqt, and I felt like Vortix could have pushed at the right-hand side, but then this one misstep where we lost all the spearmen, kind of costing him lots of the aggression, then lost some villagers at home, and all the while, Beastyqt was fishing heavily.
Yeah, the one push that Vortix tried, he did not expect that many archers behind.
He didn't know.
Completely caught off. And even if he had the spearman in the right position, like you said, maybe he kills 2 more knights, but the archers still kill his forward force. And there's still more production there from Beasties. So I don't think really anything could have happened there. And remember, he invested 600 wood into the rams on that, and he invested into the techs as well for that. So it was really, really good from Beasty.
Yeah, did not underproduce the army. We felt like a potential early castle edge
哎，
time.
怎么办呢？我
And
觉得
also
我
there's
播
a
一
big
播
problem with English, right?
单
How do you
场
get
我
the
都一直
scouting
在那
there?
边
It
吵。
was so much walled off, water control for Beastyqt as well, and that's why he had to make this weird blind push and didn't really know what was waiting for him, got clapped, and therefore lost the game.
Okay, so we go into the next game, and this is going to be Vortix's second home map of the series. I wonder what he's going to
谢谢谢谢 Power 啊，谢谢 Power
What
啊。
is he known for?
当广
Is he
播
known
在
for
听啊。
any-
Hill and Dale.
Hilton and Dale? Oh, well,
For me, he was known for Hill and Dale
Yeah.
HRE play, and yeah, that didn't work out too well.
Well, we've already had that.
Yeah.
Any other predictions? Altai?
Not really. Altai could be one. We will certainly see the two players ready and
现在还有剩双方阿拔斯、蒙古、罗斯、法国。第4张图是什么啊？没有显示啊。我来先预测一下，是看什么图？
Even the last two.
阿尔泰的话可以打中国内战。阿尔泰中国内战，因为剩下的图不会打中国。利帕尼高野市区这一场可能要出蒙古了。战3为王打蒙古或法国。Vortix 的话，战3为王打蒙古，有可能是蒙古内战。利帕尼的话，利帕尼高野市区打罗斯 ，Vortix 高野市区打罗斯，阿尔泰打中国，利帕尼打阿拔斯。什么中国啊？利帕尼打中国。Beastyqt 把阿拔斯放在阿尔泰，他把阿拔斯放在阿尔泰，把中国拿来打利帕尼。
Okay, then it has to be Abbasid on Altai.
Yeah.
Could we see that a bit longer, overlay guy? Because that is a bit surprising to me, how we distribute the civilizations there. It has to be China on Altai then for Vortix. Okay, and King of the Hill, potentially like a Mongol mirror. High view, probably Rus against French or Rus against Mongols. So it's Chinese against Abbasid on Altai if we get to it.
那这样子，阿尔泰就是中国打阿拔斯，战3为王。
This would be a big win for Beasty if he can win against Abbasid with Chinese.
Yeah.
Both civilizations known for their boom, but Abbasid at some point just hits that level where they can constantly spam units, and Chinese are going to struggle. It takes them longer to get there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Song Dynasty, you can produce so much faster, and we can see they are jumping into the game. The screens are lighting up, and
通常不会在利帕尼选选中国了。那如果 Beasty 他这里策略是，如果我中国能夹住你阿拔斯城堡一波流，我后面我阿尔泰我还有一个阿拔斯打你中国，那他这里轻松很多。那现在 Beasty 是有个扣打2-1嘛？但我可以理解他选中国，不想这样子直接对。这边的 ban pick 有他的策略在啊。
A bit more than in the Arabia game that we saw earlier, and now Beastyqt, look at that. He's hungry. He wants to take the 3-1.
Well, if he's hungry, he should have called HelloFresh. Just like you can with the promo code below.
好，各位观众朋友们，我们今天的4强赛的第1场的第4盘，现在 Beasty 是2-1领先。第4张图是利帕尼，双方是阿拔斯打中国。那这2个文明的对决的话，双方应该都会开农，因为前面打不出什么屁毛哦。那不是屁毛，就打不出什么东西啊。哦，我们讲话还是文雅一点。那看一下中国这边的打法就比较多变哦，看你是宋朝双 TC 还是宋朝几 TC， 还是单 TC 支撑，还是像 Mista 会打一个单 TC 然后强军事，不知道。那阿拔斯的话也可以单 TC， 但是比较少人玩，除了 Mista 以外。那阿拔斯就是走轮轴双 TC， 甚至3 TC， 然后城堡直接打一波，不然中国在帝王时代可能会更强。那 Beasty 这里的话，等一下出兵可能城堡走这个王宫卫兵。我今天是受到什么刺激？怎么了
？That I misremember.
Okay.
I remember an Altai win.
Because I believe it was a forward Barbican, and then he stonewalled him, and he had no access to resources.
我没有受到什么刺激。
Similar strategy as I could see unfolding here.
Okay.
Forward Barbican,
不是啊
towers along the edges.
这个对局又让我想到 Mista 打那个 Beasty 用4支皇宫关刀在那边砍掉60寸。那 Vortix 他的反应是很快的嘛？刚我们可以看到他其实防守功力是反应比 Mista 快很多，可是他的配置是会乱的。Beasty 的多线骚扰是可以把 Vortix 打到 没有死村，但是配置会乱。那配置乱也是一个优势。我现在还在想一件事情 ，Beasty 会不会开烈日瓮城过来插在脸上呢？俄罗斯选手 B 还有 Vortix 他本人，中国插在脸上的这种打法都有玩过。
Only went for one scout as well, so no surprises here. Both players opening pretty calmly.
哦，我觉得是这样子的。现在这边是地图的部分，双方都 OK， 双方都 OK。
Here they come. Okay.
这什么意思
So what is he scouted here? He's probably scouted all of Vortix's base. He's
完蛋了，完蛋了，完蛋了，完蛋了！
And he sees the wood line there. That's actually such a good spot to set it up.
Look at that, the build order is not really lining up. Look at that, he can build the barbecue now, but he still has to walk another 20 seconds, 30 seconds. That could have been so much earlier.
Yeah, and he'll see that Vortix is already on stone here, getting that into the bank, and he goes for the barbican in this. He's trying to hide?
No way.
Is he being sneaky? What is happening here?
And now build again? What? Why is it so defensive, Dave?
Was no one else invited to the barbecue?
Apparently, maybe it was a vegan barbecue, and no one showed up for good reasons.
Oh my God! In the Beasty,
这个是什么打法啊
Feels like there was a spot so valuable at the front there. I wonder what the follow-up is going to be from Beastyqt here. We can see his hard.
他把烈日瓮城盖在那个草丛里面。
He's realizing that the
我的视讯有点卡，因为今天礼拜六中华电信很烂。
It has to be a continued tower rush here, no?
It has to be. Those villagers are forward anyway.
Yeah, what's the follow-up? Maybe we obviously can build a wood lumber camp at the front to save some walking time.
Beasty 在凑哦。
He's clueless. Like, where's your landmark?
Bro, he's just scouted all the way around his base. He's going to see one outpost coming up here, but he's got to be thinking to himself like,
Vortix 想说你的烈日瓮城到底在哪里？为什么没有在我家里门口，也没有在你家？
Maybe was Beastyqt scared that Vortix might pull like all the 18 villages.
现在 Vortix 很一头雾水，你烈日瓮城到底在哪里？哦，看到了，看到了，插在草丛打野炮哦。哇，这个 Beasty 把烈日瓮城插脸上这个套路又在升华了啊！其实我觉得可以啦，插里面可以啦。虽然说现在有些战术打这种插脸上的也很强，也不错，但是 Beasty 的这一种是先烈日瓮城，稳稳的，然后慢慢吃进去。 那 Beasty 很爱插箭塔，这个我之前有跟大家讲，他很爱插箭塔，因为他很擅长打这种地图控制，就是我说就是很像 Viper 那种打法。以前 Viper 我们2代就是有很多箭塔流嘛，你其他游戏没有箭塔，这个东西就是世纪帝国。
Going to be a sneaky attack. I think the tower should go up.
It should, yeah, it'll easily complete here.
现在 Vortix 还不能开到2TC。
You are not only sending 3 villagers here.
But does BC get in that stealth forest in time? That's the question. He's gonna be in the stealth forest. The archer will go in there looking around. Does he doesn't see them. He doesn't notice them. Beasty is being very, very sneaky right here. A master of
Vortix 没有差一点点，没有看到这村民溜进来，完蛋了！这个如果被重击一波，心态会炸掉哦。这3村在那边凑，这3村走进来在这边，现在 Beasty， 我看到了，看到了，那村民来了。 拉村民来了 ，Beasty 被抓到一波，这个塔会上来，这个塔会上来。
I think this will go up in time. It does, but it'll go down in time as well.
Actually goes for more HP on that tower, but I don't think that should finish here, as you can see. And yeah, I think he needs to cancel that. Those 2 villagers are going to die. Nice defense by Vortix.
What happened to the other 3 villagers? That's what I'm asking. As a horseman comes along
Beasty
now.
好臭哎，他今天打的方式很臭哎。
And it's 3 villagers dead from Beasty, so it's 29 villagers from Vortix, 27 villagers from Beasty, and I wonder, Vortix, has he gone for that second TC? Yes, he has. Okay.
这没有要开农的意思啊，是要直接建塔流。现在这个局势，哦 ，Beasty 的心跳也飙起来了哦。哦，刚刚都是50、60在玩，现在120。现在阿拔斯有双 TC，
Might have to ask him if we get a winner interview there.
哇，这一波
maybe thought okay, Tower Rush always wins me the game.
不确定烈日瓮城在里面到底终究以结果论是好还是不好，因为没有第一波直击上来。这个建塔算是成功一半，算是成功一半。半边有控制到，但是阿拔斯还是在左侧跟下路解放。
Does have the resources to do so.
Beasty 他要宋朝打城堡一波 ，Beasty 他要宋朝，不是宋朝，唐朝插塔上来之后，天文钟楼难道他要怎么打？他要怎么打？我觉得 Beasty 他后面还有牌哦，他不会正常打哦。因为 Beasty 单 TC 不宋朝，也不双 TC， 他直接到城堡。Beasty 打中国快攻哎 ，Beasty 在中国打快攻哎，很猛啊！天文钟楼，然后呢？走什么呢？以现在这个时间点要走皇宫卫兵是可以直接大屠杀阿拔斯哦。现在是一个超级强军事中国，来了来了来了！现在这个帝国官员要来监督这个军营了。现在这个帝国官员在监督军营，打一个唐朝单 TC， 建塔开局转一个皇宫卫兵。我现在是看不到阿拔斯有什么办法去扛这个皇宫卫兵，离城堡还有一段距离哦。但是皇宫卫兵要来了。
Imagine the question mark over that wall.
Yeah. Okay, so Vortix is going to wall off here. He can't wall across that stealth forest, of course, because there's a random Barbican.
现在这个
But he's not going to have any issues with that.
两个只能开到2个军营，这个很 all in play。然后 Beasty 他想要脸上灌篮呢 ，Beasty 他这石头量，他想要单 TC 强军事。脸上保一波。
What is this? He's on stone.
Wow, that's going to be a super aggressive one.
It's going to be a super aggressive. He can sit it right in between both of these TCs.
Oh yeah.
You have double TC production. I don't care. I'll kill all the villagers.
出大事了！出大事了！
Did he pull enough though? That's my question. Did he pull enough?
It feels I would have pulled 3-4 more. Berry village actually might scout this then. Villagers run away.
And he's more than happy to push him away with this.
这边有伟大的计划哦，伟大的梦想哦 ，Beasty 有伟大的梦想哦。 那这边的军事很多，Beast 要怎么把这个东西骗出来？盖这个高地堡，它不是脸上，它盖高地堡。他慢慢的吃，慢慢的吃，慢慢压缩。阿拔斯里面还有果实吗？前置的果实而已。Oh shit！ 再挖石头啊！再挖石头，旁边有石头。保推，二代保推，什么
Okay, Paliscard trying to find something. Gate here tries to expand to the other berries.
How smart was this wall from Vortix now, looking at it?
Good.
Great.
Absolutely.
Now he can focus everything over to the left side. Or
Beasty 一个发飙。
Trying to get a raid in or what, but obviously Keep will easily defend that here. As you can see, easily one volleys.
哇，城堡直接打掉3只骑手。这边皇宫卫兵来了。Beasty 夹一波，Vortix 夹一波。你们有看到那个 Beasty 在挖石头吗？他想要灌篮，连灌篮在人家脸上。这是2代 Ventures 的吧
？It's like the Titanic, you know. He just has to hope he doesn't hit an iceberg sometime.
Beastyqt, the iceberg. As you know, you can only see his head, but there's actually more body below it.
Yeah, I think it's 90% more below.
Yeah. With Beastyqt.
It's actually insane the way we have to maneuver his incredibly long legs around the other competitors. They kind of wrap in a semicircle around the room.
这很大一包哦。
At night he actually rolls.
现在 Vortix 的兵如果乱跑，你推我这边，我盖你脸上堡，2个 TC 在那个地方直接登陆下来，直接爆炸哦！阿拔斯现在也不知道中国后面到底多少兵，他现在不敢出去。Vortix 他很多军事，可是他不敢出门，因为 Beasty 已经这一个礼拜在那个德国柏林的那一间公寓，已经把他的人设已经建立好了。我是一个很善良的大哥哥，我都是打防守流。可是现在 Vortix 坐在对面，他在想：我今天不是跟 Beasty 打吗？他的人设不是好哥哥吗？不是防守大师吗？可是他有一个伟大的梦想，航道好像在计划着，我不敢出门他好像想要做一些很臭的事情，我好像有闻到，我不敢出门Beasty 心里想着，我这一个礼拜我设的人设就是一个乖宝宝，好哥哥，你快出来，我要去你家盖堡。现在 Beasty 连这个烈日瓮城都不管，他连烈日瓮城都不管。他现在要怎么弄？他现在会把这个军队逼出来吗？没有，他用这个皇宫卫兵又在打多线，他又不想要正面打了。你看看这个人。现在 Vortix 不敢出去，要怎么办？被关在里面，虽然村民数领先。现在等一下 Vortix 到城堡 ，Beasty 要怎么打
？Insane strategy here from the Abbasid. We see it all the time with this boom. They can get away with it. It's very, very greedy. And now Beasty goes forward with an outpost, potentially to give himself some vision.
现在先插一个哨站，这边 Vortix 要弄到一个直接出关，直接步兵反推。
But flood against the keep is a big question. Villagers just one outpost and then went back.
在 Beasty 冲了，冲了吗？冲了！啊，在这个位置，他没有看到 Beasty。Beasty 你怎么神算啊？你那阴影处里面黄金会被控住哦。 现在 Vortix 找黄金要去3点钟方向，超远的地方。
Vortix now has golden age tier 2, so his economy will continue firing here on all cylinders. Increases his production.
现在 Beasty 他开始建塔流发飙，心跳很快。这一把 Vortix Beasty 这一把心跳很快，因为他已经玩到一个没有玩过的东西。再一只塔，现在 Vortix 先点这个老练骑手。现在这皇宫卫兵先怎么弄？怎么弄？要修贵耶！他现在看到石头就挖，然后一座一座要把人家家里插的满满的都是塔。现在这个中国它是帝国官员4支，但是是单 TC 的中国。然后其实这一把我觉得 Vortix 可以去 Red， 可以去打这个 Beasty， 但他不打，因为他怕家里会出大事，他也不知道到底对手石头多少。现在大量村民冲上来要解这个箭塔，现在 Beasty 没有发现 ，Beasty 的村民还在挖石头，这边要往后跑，跑到这个城堡这边。
BC is going to try and keep as many of those safe as possible. And here come the raids from Vortix. And I think BC might be realizing that his push didn't do enough here as the horsemen come in. His towers all go down and his keep will be all alone on that side of the map.
他们要这么接近吗？
And that's just so ugly. Look at the population, 80 against 140. Vortix in full control here. Doesn't have to finish this keep off, but knows, okay, my counterattack is doing so much. And where's all your base? You don't have any farms? Where's your economy, my friend?
His economy was at the back. See Vodka going back to that. It was all the deer at the back there, and the horsemen are going to wipe those up. The palace now struggling production from Vortix. Vortix, though, saying that, doesn't have anything in the queue right now. Is he saving for something?
Not really, right? I think maybe a bit of a macro problem. I'm a bit surprised as well. Floating.
现在 Vortix 他的经济很好，他想要干啥？他想要到帝王吗？现在单 TC 50村中国。长枪兵手这边弯刀直接上去砍，这边还在修，已经修不知道几年去了。
Mister would try for a landmark snipe right now.
I would just wanted to say that. Let's take a look. Where was the positioning of the House of Wisdom? That's the main TC, right? Oh no, that's the main TC. Okay. Now then we are pretty far away from it actually.
If you get a keep up north there though. Maybe you can push in from that direction.
现在 BC 他的石头量差一点再一个宝哦，他还可以再灌一个宝，但是他的宝没办法插在里面，他必须连环宝啊。这个怎么办？现在 Vortix 稳稳的不出门了。你现在就是想要插我，我知道插了我，然后想要把我智慧弓拔掉。Beasty 这一盘如果要赢哦，他这边要。
See, you just queued up 4 at a time, or he queued up 8 horsemen.
Beasty 他不急耶，他没有要急着决战。盖一个就是连上宝哎。
Sure, and now we can see the nice defense by Beastyqt is up to pop one.
这边长枪兵哦
，keep up, but horsemen are already around. Not sure if that one goes up.
Horsemen are there, but it is a Chinese keep, and here come the palace.
皇宫卫兵到，那这没问题。他这个城堡会压缩到阿拔斯吗？我看看。现在神机妙算，你插我右边，我左边解。这可以。2-2吗？你的冲车被打掉喽 ！Vortix， 你左边的冲车2台，自己保重啊！ 好，这宝换了，掉了。但是进来杀人了，进来杀人了，48村对104村。这边皇宫卫兵他剁村剁很快，他剁村剁很快。后面有 TC 吗？后面没有 TC。后面阿巴斯没哦，但是这边很大一包。
On the villagers from BC that had to go all the way out to the middle of the map to harvest those
单只关刀，哇，那个木门，木墙。
Vortix is on the run in multiple locations as well.
这什么奇葩对局，都是 Beasty 害的。他把它玩成这样，中国玩的不中国，玩的这个插塔流。现在这边没有成功啊！哇 ，Beasty 这里可能要喊 GG 了。但是这个战术我很喜欢，很臭，很喜欢。不对，这边怎么村民你野外开吃？
Vortix not seeing that right away, finally pulls them away. Oh my god, how much economy is over here? How many villagers? Please select that and see.
66村在这里。关刀3只在那边。曹操你来了，我关羽啦，我关羽啦。这边村民多到剁不了哎，剁不完哎，剁不完哎，太多村我剁不完哎。这一局又变成像第二局，这边一窝蜂
83 villagers now from Vortix. This is not the first time in this series we've had a game like this. The Palace Guards now engage against the Springolds. They take out one of them from Vortix. The Ram is making its way over to the keep. I don't think it's going to be able to do any damage this time. So another one being built there. Vortix with a lot of idle economy the last 3 minutes.
Ooh, that was really intense, but Vortix kind of maneuvered himself out of there.
I think he's being attacked on the right side too, maybe.
Oh, those villagers all idle. They're not really getting resources. Look at the income of Vortix. Yeah, you have 83 villagers, but no wood, no food, no stone income.
Yeah, BC is just such a master at switching between points on the map. Really keeping in mind the resource placements for Vortix. And
这边一窝蜂，蹦蹦蹦蹦蹦蹦蹦蹦蹦蹦蹦蹦。
With the villagers commits against the second ram.
装甲步兵来了。
Has the nest of bees behind. Has the palace guards in front. If Vortix loses all of his army here, he could be in deep trouble.
弩炮解掉。
Nest of bees are dying though, but we also have boiling oil.
一窝蜂没了。
Tricky to fight next.
哇，这里不行了，被淹了。BC 以上还有。
To kill that ram. We see Vortix has to go back, and Vortix heavily plummeting in population. And I think he will think he's in a worse spot than he actually is, because BC's pop is horrible.
Yeah, BC 36 villagers here, and he's going to struggle to reproduce them. And I don't think, yeah, like you said, I don't think Vortix realizes that BC is like below 50 villagers.
Yeah, and that like his overpopulation.
2-2
right? He just took a big fight, saw the nest of bees. Look at all this expansion. If only Beastyqt still had a tower there. If only he got some more raiding units in. But military, it's not really pretty.
但是 Beasty 为什么你可以这么鬼
？Yeah, but that's not an efficient economy. You can't tell me that's an efficient economy from Vortix. Has to relocate all of his villagers to the south there. The farming eco is all cut off. He remakes farms at the back. Has to make a keep at the back. This keep is not near his landmarks. Nilly. That keep is very far from his landmarks. If he loses his army, there's a serious risk he could get landmarks sniped here.
And Beastyqt has a lot of wood, right? He could technically go for close to 3 rams. No wood income for Beastyqt right now. What's happened there? Did he get raided that heavily? Look at the space. It's a ghost town.
Yeah, the villagers are all out on the berries in the middle. He's got some on the stone there. They're on the berries, and I think he was chopping wood forward, and now he's on stone again. He's like,
BC 还没放弃，差了几村？我看89对40村，40村。再一个宝。
Traps not really being an option, right? Yeah, you can maybe pressure the landmarks, but I was a player doing too good of a job of getting to Springolds for the
BC 现在还是有把地图的资源控住。
Vortix continues to lose military to these fortifications from Beasty. Got 137 pop from Vortix.
BC 现在还是把前线控制着。
From Beastyqt.
只是他在这个视角里面，他41村，他还有战斗的意志力，好猛哎、这个人！哇，巨头出来了，巨头出来了，这不好说。
Vortix here, left-hand side walls till the edge of the map. Not really the area where Vortix needs to expand though. I think right-hand side is the area with way more wood.
我的镜头今天会 lag 对不对？我问一下大家，我镜头 lag， 那我要不要关掉？比较顺一点。Vortix 有用炮在练吗？没有。
He doesn't even need units. He just needs the AE on his side.
Yeah, he needs the wildlife. All right, BC looping around to the right side, looking for more villagers. That is a good play to search over there. He didn't suspect that Vortix literally pulled 66 villagers from this location all to the south end of his base. And there's another keep from Vortix, this one in a much better position.
And even pulled villages away. Felt like, hey, that one is going up. I can move further back. Vortix. Now the big question.
这一波会不会被一窝蜂喷到呢？
He can clear up those keeps. Could maybe think about imping. Could think about some more range on his springlets, for example. Elite.
不行啦，阿拔斯2级攻2级防，分民数101对44。
I will do some counter attack, and then with full castle edge, we'll easily defend.
Yep. And there's the counter attack right there. Finally heading out with a decent number of military units, not just the horsemen.
再一个宝。
The problem with this counter attack is, like, we had problems with the observer finding the economy from BC. Where is he gonna go? I guess there is though. There's only 2 landmarks left for BC because the Barbican went down in the middle.
Oh yeah, and we're only castle age. I'm not sure if we...
Oh no, I guess it's still up.
Oh, so probably even 4 landmarks.
这什么东西？
I would be really surprised if we didn't go Song Dynasty.
现在 BC 看到你装甲步兵出来了，我皇宫卫兵出入你家里。 我严重怀疑 Beastyqt 他想要把 TC 跟智慧宫拔掉。
Obviously, the town center are not relevant when it comes to the potential landmark snipes. It's mainly to put on some pressure, but those men at arms.
我严重怀疑他想要这样弄。
Actually, like, why aren't you just sitting on the town center?
Yeah.
Now we see big engagement here. Springold against Springold is the main story.
Springold against Springold, and it looks like BC is driving this military back, but the Trebs are behind all of this, and of course the Keep is getting some good shots in there too from Vortix. Vortix now attacking the home economy from BC. 44 villagers for him, 109 villagers for Vortix. More map control for BC, but what
现在
can he really
BC
do
单
with it?
TC， 他村民都野外出来了。这边弩炮直接用皇宫卫兵扛弩炮、扛剑，然后直接出来解这个巨头。
Yeah, has to delete that keep. Under construction, loses more villagers at the back there. There's 2 villagers here, 3 villagers there. Most of his villagers, I think, are forward, and Vortix is going to decide just to attack the landmark at home from BC, sit underneath that TC, and go for the clock tower afterwards. Of course, he knows where the Barbican is.
Typically, in RTS, map control, a massive thing. But Beastyqt, although it feels like he's controlling 80% of the map, just so heavily behind in population that he is forced into desperate moves.
上来拼喽，上来拼喽 ！Beasty 上来拼了。
He will win this game.
Yeah, there's no way that keep goes up. Vortix is going to be targeting these villagers. Even a Wololo at home from Beasty. Well, Vortix came in and Vortix pulls away from that. No villagers building. Maybe 1 villager continuing to build that keep behind, and BC is going to call the GG in this.
Wow, GG.
2-2.
Whew. And Vortix, you see how much it means to him. Just intense.
2比2哎，天哪，我的天哪，这个他们2位不要这么抢啊
But we kind of felt it did not achieve too much, especially because the Barbican
Beasty 多线乌鲁鲁加盖堡，
We'll have to ask him.
他想把 Vortix 弄死。
Like, what is really going on?
我不行了，我虚脱，真的。
100% sure, but
我们今天还有那个 Leenock 对上 Marinelord 哦。
have been back and forth games like that. Or
修一下，修一下。
crazy games like that.
Yeah. absolute mad, right? And how tough it is to maneuver those spots where like there's constant raiding going on. So if you overlook one thing, you might just die. One tower in the back wood line, suddenly you're out of wood. One tower at the front, and your berries are getting pushed away. That Vortix needed so much as well. And Beastyqt at the same time, he expanded beautifully, but simply lost too much momentum with losing the forward villagers.
Yeah. Okay, next map, and it's going to be Beasty's home map. And I believe we have Altai left. I think we have Highview left.
Altai fights likely. Altai feels likely.
He also... Is there anything you can do if Vortix decides to pick Chinese on Altai? Because Vortix's Civ picks are pretty straightforward, it would seem like, for the remaining maps, right?
Did we all? Yeah, I think it was Chinese against Abbasid. I predicted like Altai to be game 5 with the switch civilizations.
Okay.
不住
So they have
了
King of the Hill, Altai and Highview. He's got French, Chinese, Mongols. Or no, Mongols, Chinese,
Abbasid.
Abbasid.
跟大家报告一下，我们今天播完会有抽奖的活动哦。
Well, let's just look at the overlay. Makes
Overlay
life
guide.
so much easier. And he is just like
Yeah.
Oh, we could have more info on Wikipedia, my man.
Marinelord VS Leenock, 19 GMT.
Oh, I think I will tune into that.
I think I will too.
No,
I think I'm actually going to be casting that.
I think so as well.
Saturday.
Do you know why?
Saturday. Perfect. Thank you for joining us, friends, throughout this whole event, and thank you for joining us today. And make sure you let your friends know that also enjoy AoE4 to tune in to this semifinal, 2-2, very exciting, and our next semifinal, Marinelord against Leenock. And then, of course, tomorrow we will have lots of fun show matches, and then we will make our way into the best of 9 grand final. We have King of the Hill for game number 5.
战三为王
still
哦，
available. Beasty with French available, which is also a possibility on this. And Vortix.
战三为王 ，Beasty 蒙古 ，Beasty 蒙
so
古
straightforward, yeah. But
，Vortix 玩
especially
蒙
against
古。
French, you don't mind it. Rus, great on Highview. Chinese, really, really solid on Altai as well. And we will see, indeed, Mongols against
Beasty 选法
French.
国，
So we will have Mongols, Rus on Highview, and Abbasid Chinese on Altai if we need those 2 remaining maps. As you know, best of 7 means whoever wins 4
Beasty
maps
选法
wins the
国
whole
啊！
set, goes into the finals tomorrow, 16 GMT.
我不行了，我真
Best
不
of
行。
9. With great show matches, you said it earlier. What do we have in store?
We have a Nili versus Drongo show match. Drongo is furiously practicing in the back room. He's getting ready for his epic meetup with Nili.
And Drongo will decide the map and both civilizations, while Beastyqt, the Muslim, and Viper are going to cast, unless Beastyqt makes it into the finals. And after that, we will have your show match pick.
Yep. Which is...
You have 2 players, the Muslim and Viper, playing against each
Okay,
other.
it's the Muslim and Viper. Okay.
And they will pick civilization and all the landmarks for their opponent. So they can say, play English, go for horrible landmarks. Go play Delhi, go for horrible landmarks.
I think
好
Chinese needs to be
来
better.
休息了，
I will allow it.
再来，
So
再
you're
嗨
gonna
再
allow
嗨。
them, or you're gonna allow
I'm
them?
going to allow you to ban them.
Oh, okay, good. Good.
Good.
And now we have Vortix against Beasty.
各位观众朋友们，我们今天4强赛来到了第一场的第5盘，双方2比2，旗鼓相当。接下来的这一盘是战3为王，蒙古打法国。Beasty 这张图原本都玩蒙古的，他换一个法国。那 Beasty 他在这张图蒙古会打插塔，但他没选，他玩法国。那我们看一下 Vortix 他会玩插塔吗 ？Vortix 的蒙古比较偏向于直城流。但是他会出招吗 ？Vortix 要打臭的话，他也会臭啊。 他也是会插塔的哦。
The field, and I think we saw was it on King of the Hill yesterday where Khan sniped like 4 sheep from the opponent, which is absolutely brutal. So if you can start tailing your opponent's scout, maybe that's an objective in the early game when you're looking for scouting.
For example,
我个人认为
not having ranged attack in Dark Age.
蒙古打法国还是蒙古将比较强。
No range attack in Dark Age.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Beasty 他一直没有选，
Sometimes feels weird if you only have 1 villager on gold, have to be pushed away. But
他把强的文明放后面。 Beasty 他还有蒙古，他还有阿拔斯。 他还有蒙古，他还有阿拔斯。
Beasty getting a little bit close to that Mongol town center. Only gets fired at once though. So he's
Beasty 这里的策略是比较像是我不要跟你镜像对决啊。
I wonder the sheep numbers for our Mongol player and
13 for Beastyqt.
Yeah.
And on the other side we have Vortix, obviously with an early pasture, sits at only 9.
Okay, so that's pretty low for early pasture.
Yeah. And now, did we add a second? What? Oh no, we're just going for normal gold there. Now on the way to Feudal Age is Beastyqt, our player in the French trunks. Obviously the red player.
哦，现在很紧张啊，2位赢都不意外啊。
Could be a bit confusing, but
包含等一下第2场
you are clever.
Leenock 说他可以4-2打败 Marinelord。
So what's the opening here for French?
Marinelord 说他4-1打赢 Leenock。 我已经不知道他们，这个都是战前士气底，就是信心喊话对自己啊。
You can maybe go for professional scouts, go for some of your horsemen yourself, and hope that you will have the better economy because.
那这边 Vortix 确实没有过来搞践踏，他打的比较。 就是不是像 Beasty 这一种的。 这个羊勾到还确实是蛮多的哦。那 Beasty 他等一下要走专业斥候吗？还是打什么呢？走专业斥候。
His deer stones, no silver tree here in this matchup.
Especially on a map without any neutral trade posts.
Exactly. That would be kind of a meme, though. Maybe they show much tomorrow.
I'm not really sure where overlay guys and why.
Beasty 现在在找你的牧区，其他的在哪里？他现在看到蒙古的墓。 很干，很干。现在 Beasty 已经在部署了。我等一下打你牧区。我等一下皇家骑士直接打你牧区。那看一下这个 Vortix 会不会把 TC 移动一下？
Vortix still making his way up, and Beasty immediately cues a knight. So he sees that exposed gold over there. Maybe wants to go hit that a little bit.
现在这边该军营，杜斯还没弄好。蒙古这个图它没有很好哎。3点钟有一块牧区金。 两边走，鹿群也没有离家里很近，不好防守。假设法国真的要捡鹿，还真的能捡到他那里去。哦，2-2哦，2-2哦，这一盘其实真的很重要啊，因为其实强的文明 Beasty 还留着 ，Vortix 这一把。 蒙古没有赢，后面强的文明他没有了，他没有强的文明了。
Cliff to the trees, it's pretty far away, so unlikely that there's going to be a villager all the way over there to chop through immediately. Just trying to keep himself a little bit safer against the Mongols.
Oh, makes lots of sense. Controls the map a bit more and knows where to put his archers. And now goes for those scouts there and goes for the professional scouts. With all of them to the bottom. Now we see Vortix going for.
这边这个皇家骑士一直追着这个可汗。 那可汗骑马射箭射的手很酸啊。
Where are the deer spots for him? Are they close enough?
Double deer spot here, so pretty easy.
And that's where the spearmen are going right now.
Makes lots of sense. And we still don't have an archer range. At least
刺一下，哇，刺到可汗，这边小心哦。
The rest is scouts, and this should be pretty good. Let's take a look. The knight is actually falling. Beastyqt, untypical slot up.
Yeah, throwing away that super valuable unit at this stage in the game. He was picking up the carcasses with his scouts, so maybe not paying attention. Maybe didn't expect
刚刚在弄这个鹿肉，没有控到皇家骑士。
Will be able to get 5 carcasses in, and he'll probably be able to snag a few more as he goes for an archer range to deal with the spearmen. But you can't help but feel like
可汗刚刚差点给他
like,
弄死。
why would you go for the blacksmith first there?
I'm surprised as well. Maybe there's exactly one breaking point where a knight does like 3 hit without the blacksmith.
这边斥候5只走了，一趟鹿肉走了，来不及，但还有机会守，因为鹿肉是都在一起。
But now, obviously, Vortix only needs to defend 1 spot if he wants to limit those scouts.
Yeah, the deer being together is a
大量长江兵卡在这个
sneak a few of those carcasses because the spearmen
下
are
方
fast, but it's going to be tough for him. He's going to have to be pretty clever about it. Villager now walling to the middle there. Scout stopping in the middle of the wall though, and now the spearmen are all moving up that way. Scouts from BC will come along and push the scout away from Vortix, which means he can wall up on it. It also means the spearmen will be pulled a little bit out of position, so potentially could come back for those carcasses while the spearmen aren't there.
Vortix 很烦啊，那个幕墙他都卡得很好。现在皇家骑士来，往后退，赶快盖！哇，
Yeah, they're kind of insane right now, and he's thinking about going up to the 3rd age, and it's only been spearmen for him. It's been very low effort push here, just staying on these deer because the archers
这个节奏弄到喽， 弄到 Beasty 了。
archers where he can push him off these deer now and grab the carcasses once again. And BC actually building up some resources.
这一盘虽然 Vortix 胜算比较大，但是后面他没有强的文明啊。
Look at the stone as well from Vortix.
Beasty 他还有蒙古跟阿拔斯啊。
Interesting choice. So will be Spearman Lancer. Not sure how many more Spearmen he is going to add.
难道剧本是那样吗？4比3。
When he played against the Viper,
Beasty
he
胜。
only played. Oh no, was it against the Viper? I remember one Vortix.
在 Beasty 也上城堡，双方差不多时间上城堡。还好那个鹿肉有先捡回来啊，不然哦。 直接法国就结束了。
Oh wow, scouts being taken out there by the spearmen. So we were talking about them bringing in carcasses.
Beasty is not happy for this.
He had 5 at one point, but great engagement.
斥候加减做事还能再捡鹿肉，结果又掉了。
I wonder if he goes for the mine gold and then buy wood approach and add the 2nd town center behind.
Oh my god.
We've seen it like 3 times in the tournament.
Oh, great strategy.
For a
human. Not the greatest efficiency, but pretty easy to play. We all agreed on that, and now the 2nd archer range being added. Obviously, Ableter will be great against the Knight range.
现在法国还要把老练骑士先升上来，不然哦，长矛骑兵先上来打第一波很猛啊，一次 pop 2只。来了来了来了来了来了 ，Vortix 来了，2只长矛，几只长矛，这里还在。 老练点了，老练点了 ，BC 老练骑士在转，这一波赶快上幕墙啊！4只长矛骑兵进来弄到节奏，很大一波，很大一波。那边 BC 紧急上墙，哦，老练骑士了，然后牧区一大堆长枪，黄金区一大堆长枪兵。哦，村民，哇！ 还是33村对41，那 Beasty 开始在挖石头，他想要单 TC 吗？ 是双 TC。这张图是占山为王哦，中央控制非常重要，非常重要。Vortix 走2 TC。
There's the market, step Rito, and there's the second TC. So Vortix is going to be booming up behind this. Will it be enough?
Vortix 走2
Will it be enough? Because
TC。
Beasty already had the lead from that French TC. He already picked off a few villagers earlier. He has wheelbarrow. He has the better economy at this point in the game, and I don't know if Vortix can boom and keep up production at the same time.
Relatively late, and will it go
Beasty
fast?
2
We have your
TC。
answer. Beastyqt goes for the second town center, so he will be keeping up quite a bit as well. And now we have the army.
因为 Beasty 有一个轮轴领先啊，
Military count reasonably close. The big question
这个
will
幕
be,
墙
where are
紧
their
急
places
拉起来之后
Is he going to chop through?
Beastyqt.
节奏已经慢慢拖到中盘了。
Potentially thinking about a chop through with
现在
this
是
build.
中央的
Getting
比
the
拼，
Lancers into the economy. I don't know, or maybe
双
it's
方都是
just
2 TC。等一下看中央的比拼。
What is going on with this villager?
I won't mind an outpost, honestly.
哇，现在鸡皮疙瘩啦！
Some more vision, get him some more mobility. Goes
现
for
在
the
蒙
top,
古
but
出了修道
it's
院，
already
下
gone.
方
It's
遗
already
迹有
gone
4。
there.
等一下这边要挖穿吗
Knights are around there, but I think the Knights are going to miss this army just by a couple seconds. The villager will go through up there. The Lancers looping around on that side. The gate does see the villager. Whether he
Beasty,没看
notices
到。
that blue dot is another question as she begins to chop. And the
Uh-oh,
Lancers
uh-oh,
could
uh-oh.
potentially get in on the stone here, but the Khan... Oh no, the Khan attacks the gate and gives him a notification of what's happening.
Oh, look at that. Now walls behind this one. Obviously, the Khan might still find a villager kill, but now further away. Oh, that auto attack really hurt Vortix.
Yeah, really bad stuff there. Letting Beasty know that the counter attack was coming. The walls will go up behind the archers. And Arbs will be shifted
Beasty
over to
的
that
反应
location
很
at the same
快
time.
啊
I believe Beasty was going forward with a few knights looking
Beasty 的
for
反应很
some
快
eco
啊
damage.
他防守大
And
师
he's
啊！
got quite a bit of stone in the
哇，
back
那一
too, so
波
good
进来，
ability
哇
to get
操
that keep up
血
stone.
流成
Is
河
there
啊！
any military at home here from Vortix? Okay, there's a couple spearmen waiting
现
under
在
the
有
TC.
3支长枪兵在守，但是这里是老练骑士皇家，剁一波。 你封建长枪兵，我剁你一
Protecting
波
the。step readout, so great stuff there from Vortex. Didn't go for the outpost there, but has spearmen.
但是
waiting.
长枪兵数量是够多，这边有火鲁鲁，
And here comes
遗
the
迹
bomb,
在减，
bringing back the
再
first
次
relic of the game.
More barracks even. Interesting
下
choice
方
there
有
for
4
sure.
遗
Villagers
迹，
now don't
下方有
bother with
4 遗
shooting at the
迹，
knights.
但是
Oh,
中
that's
央
quite
的
some
地图
RP
控制比较
going
重要
forward in。
现在
Beastyqt. He
Beasty
wants that
已
keep
经
next to the sacred
1050
side.
石头，要直接上来灌篮。
Towers to protect, but how strong really are those towers if you only have 14 military to back
现
up?
在弓弩
27
兵
military
工兵
on
直
the
接
field
上
for
来，
Beasty, and he has the superior economy, and he's going to be going for that keep right beside these towers from our Mongols player. And remember, on this map, there's only one sacred site, so if you capture that, all you need to do is hold
现
it
在
for
看
that
到
bonus
了，
to win
但
the
是
game.
这里弓弩兵，
Searching siege engineers. He
Beasty。
felt like he wanted to make some push happen, maybe improve siege engineers. Now the push in the center, sacred side won't be controlled.
Viper
and
神
Beastyqt
预测
will
4 比
push
2
in the center.
Beasty，
Doesn't have enough
4
stone
比
for
3
another
我
follow-up
，4比
keep, but
3
can keep his
Marinelord
villagers
4比
lining
3
up there, can
Vortix。
capture
我
that
们现
sacred
在
site.
每
He's
个
got a
人
monkey
预测都
in the
不一
queue right
样，
now, and I think
但
he's
是现
thinking
在
about
这
doing
边
just
战
that.
况2比 2 之后，Beasty 上来盖一个
Goes for the
中
next
央堡。
And the center obviously pretty easy.
生命数
choice.
是61对上
3K could
54
move quite a lot of stuff there
哇
and maybe go further down also.
我不知道了，我不知道
No
了。
one really controlling the sacred side.
这个中后盘法国强啊，前面蒙古强啊。
Maybe let's
那
take
个
a
弓
look
弩
at
兵
the
在那
guild
边，
hall
那个
and
蒙古
see
装甲步兵
who
长
they
矛
want to, and
过来都
it's
是
mostly
死的。
gold, but just collected some other resources.
Yeah, only 20 in there,
哇，我
so
不知道。
not too much there. for
法国如果真的
BC
还能
at
上帝王的
all.
话，更可怕。
What's
它还有那个
your
红
game
弓在那
plan
边。
once you see the keep come up from the French with the Mongols?
Well, you can still deny the sacred side, right? So you don't need to get too nervous. We still have step readout. We still have.
现在 Vortix
some relics. So
一
Vortix
击
on the
减
way
一
of
个，
setting himself up reasonably well, right? And the winning
一
condition in the
击
center
减一个，
not really activated. So I think Mongols
会不会有
in the
鼻地呢？
worst spot.
You can deny the sacred
这
side,
张
but can
图
you
中
deny
间
that
卡
second
着的
side?
话，曾经有打鼻地，只是没有
You're
成功。
trying to build some angles now. You're trying to go
现
to
在
the
哇，
security.
你看
He
看，我
feels
才
like
刚
okay,
讲鼻地
the only way
，Beasty
I
他
can
都
lose
知
this
道
is。by some counterattacks. I'm so
他好
well
厉
set up in
害
the center, and now you can see him stonewalling.
他一直用一些，
He's just kind of driving the knights
刚刚
off.
那一
BC
盘
still
中国也
has
算
quite
是
a few
尝
units
试
in
套路
production,
诶。
getting boiling oil now, getting a Springald out
现
onto
在
the
开
field,
始又
so
打
he's
多
happy to
线，
be
你看
sitting
看
in
他
that
他
position, and
他
he's
没有
still
一盘
running
跟
around
Vortix 是正
with
面
these
对刚
knights
的
at，the
他
back
没有。
of Vortix's economy. It feels like Beasty has not been reacting to Vortix.
可以讲一下 Viper 的预测吗？他没有说谁会夺冠，他说 Beasty 4-2 Vortix。
Initial spearman push.
Look at that double siege workshop now. Knights are ready as well. Goes for some more relic control himself. Sends them to the center. Tries to debate a bit more, but wow, Vortix absolutely on point. Has enough spearmen.
Yeah, great defense there from Vortix with the spearmen. Villagers taking more stone now. We see 500 stone in the bank for Beasty. So maybe thinking about another town center. He's hitting
你看看那个
villagers on the wood
Beasty，
there.
他
Saw
他
the
那个
second town
骑
center
士
from Vortix, so
一直
should
在那
have a
边
pretty
弄
good
很
indication
烦啊，他
of
真
how
的
good
很
the
烦。
economy is for the Mongols player, but he knows he went for his own second TC, so he should be fairly confident. As Trebs are now on the field from Vortix, but that's going to take a while to take out that keep.
Some pastures being built with a mouse.
现在
Not
这
really
个
lucky
巨
there,
头在砸，
and wants to increase his food income a bit more. Did you try to think about
长
some
枪兵
upgrades?
够
Decided
多，
against it.
再一
Another
台
trap as well wants to take those keep down in the center.
I feel like I saw Vortix yesterday building outposts with his mouse too.
Oh god.
And it's like, how many games do you build outposts, right? That seems
Yeah.
really
现在
weird,
圣地其实
that
不
you
属
would
于
be
任
clicking
何
that,
人
but
的，
maybe
所
I
以
don't
时
know.
间压
Different
力
players
双
have
方
different
其实都
preferences
还
for
好。
stuff. It's
82
very, very
村
strange to
对
me,
上
though, as now
71，
Beasty shifts over to the north side with a big number of knights and some archers to push away the spearmen as well. Kind of baited them into the archers with those initial knights, and he's going to loop around to the north side and try and hit the eco once again. I just wonder, where is the second keep going from Beasty? He doesn't seem all that concerned about the trebuchets attacking his keep right now.
Goes for some more repair. If he keeps that one up,
Oh.
that's some exposed villagers.
Uh-oh.
Knights around archers will certainly find something statted out. Only now coming in, and that will be a pretty ugly area. And those villagers,
Vortix
what are they up to?
They're idle. The
What
villagers
is-
are doing nothing. The knights charge in, and so many villagers go down. The archers also shooting at them.
哇，
Is that
这
his only goal he
边
can take safely?
你看这个
Well, there's still
Beasty，
some
他
center
每
where
一
there's a lot
次
of
都
towers,
这
right?
样
But
打
always thinking of，the
他都
hill,
没
yeah,
有
you
跟你
don't
正
put
面
too
弄
much。at your starting base. Some knights now trying to get into
现在这一
some
波
more
村民又
base
掉了，
building.
哇，
Roughly
这
20 villages ahead, but still
边
getting more control in the
Beasty
center.
很
Nice.
It
坏
might，have been when the
现在中央
readout
兵
was
都不
unactive,
见
they
了
got pushed back.
中央巨头门户大
So as
开
well,。maybe going
上帝
directly
视角，
over it.
如果
No
看
more
到
knights
这
are
个
coming in,
Beasty 直接冲
finding
上
quite
去，
some
直接
kills.
贴这个
Beautiful
巨
raid by
头。
Beastyqt.
Yeah, great stuff. There's only one spearman there too. The keep is going down, but it looks like there is a keep behind that. So Beasty
哇，
will
这个
just
骑
keep
士
falling back and
剁
keep
到一个
raiding
歪掉。
the economy.
66
Vortix
村对
sitting at 65
93，
villagers right now.
66对
Beasty at 94.
93。
Vortix and Beastyqt both having two of the
村民数拉开来了，现在 Vortix 胃开始在痛，完蛋了，2-2，下一盘我没有强的文明了，我胃开始在痛了。
I like the switch up here from Beasty. He
弓弩
knows
兵
that
现在要
goal
溜下
is
来，
the only source currently for Vortix, unless he wants to
弓
take
弩
a
兵这
little
样偷偷
journey
给我
into
溜下
center
来，
and
现在
Springald's
弩
coming
炮
in
偷
for
偷
those
点，
trebuchets, kind of
弩
pulled
炮偷偷点，
him out of
弩炮偷偷
position,
点
and the Springald should be able to snipe here, one shot,
然后
one
这
trap
边
goes
偷偷
down.
吃
At the same time he engages against
你
the
看看这个
Lancers. In the
Beasty，
north, he's gonna
他
take
的
them
多
out.
线， Vortix 会被他弄到不行了。从第一盘 Beastyqt 就拿他最强武器出来玩。Vortix 正面很会守，但是他这边哇，指令转一个步兵，可是公路兵在那边，这边有3台巨头加一个弩炮。城堡 Beastyqt 在修，但是村民数慢慢拉开。Crazy man！Holy crap！ 这草原防卫据点 OP 归 OP， 但是这边大军来。这边直接人海淹着公弩兵拉打，但是村民啊，爆炸了 Vortix。Beastyqt 快把他弄到不要，已经快受不了了，这样正面直接把你两边牵制住。这个就是神罗那一把，就是在讲上面我50兵打你60兵，中间我就有破洞就打你。这个是 Beastyqt 他超级会的东西，很可怕。Beastyqt 他一直都玩弄
But how does he reclaim the center? Every time he comes in with those trebuchet, I feel like he's just going to get sniped, and he's going to constantly worry about this army of range units over here. All the while, Beastyqt, I mean, he continues the production, he continues the upgrades coming in, and he's going to start attacking that, capturing that sacred site now.
这一盘GG了。
Knights, oh, not actually getting pushed away till the end. Now Abilitaire upgrade as well, flying in. Also blacksmith upgrade. So Beastyqt decides, okay, I rather want to play a bit more of the late game. Wants to set himself up.
哇，3比2，安呢？是这样吗？3比2吗？对啦，2比2，谁赢都3比2。现在只剩下长枪兵跟巨头，中间 Beastyqt 卡着，然后他又要打你家了。但是这边会直接拔剑塔，爆炸。
Not unlikely, right? I think the Knights could have even committed there, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Already lost some HP, could have only found 3 kills though, and is happy to at least force some idle time. Vortix at pop 135, Beastyqt plus 40.
Where does Vortix go for wood?
I think in the far back, but that won't be for too long. I think if we take a look at the right,
真的没有正面打过啊 ，Beastyqt 真的没有正面打过。
He's still got a decent amount.
他下面那个5点钟方向也有人在弄啊，很臭啊。
Unless Vortix pulls something out of his head, unless Vortix reclaims the center, but look at that, another keep being built by Beastyqt. He's just fortifying this area so nicely.
I like how he doesn't make that too aggressively either. Makes it pretty safe on the other side. It means that Vortix theoretically could come in and deny the timer on the sacred site, but he's going to lose a lot of units if he does.
现在除非
be able to snipe that keep for free.
过来逼第一波，哦呦上来了。
Full sprinkled here as
well. Is that a second keep too? Oh no, that's an outpost.
That's an outpost, but that one is getting
好，这边巨头大量。
Traps though, holy moly, Vortix. He has 5 traps on the field, 2 Mangonauts with that, 6 sprinkled. Vortix siege is crazy.
8 sprinkled for Beastyqt.
这边骑士弄一波，长枪兵走了，弩炮要上了吗？
Sprinkled here for Beastyqt, so Vortix needs to be careful here. He's coming forward with the sprinkles. He's trying to get those first shots off. Looks like Beastyqt is still repairing that keep, and Beastyqt is still raiding with the Knights and Vortix's eco.
127村对上75。
What an intense game. Another night raid, but it feels like we see Vortix
哦，被戳一波。这边弩炮直接解。现在 Beastyqt 在忙前线，后面马死了。
All you have to do is go after the springleds first, and then you can hit the trebs for free. Mangonel even getting in on the action.
不对哦，皇家骑士把那个长枪兵吃掉了。
Knights are in his base right now.
我的天
Trebs are continuing to push forward.
这边直接冲上来了，但是后面村民又被偷掉。哇！皇家骑士二攻直接在那边又砍到 Vortix， 不要的。这边公路兵上来，直接压制镇压一波经济屌压。这边皇家骑士菊花来。你看看这个皇家骑士 ，GG 了。Beastyqt 的打法哪有像小 V？ 小 V 明就是正面硬刚流，他只有上一场像小 V 而已。Beastyqt 他没有像小 V。对啊 ，Ventures 的 Beastyqt 跟 Ventures 的不像。如果是上一把中国的话就像，但这一把不像，这一把是 Viper 的感觉，就是他不会正面打，他就是这边一小队，那边一小队，慢慢地图控制吃的那个打法。
I think the walls there, the early walls on the north side of Beasty's base, just kind of directed that whole game. He couldn't get in with the lances, couldn't do any eco damage. Made that second town center because he felt like he needed to catch up in eco to the French, and then couldn't even take over the sacred site position. BC's timings were too good, especially when he went on to stone and he came out with that keep. That was just when Vortix was adding that third outpost in the middle. If he had gotten all of those set up with his siege, he might have been fine, but Beastyqt was one step ahead.
Tricky. There was so much stone floating at some time as well, and you just felt like, okay, do we maybe need to see some more sprinkle towers somewhere? It just Mongols going for lancers against French, like it's basically going for the same unit, but you're doing it a bit worse.
Yeah. And he couldn't respond to any of the raids either. The mobility of the spearmen weren't enough. Beastyqt was just running circles around his base. Eventually he knew he would have to go out to that gold in the north, and when he did, he looped all the army around, same time, pushed back the Trebs in the middle, got that other keep up, and then the final fight, of course, was really, really great there from Beastyqt. So we're going to go into Vortix's final map pick here. We are going into game number 6, and Beastyqt, another win, puts him through to the finals. Vortix, of course, will need 2. It will be high view, and I think we're expecting Rus against
Mongols. I think high view should be Rus versus Mongols and Abbasid versus Chinese on Altai. Feel like 2 very reasonable choices for Beastyqt.
He's listening into us.
Who's just stopping by and smiling some.
He's eating a banana. Yeah. He's very interested in what we have to say, Nilly.
How confident are you? Okay, he's listening to what we're saying. So we should be nice to him, apparently.
Yeah. I'm always nice.
Are you?
Yep.
Why did you trash talk him the game before then?
Shut up.
Whoa, he says.
I've had enough of you.
Did you?
Yeah. I'm contractually obliged to be here for 12 days.
You are even staying a day longer.
Well, there's nothing in the contract that says I have to be nice to you.
Okay,
so.
True.
Yeah.
Made the contract so long, but forgot the nice part. Thought that was implied.
Oh, okay.
Little did I know.
Yep. All right. So we have to wait for this is what we like to call a hashtag
banana
BC
break.
Banana break. Yeah. It's actually going the same direction. The patented Beastyqt banana break here.
High view next. Rus. Obviously crazy good on high view. Were considered to be #1 for many months. Then we had some horseman changes and the meta shifted a bit, like okay, we can pressure woodlines a bit more. On the other side, Mongols actually really good at pressuring Rus there, if that's actually the matchup that we're going to see.
Do you think he just wants to finish it off? Abbasid maybe?
Then you have to play Mongols against Chinese on
Altai.
How good are Mongols on Altai? I've never seen them before because you typically want to go for an aggressive map with Mongols. I think I can only see Mongols in high view.
Okay. Well, we're going to see from Beasty. I guess he has to think not just about this game, but he has to think about the next one as well. Same with Vortix. He needs to consider both games here. There's no extra prize pool.
And it is going to be Rus versus Mongols, so the kind of expected saves, the good choices for both players. And the big question mark will be, will we see a tower rush, maybe even a delayed tower rush, because Rus really struggling to deal with those. They don't want to go for barracks for defense. They can't really build towers for defense. Wooden fortress costs so much more, and you're low on wood with the Rus regardless.
Yeah. It feels like there is an opportunity when if they go professional scouts to bring in the carcasses, it feels like there's an opportunity there to do damage.
Let's take a look. Like, how is this really going to play out? How does Rus play this? Because I don't think you will have the time to go for professional scouts. I think Mongols will already pressure you so early. They might go Spearman, then Tower Rush, Horsemen are an option. Even Mangudai might punish your scouts. So I think Rus needs to play a really long feudal age, and that's not really where they shine against Mongols, especially at the early start.
Horse archers. Mista showed us the way yesterday. Horse archers.
Is it really against Mongols? Do you really get there?
No. I think there's questions here. Definite questions. Mongols, we saw them struggle early in the tournament. Players were practicing so much against them. They've kind of come back a little bit. Last game, obviously not finding success, but the previous set that we saw, I think both. Yesterday, I think most of the Mongols players won. I think it's like 3 out of 4, maybe even 4 out of 4.
Something like that, yeah. We got a better win rate for sure. And I still think Mongols, like, it's weird, right? Mongols is probably the most talked about civilization because they switched so much, right? They were considered to be the strongest one when we went into the tournament. They were considered to be the second strongest right now, but they are the lowest in the win rate. So we don't really know what's going on. And at some point, we can't really say it's small sample size because I think we have seen them 22 times now or something like that.
Okay, as we can see, the professional YouTuber Beastyqt against the professional former StarCraft 2 multi-gamer legend Vortix here, going into game number 6.
今天的4强赛第一场来到第6盘
the Rus and Beastyqt
Beasty
with the Mongols
金牌了。
on high view.
It's crazy.
这一盘是罗斯打蒙古高野市区。当然罗斯这个图很好啦，狼很多。但是蒙古前期压制力很强，加上 Beasty 他蒙古有高几率是会打箭塔的。
We see Beasty with an extra one. We see Vortix with an extra one right now.
罗斯要走双 TC 吗？像 Mista 这样走双 TC 吗？
Oh, nice snipe. The Khan was trying to take it away from him, but he gets that extra
还是
5
说
gold towards his bounty.
要走专业斥候？
Beasty though is going to be picking up these 3 wolves, so that's a good.
昨天 Mista 他玩马弓罗斯，走马弓罗斯。
And we can see the double view here as both players hunt for the hunt.
这一盘是关键中的关键。
And either deny bounty for the other player or get bounty for yourself. Vortix probably looking for that tier 2 and then tier 3.
严禁赛马是什么意思？
If he ever gets to tier 3,
黑马的意思吗？
in 1v1s, we have not seen the biggest success in those. Look at how Beasty has a group of wolves following him there, and now we see Vortix is getting the deer at his own front base. Even ignores the one in the back, which is really weird. Wants to bring him the wolves first. Greedy, but I think it will pay off. I don't see Beastyqt being too far out on the map
Vortix
of Vortix.
Also not really expanding with the scouts at all.
Does he have 4 scouts? He has 4 scouts.
Oh.
That's weird. That's something I've not seen in quite some time, especially after scouts got changed. Scouts got more expensive, and they're slower carrying Oh, and is that only to contest more wolves? But Beastyqt already got 4, so that's really good for him. Look at that.
Yeah,
It's 100
Beastyqt with a lot of denied bounty underneath his town center here. Looks like Vortix is currently battling a wolf, but like you said, 4 scouts, it's such a big investment early, especially against the Mongols who can put on that early pressure. Maybe you're putting yourself a little bit too far back.
Do we see the early pressure though? We see the almost the 180 stone there, so no
赏金到250是没有问题，但是现在重点问题是 ，Vortix 他投资4只斥候，蒙古快攻过来的话，这个斥候能干嘛呢？
This is the moment where I start to get nervous because this is again 2 match points here for Beastyqt. If he wins 1 of the next 2 games, he will go into the finals of the $100,000 tournament. 30K up for grabs tomorrow.
Beasty also saying today that he feels like he would be a good matchup against Marinelord.
They were training together, and last time Marinelord was.
可是我觉得 Leenock 他可能不会想那么多他采访的时候有说，他就是想太多输掉的，他可能就是随他自己的意识打。我不确定，也有可能啊，也有可能啊。
Yeah, BC saying that Marinelord would have a little bit of nerves.
也有可能，也有可能。等下就知道了，等一下就知道。看 Leenock 是专注在自己，还是有策略？因为大家应该都看好 Marinelord 嘛。Leenock 的话，他比较点经济嘛，就是这几天都是打防守了。Marinelord 的话，他攻势凶猛啊，不知道守不守住。OK， 走专业斥候 ，Vortix 走专业斥候。
Is that survival techniques there? Is that professional scouts there? Okay.
Unless it's a super misclick, he is obviously not really having any D under his town center, and well, we are.
现在这边 Vortix 他没有羊喽，会有空窗期哦。哇，多11只斥候。
And what are those villagers up to? Seems like they are rushing to an archer range now. It's so weird.
到底要打什么呢？
Well, BC's not even up yet. Like, it's not even up yet. Still working on the deerstones. The barracks is there. The scouts are now pressuring the Gur a little bit, and the tower is near the Uvu.
Why do you build a tower and a barracks? Feels really weird. So much pressure on those villagers, not really focusing on any of those, so villagers don't need to be pulled too early. Now getting pushed
Beasty 这边怕
That's not a pretty opening for him.
Vortix 出了很多斥候，是要来烧他一波，打得很稳很稳。可是这边 Vortix 他并没有要这样打。Beasty 这个配置的话，没办法给这个罗斯专业斥候压力啊，直接解放罗斯啊，直接解放罗斯。
5 HP on that con. He needs to run away with it before the scouts come back to maybe engage with that. Maybe he senses that this is happening. Knight now on the field. Scouts coming from the other direction, and Beasty is going to have to run away. Maybe use his speed arrow, and there it is. And he will escape with that con. Doesn't want to wait for a new one to be reborn, so he's going to save that for the time being.
Beastyqt finds another wolf, finds another sheep there at the bottom of the map. Now spearmen are coming over. I think this is the latest spearman rush I've ever seen.
This is very late indeed, and you just have.
现在这一盘目前局势还不是很明显。啊，看到！哎呦！准备！哇，可汗骗一只，好扯，好扯。
6 HP doesn't really matter. We don't have any healing here in Fuel Age, so that one will be a big loss for sure. Barely survives, and now we have the archer range for Vortix. Needs to make something happen to defend against all those spearmen coming in.
Archer range there. What's the follow up here from Beasty?
这边 Beasty 是想要打 FC 啊，只出长枪兵的 FC。
Just gonna pull his spearman back.
对，村民过来搞践他。
no feudal age aggression, and Roos doesn't really mind skipping feudal age. I'm confused.
哇，这边转来转去 ，Beastyqt 还是过来插了，他的蒙古会插。
With the spearman there, he should be fine. Maybe gonna charge one villager. Bop.
Oh, has to be.
哇，没杀到村民。
And the knight goes
这
down.
边
Beastyqt has found the scouts. He'll use the move
抓到
for his spearman to try and catch up with them. The carcasses
哇，
are
这一
forced to
波
be
弄到
dropped,
节奏了
and。Vortix will have to run away from that location. He still has some carcasses under his town center, but he's gonna run into
哇
problems. if
，Vortix
he
这一
keeps
盘
going
已
back
经
for those. He's gonna need
压力
archer
极大。
support for sure. The spearman over there from Beastyqt, and Beastyqt actually takes out another knight at the back.
又骑士又死了 ，Vortix 是不是有点操作已经压力大到操作掉线了？哎 ，Vortix 是不是有点操作掉线了？
And I think Beastyqt is getting a little bit greedy too. He's already got wheelbarrow. He's building up gold. He's building up food.
Oh, that's weird. Siege engineers, and this could be quite a nice pressure then. Maybe full archer, full knight, ram go.
Vortix 点
Mongols.
工程
The
科技
greatest answer. If they only have like 2 towers in the center of the map.
，Vortix 点工程科技过来了。哇，要破釜沉舟。2比3，要破釜沉舟。可是没有想到这里有箭塔。
Only spearmen for him, and he's still building up food and gold. So Beastyqt's definitely thinking about transitioning into the third age here.
Vortix not really. Vortix continues to produce more knights, more archers. Tries to claim a bit more of that deer area, but spearmen are pushing this one away.
在这个位置推冲车。
Sneakily built in the stealth forest makes lots of sense. More outpost here, kind of a no man's land by Beastyqt. I'm a bit surprised. Still tries to control the extra deer.
现在情报没有看到哦。Beastyqt 没看到这冲车。
On everything coming into his base. He wants to know what's happening. He wants to know if Vortix is sneaking around.
现在目标是来弄这个敖包啊！现在来弄这个敖包，没有成就。可汗看到，可汗看到了。Beastyqt 这里的反应是箭塔紧急。
Textiles now coming in from Beastyqt as well. He's not too far away from canceling. Second ram. This is going to be massive aggression.
So double tower on the Uvu, double ram though pushing in here from Vortix. Vortix going very, very aggressive indeed, and Beastyqt still building up res for the third age. How many archers does he have back with those spearmen? Is it a decent amount?
7.
7
I'll
archers.
Be the judge. Some knights here, only 3 knights, 3 scouts.
Beastyqt 要上城堡，但是冲车来了，但是2个箭塔，那边 Beastyqt 夹得住吗 ？Beastyqt 如果夹住这一盘结束了，4比2 ，Viper 神预测。先前进到我们冠军赛的话。
To bring them in, the Rams now heading in towards those outposts from Beastyqt. Beastyqt will engage with archers, and Vortix will be forced back. And here come the villagers from Beastyqt to snipe that ram, but he pulls them back in time. Those villagers have wheelbarrow and have the network as well, so they're going to be very fast.
Oh, this could make or break Beastyqt here. If he wins this game, he's going into the finals. If not, we will go on to game number 7 on Altai, where he will face Chinese. Goes for the step redoubt, knows okay.
走城堡了，走城堡了。等一下，长矛骑兵直接2只出来灭天灭地，这一把就 GG 了。
Wonder like how many carcasses Vortix has now.
Vortix 现在已经有点心凉凉的哦，心凉凉的哦。Beastyqt 有点快坐不住喽。
Rams now, even the third ram. I think he needed more army. One knight, one archer in the queue, and now some more archers.
3台冲车，决战了，决战了。
Beastyqt is heading in. He's got the con to support the knights. From Vortix, they're going to have to be very careful here when they engage.
Beastyqt 现在是想打还不打，他现在没有马厩，所以是要出装甲步兵吗？他到底要不要打？再夹一波。这边有3台冲车，城堡上来了，现在全部搬家，全部搬家，全部都搬掉。Beastyqt 不给机会耶 ，Beastyqt 他真的很稳啊，他不给机会啊。他要等装甲步兵起来再打。
And he's going into men-at-arms.
Okay, didn't really achieve too much with that castle age yet. Finally, men-at-arms, as you mentioned. Now we see some spearmen, more archers being added.
41村对43。
Expecting some lancers. Saw the stable there.
有没有机会？夹一波到城堡，还是直接要封建 all in 了？直接 all 了吧，直接 all 了吧，这个直接 all 了吧 ，all 了 all 了 all 了 all 了 all 了。
There's no food. There's no food here, and the berries are all being taken.
哇 ，TC 底下闲置村民大量。
He's going and clearing up a tower in the center of the map. Vortix 100 gold, 700 food, still far away. Queues up some more, but Beastyqt is happy with.
完了，装甲步兵要出来了。现在要决战，决战下去，奖金大不同哦，奖金大不同哦。冠军战奖金跟那个4强大不同哦。哎，进来了。村民全村上了，小攻直接对一波，但是骑士骑到小攻一波，这边冲车，村民先截一台，这边村民往后拉，这边直接上了，装甲步兵混在里面，这边长枪兵往前冲，这边小攻往前冲，这边骑士不知道跑到哪里去了，这边小攻往前冲，这边往后拉 ，Beastyqt 这边夹一波，还有2台冲车，装甲步兵有3只。村民数43对48，后面有3马厩。
Maybe the spearmen were the right choice, but now it's mainly knights and archers.
And Lancer in the queue now from Beastyqt. Lots of villagers there. There's an opportunity here for Vortix to take out a lot of economy.
村民上来拉冲车，剩最后一台冲车。39村对49村。
Vortix is going to be able to take this engagement. Even the men-at-arms need to run away. Vortix just needs to be sure to hold Beastyqt at his own base right now.
Okay, went in, went out. Some losses
我心脏不行
advantage at 10, still a full H behind, goes for a second ram. Just knows okay.
我心脏不行各位。
Only has 1 stable.
Yeah, the issue is going to be when the Lancers show up at his economy.
Uh-oh, yeah, that would be pretty bad for him. How many Lancers can we afford to send around though? As we can see, Beastyqt right now, only 1 Lance on the field, make it 3 now.
3rd ram being added for the 2nd time. He's going to have a 3 ram push in towards this TC. Lancers are on the field here from Beastyqt. Got early knights, still 10 of them from Vortix. And we have 23 archers. Meanwhile, for Beastyqt, only 9 archers. So yeah, can he even afford to send those Lancers around?
I don't think he can. This push is just so sick. 41 military against 26 villagers already.
这边大军3台冲车突入，不妙哦。Vortix 有机会哦 ，Vortix 是有机会的。
Vortix has the initiative here. He engages with the early knights. Lancers doing good work at the front there, but the archers are being picked off behind, and the rams are still working on that town center.
这边小攻量不够。小攻量不够 ，Beastyqt 可能要输 ，Beastyqt 可能要输，村民全部上来了。现在长矛骑兵上了，为了国家，为了荣耀上了，冲车解掉2台，但是村民被杀剩38村。
Yeah, and I'd love to see some Lancers heading back towards Vortix's eco. He managed to kill 2 of those rams. So the push is kind of stalled out right now. I think there's a window if you're Beasty to send those Lancers, even 1 or 2 in those exposed resources can do so much damage. He didn't actually lose as much as I thought. He still has 36 villagers right now. It was just a lot of idle time and a lot of messiness.
第2名奖金好像差几千美金啊，不止，几万美金啊。
Nope, all in feudal here. All in feudal. There's 2 more rams following. Lancer
这
now
边
coming
长
out.
矛
He's
骑
gonna
兵
find
打
an
一个
archer that's
counter，但是
completely
这里
weak
残血的
Lancers.
设
So
定
he'll need to run away. Maybe give Beasty an idea of a place to hit though, because there's a lot of exposed villagers there.
3 rams again. He's not taking the foot off the gas. 90 population against 50 villagers, pretty far in the back.
Beasty 可能会陨落哦，这一盘他会陨落哦。
Still some men at arms there from BC. He's adding in 2 more Lancers, and I believe he's sending a force across towards Vortix's eco. There's 3 Lancers here. This could do a whole lot of damage, but he needs to survive at home.
现在 Beasty 他有3只骑士在 counter， 但是这边 TC 搬走了，冲车解掉吗？
Oh, it can't be, Lord. Look at that, 26 and still plummeting. So much army falling down. Still nice counter attack, but it
现
feels
在
like a big split there.
48
I think
村
the
对
Lancers at
上
home, villagers still trying to
26
run, tries to reposition the
这
town
边
center,
3只
but
骑
that
士
was
乱
so many
砍。
losses.
Yeah, there's so many losses for BC, but also so many losses for Vortix
Double the
there.
population, Dave.
Double the population for sure, and villagers will keep going down here. TC gets repositioned at the back, and I wonder if Vortix, he doesn't take his foot off the gas here, right? He just keeps going.
He doesn't. He can't, right? He knows, okay, wow, your town center is so low. You're offering another landmark to me. I'm already pushing you so heavily. I can push away your pastures as well. There's just so much to be gained by continuing to push. The town center even burning.
The town center is on fire. Someone ring the bell here. Mark it now from BC. He has so much gold in the bank. That's a good move. He needs to balance his economy for sure.
Look at Beastie's food income. 0. He needs to send those sheep over. He needs to move those pastures. Look at that, all the dead sheep that were initially next to the town center.
Oh, that's absolutely tragic. Dead sheep under there, and maybe Vortix can go snag those.
大家知道我们现在在看史诗级的战争吗？大家知道吗？这一场是最，我觉得目前这个系列赛里面最精彩的一盘。
Yeah.
差的非常之微小。现在买卖一波 Beasty 再加。 这边长矛骑兵往后突入菊花。
Is he there to defend? No, he is there to do some damage. Spearman around though, some lances.
冲车又来了。
Spearman going down.
现在村民来前线修冲车。
Debating once again with these rams. I think the first ram might go down, but the villagers will too. 23 villagers for Beasty. We've seen
Beasty 快夹不住了 ，Beasty 快夹不住了。
in this set, but he didn't
拿到
manage to come
3比
back. Let's see
3。
if he can pull it back this time. Lancers coming in from the side, but still Spearman to defend these archers.
The tower goes down that has the sprinkler placement, still not doing enough. No gold income now, completely pushed away from that.
GG 了
Beasty
Beasty。
center. Look at that, all the 3 relevant landmarks now on your screen.
Lancers just building up behind. Vortix still in the second age, by the way, folks. Ram, though, getting pretty out of position, and the villagers can't engage with that. The Lancers engage with the early knights. Villagers still going after that. They take out the Ram. 20 of them garrison in that town center, so he can start shooting those archers. He's still alive, but he's definitely on life support.
Look at the food. 10 in the bank. No income. 1 man at arm is trying to make a comeback
0 per minute
happen.
is not good.
Not good, Dave. 0 per minute is not good.
And villagers now coming forward from Vortix. I don't know where they're going, but
3比 3。
The lumber camp. I think he's just moving forward, trying to reposition himself a bit. Tries to put everything kind of on one screen here at the front. Feels so weird though. Maybe he doesn't want to get counter-attacked at home. That's why he moves his home.
Yeah. Maybe 2 more rams coming from him as the Lancers come in towards these berries once again. Spearmen behind and more Spearmen following, so these Lancers should be dealt with as the Rams come in for the, what, 4th, 5th, 6th
Vortix
Something like that. More Spearmen here
力
for
挽
the defense,
狂
and it
澜
just
破
feels
釜
like
沉
now
舟
we are slowly running out of
最
arms.
后一
24
波
villagers, 11 military
It's
Lancers are going.
over
Villagers
3
again
比
being pulled, but
3
another big volley is going to die.
这一盘的强度夹到一个不行再夹 Vortix 的心脏已经快不行
Beastyqt to replace these 3 rams once again dying. He hops in the TC again. He's still living.
How is he doing that? He constantly keeps killing them, but obviously villager losses, right? 19 villagers now at the 23-minute mark. This is madness again.
All the villagers under the protection of the army from Vortix, so BC is gonna have issues killing those. All of Vortix's economy is right here. If BC ever kills the army from him, the economy is going to be completely exposed. Vortix still nowhere close to going up to the next stage.
Look at this economy. You know where the starting TC of BC was, right?
Yeah.
Exactly there.
Speaking of starting TC, BC should move that right into the eco. As a last
TC
form
rushing.
of attack. Yeah, exactly. Last form of attack for him. He's looking for reinforcements here with his Lancers. He's looking for villagers that are away from the main group. He's even got his Khan over here now, and he'll be able to see 2 more rams being added from Vortix. So many rams this game. BC finally has some food income, though, so he can start replacing the villagers he lost. Still, half the villager amount, 44 to 22.
Khan, obviously, with really small armies, getting really efficient, but really small armies doesn't mean you have to be pop 33. Another lumber camp here, tries to be more efficient. Archer numbers actually pretty solid. How can he constantly afford those rams? I think he lost like 10 rams in this game already.
Yep, something like that. Definitely something close to that. He's just all in on wood. All in on wood in this economy. Struggling for food, struggling for gold, not even thinking about stone.
Pull the villagers again.
And villagers probably will be pulled again as he comes in towards this starting town center. It's not too many there, though. BC's just going to run away.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He feels like, okay, this is finally not the fight I can take.
No, never mind. He's going to run back in.
Goes into the town center, but that's not going to be pretty.
I believe he engages with the Lancers at the same time. Oh, the villagers are even running towards the town center.
And now the Lancers over here, and maybe not enough spearmen on the field.
Is this a potential for Vortix to throw this game?
No way, he still has double the population. Lancer numbers simply not there. We have 5 Lancers, double man at arms, now likely to fall.
Snipe.
Is it though? Is it though? You can move your landmarks. Look at that. Villagers now repairing the town center. Goes
这到底是什么局？
Mongols is one of the trickiest civilizations to landmark.
游牧起来了，游牧起来了。
Yeah, rightfully so.
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely ridiculous here. How many villagers?
村民在追着这个 TC。
He must feel like Beasty, you're dead. Just give up. And he's chasing after them with all of them. BC is repairing on the
这边有箭塔。
Looks like his starting town center will be going down. Though the starting town center is down, and the deer stones is, I think, in the main base. The separate
村民杀上来了。
Vortix has all of his economy attacking
这一
BC's
盘
economy right now.
绝对是
What do those people think
这一次的系列赛，目前我看过，
I just killed your starting town
除了
center,
Mista
but there's
那个
no
英国
villagers
巨
really
头，
working for Vortix either.
就是这一盘。
36 villagers, but what
但
is
是
it
这一
now?
盘是两边拉扯到一个，
0-0-0.
我不行。
There's no results being collected.
There's no income
There's
from
one
either
hunting
player.
cabin and one ovo. There's not a single villager collecting resources right now.
This game is absolutely ridiculous here. And it felt like every single Beastie loss in this set so far has been absolutely ridiculous. And we might see another one here. But Beastie is hanging in there. He's still trying to compete in this game. He's moving his step read out to the other side of the map. But there's no villagers. Now Deerstones is on the move. You will not snipe me, my friend.
Double tower just to save the villagers there. And the raid is coming in though. Might be some more dead villagers. And I mentioned it earlier. Just crazy good with those small numbers. Where are we moving here?
Villagers now taking a tree.
现在 Beastyqt 分散风险，分散风险。他现在找 Vortix 没有注意的情况下，用这些长矛骑兵把他村民都杀了。现在全部搬家，全部搬，现在就让你躲猫猫。
And we're getting it to full effect here. Beasty in full rat gameplay mode right here, just hiding from his opponent.
Yo, Paul, what do you think about a civilization?
羊运过来了，羊运过来了。哎，你看一下 Beasty， 他不放弃。
Good
idea. And we have win condition buildings, but you can move them.
你们看一下那个 Beasty 他在干嘛？
That's where we are right now, though, as both players just try and figure out ways to finish off their opponent. Beasty
没有 TC， 零 TC 阿拉伯。
Away 37 villagers for Vortix. We've got 18 villagers for Beasty. The heart rates have really calmed down now.
Dave. What is this game? One Khan still finds more kills, has to find so many deer stones, tries to move around. This is kind of like trying to save the building here a bit.
He's got one going that way and one going the other direction. Divide and conquer in full effect here from Beasty.
哎，我们现在在看的观众朋友们，先留言一波，不管你们留什么，名留青史，好不好？名留青史，这一场。可以是世纪帝国4有史以来大赛里面 Top 3， 这个绝对是 Top 3精彩等级 Top 3， 打到这样子的局面 Top 3。
Now some more barracks, still feudal age.
For a town center.
No, that is still the starting town center, the ideal position of the starting.
现在 Vortix 他食物断了哦。Vortix 他食物断了 ，Beasty 他现在有食物，羊还在产，牧场还在产。
Why?
He has no food income. Why would you? How are you?
97.
他想要 come back 一波。
Okay. Well, we'll see.
18村。
For the sheep that were lying around. He's getting food now. This is. I don't even know what they're clicking. All the buildings now to the top. All the
Beasty 他还没放弃，
So like, but
他有计划性的
His face looks really intense for a game that he's
把蒙古打的一个淋漓尽致。
This is what MOBA players probably doing all day.
真的，我现在没有跟你们骗，这一场绝对会上各大论坛，绝对会上各大论坛。我每天坐在这里播比赛。我可以很直接告诉大家，这一盘不看后悔。这一盘是我世纪帝国4游戏一出到现在播过这么多比赛 ，Top 3 Top 3。
Stuff like that, unlikely that you think, okay, there's something coming with really low HP around.
绝对是前3名的。
Most of the units had to be new. Markets now going away as well. Still no way to increase the villager count while we see Vortix slowly but surely climbing there.
He needs a TC. Like if he's not going to be doing raids or anything, he's killing like one.
你们有看到一个地标在6点钟方向，一个在12点钟方向。他已经把世纪帝国玩到在投资那个股票了，你知道吗？投资分散风险了。
You need to do something here in Beasty's position.
A bit out of position.
这边
too crazy for them either. Archers now obviously
想办法偷 Vortix 的村民18村。
The only thing that you don't want to focus down are those. Is the Khan. Man at arms. How do we get to 9 men at arms again?
Wow, I didn't even notice that. That's what he's doing.
装甲步兵有9只哦。这一场还没结束哦，大家知道这盘还没结束吗？
All the eco is forward here from Vortix, and he just placed a bunch of farms too. That's a big investment from him.
Vortix 永远上不了城堡 ，Beasty 剩18村，他缓一波，然后呢，他也没有按投降，他现在挤出几只装甲步兵，大家有看到吗？10只装甲步兵呢，城堡步兵哦，城堡的哦，你们要名留青史的，赶快先刷一排。 因为很有可能 Beasty 再过5分钟、10分钟，他会有20只装甲步兵，然后把 Vortix 再逆转中的逆转。这一场即将成为传奇。我不开玩笑，这一场绝对会变成传奇。你们有看到这个装甲步兵一坨进来了吗？
Two more fortresses with a third one on the way too. And BC comes in here with the men-at-arms. He does have the double pierce armor. He's got the lancers from the south. If he manages to clear up this military, there's actually a chance for him to take out the eco here from Vortix. So we'll track this fight very closely. 8 villagers in both of those, 6 in the ones to the south. But the men-at-arms are falling here.
Enough towers. What a great awareness here by Vortix. He knew the all-in was coming in that direction. 4 towers already set up, was ready to do this one.
这篇木造要塞有4个。
Does he keep playing here?
He still has a Khan. Maybe
still has a Khan, still has a couple lancers.
4个木造要塞守在这个小小的村庄，没了。
It just feels like
真的没了。那我跟你们讲 ，BC 他不会放弃。BC 他还没有放弃。他现在就是打算用这18村玩到最后。
Just so tricky to judge who is ahead. Obviously, we see everything. We see the population that is hidden for the players, and they are a bit more clueless. They simply, with all the stealth forest, don't really know where is the opponent, what are they up to.
冲车来了，冲车来了。
I don't think Vortix believes that Beastyqt doesn't have a town center right
now. Yeah, I think he believes he does. Maybe you can
Beasty 他没有 TC， 他也没有生村了。羊都在这个地方，他用18村，最后18村在玩。
Okay, now the barracks burning. Rams trying to make something happen. Does Vortix maybe think, okay, the opponent isn't?
他的城镇中心就是这里，没了。2只箭塔是他的城镇中心，加一个蒙古包，没了。但是他有装甲步兵。重点是他有装甲步，你们看他的羊，你们看他的羊。18村变16村。
Oh boy, BC with really no opportunities. He's got 6 men-at-arms, 2 lancers, a Khan, 3 spearmen, and a dream.
Big dream. Spearman going down the knights, helping out.
3比2 ，Beasty 听牌。
Rams are going back.
游戏时间35分，大量的羊在那边。现在这边只有2个箭塔。
Are you really only Pop 24? Is Khan really the only unit that we really have on the field?
这边 Vortix 要打回3比3了吗？冲车再解一波。Beasty 疯了，他不放弃，他没有疯，是我疯。
Another pull. This is like the 15th ram that we see dying here in Fuel Age for Vortix. 35 minutes, but he is so reluctant of changing his plans. Now the Khan could take quite some damage.
BC 还在这游戏吗？19 P。
No, it's a one-man army.
It's literally a one-man army over there.
我不管今天这一盘谁输谁赢，双方的意志力我真的 respect。
Love to see a ram count for this game. That must be number 14.
Something like that.
Something like that. So much investment. Khan still on the wood line. Vortix cannot pass that like 45 villager mark, but it's 11 villagers for Beasty. 15
11村对4军事，11村。GG 了。
What's happening here now? Pulls villagers against the ram. That can't be it. We are going to game 7, Dave.
3比3。
Game 7. Wow, he really knew. Look at the stress on his face. Like Beasty knows how to drag out his opponent.
3比3决战阿尔泰，中国打阿拔斯。 决战3比3，
Oh God, I can't really believe how intense.
但是这一盘是我《世纪帝国4》看到现在转播到现在最精彩的。Mista 的那一盘是给我感觉是 The Muslim 不小心 ，The Muslim 不小心，但是这一盘是双方 已经尽了他们200%的全力，
is a little bit better than the Chinese boom, and it costs a whole lot
在打
less.
这一盘。
And then they can get into the unit spam faster as well. I just have to question, like last game, did Beasty go up to Castle Age a little bit early? Was the outpost play just not it at the beginning, or should he have sent the Lancers to raid before?
I don't think he could have. I actually think it was a mistake to send them to raid, because the moment is if he
我
holds
觉得
those
这一盘
ram attacks, he increases.
我还要特别点出来，
Stat Redoubt, Castle Age.
这一场真的太夸张了。 他们今天没有一场不夸张的。 第二盘也很夸张，英国的那一盘已经很夸张了。如果刚刚这一盘 Beasty 逆转，用18村逆转，装甲步兵逆转，我会疯掉，我会疯掉。大家先去厕所，等一下关键3-3了，阿尔泰，中国打阿拔斯，中国打阿拔斯。
And we've got our final 2 civs here. We've got Chinese, the remaining map civ against Abbasid.
Game number 7. The intensity of game number 7.
Especially after like 3 of those games, all 3 games that BC lost were just dragged out to the extreme.
Yeah.
Like we think about the first one, English. He managed to come back and be competitive in the game after going down to 13 villagers. And then that was the last one where 18 villagers, he was stalled out forever.
Yeah. Something else that was extreme. Like we obviously, always for those big events, have to carry a lot of like equipment here, all the PCs and such, and we had to do multiple drives, right, with our cars. And I actually started like 2 months ago getting the first equipment here, and went by to a gas station to like get some air into our tires. It was completely for free. And now I come back 1 week ago, you actually have to pay €1 to get air into your tires. You know why?
Why?
Inflation.
Was that one of the jokes that you wrote down, or like you wrote down before the stream?
No, was
Okay,
a true
because
story.
it was just like kind of out of nowhere, honestly.
It's game 7. I had to squeeze it in somewhere.
Okay. You guys might think that that came out of the blue, but it's literally he writes down jokes. He writes them down.
How much you had to fight? Ooh, transition.
That was the Star Wars transition.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we are on all
The special edition, though. Yeah, for the gold special. George Lucas realized he didn't quite have enough money yet. maybe just a little bit more. Yeah.
Vortix against Beastyqt. Altai. It is really on. It is game number 7. Loser out. $12,500 secured. The winner is going into the best of 9 finals tomorrow. 16 GMT against the winner of Marinelord Leenock. The set that will directly follow this one. We will have great games later tonight. This is so incredibly intense. Dave, what will we see?
Well, we're going to see a reverse of a matchup we saw earlier in this set. We saw Beastyqt
不行了，我要离荧幕远一点了，我怕我吃到荧幕。各位观众朋友们，今天我们的4强赛的第一场打到最后一盘，3-3，阿尔泰，中国打阿拔斯，我们一起见证历史。
Maybe Vortix decides to play a little bit differently here. The key against matching up against Abbasid is shutting down that boom early and forcing them to spend resources on different things. Because if you let them boom for free, they get really
坐不住了，坐不住了。
Double scout play by Abbasid, something we don't necessarily see too often, simply because they can go on to berries so nicely. And look at how greedy Beastyqt is, scouting far away from his town center. Only later on will be going
刚刚那一场
around
真的是
scout
死
his
尸。
sheep around his town center, the ones that belong to him. Could be a quite nice transition and is not really relying on berry placements that much.
Lots of sheep for Beasty here. Lots and lots of sheep, and that's a great start for him. He's going to need all the food he can get if he's cut off from those berries. The deer is in such a good location back there too.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. A good spot for a town center there.
我们专心看。
Right? You don't need to build the mill next
谁
to
会
it
先
then,
打
or
出一个
protect the
破口？
gold in some sense. If we actually are going for that option here, Beastyqt in the red, in the left-hand side, although the
现在
overlay is on the right-hand
Vortix
side, you will learn.
会不会来
Let's
灌
take
篮
a
呢？
look
关
at
键局。
Vortix's base here as BC comes forward to scout. We've got the mill being set up on the hunt over to the side. The berries are pretty far forward. He's got that wood line back there, but his other wood line is stretching towards the middle, so that could be an issue. As we get later into the game, obviously the Abbasid not likely to push.
Not for
early.
quite some time, yeah.
Yeah.
We most of the time see some pushes in Castleit, right? Where they can build all that siege, where they can get all that control, when their ego really is kicking in. And then the second wood line, certainly something we need to take a look
讲
at.
不出话，
As you
我真的
know,
很紧张。
two big wood lines for both
太
players.
猛了
Then some scattered around trees. Wood control, crucial on this map.
And I
我会
think
预言
to
成
Buzz
功吗？
played
4 比
Abbasid on this
3
map and just
Beasty
completely ran out of wood. He ran out of everything.
城
actually.
堡
The
中
Chinese
盘
player he was
决定
matching
胜
up
负，我觉得
against,
城堡中盘
maybe
决
it
定
was
胜负。
Chinese, maybe it was English, but was walling in
Beasty 这里城堡
everything,
中盘
and
决
he
定
didn't
胜负。
realize until it was too late. So you really got to keep your eye on that if you are playing a little bit more defensively here. I don't like the berries for Beasty being that far forward, but he's got options to fall back to.
He will get most of them anyways, right? He's heavily on the berries, so not the biggest problem. Imperial
Vortix
Academy,
他不敢
so
烈
not
日
the
瓮
most
城，
aggressive play by Vortix.
他
Let's
不
make
敢
sure
前压
that
烈日瓮
he
城啊。
will advance to
这是
Village. Oh,
关
look at
键
that.
最后一把。
Beastyqt even killing the deer as far away from the town center as possible. Even tries to push the deer away.
Yeah, he's pushing them up into the mountain slopes. It's going to be cold up there, so the villagers might suffer from some frostbite or something. And he wants to
Beasty
delay
现在
that food
闲
coming
到
in
一个
as much
这个
as
也要
possible
弄，
from Vortix, be as annoying
弄
as
到喽，
possible. And he has 2 scouts, so
Ooh. Will take
弄
quite
到
some
喽，
damage, but
弄到了，弄到了，
slips through. Nice and oily.
弄节奏。
Out of there. And we're still not on stone. So Vortix, no, I mean Beastyqt, not really thinking about the second town center just yet. Still on gold.
Beasty 这
he's able to
边
see that
阿
Imperial
巴
Academy at
斯
Vortix's
他
base,
还
though,
没有
so
挖
he
石
knows that it's
头
not，going to be an immediate forward barbecue.
他
He
先
doesn't
点
have to
轮
worry
手，
about that
然后
too
呢，
much. Wonder
石头
what
OK。
the opening is going to be
关键
for
局应
Beasty
该
here.
不会再
Vortix
玩一个比
breaching
较大
the
招的
feudal
东
age,
西
and BC, of course, goes for that mining camp on the stone. It looks like Vortix
Ooh.
is doing the same thing, so maybe considering a second TC of his own, and BC is busy doing his thing over here on the hunt. He doesn't notice that Vortix is going out to that stone.
Yeah, and the question is, when will he notice? Still both scouts together. Would have liked to see a split, one at the top, one at the bottom. And that is quite some missing
现
information.
在双方都是走双 TC，
Is obviously going for the boom himself, something that he will
双
feel
方走
comfortable
双
with. The big
TC，
question, what is Chinese
中国
going
只
to
要
do
城堡
to
夹住
address
到
this?
帝王，
There might
就
be
是
a
他
bit of
胜利了。
economy. If we get to Song Dynasty, obviously 2 TC.
不过这张
TC
图城堡
better
中
for
期
Chinese
哦，
for the numbers, but the food
中
investment
国
is
这
so much.
边他
Yeah,
的
now
牧
BC is
区
gonna see this
堪
stone
忧
here, so he'll have a good idea
堪
of
忧。
what his opponent is planning. Both players trying to get
只要
300
阿拔
stone
斯
in
在
the
圣地
bank.
那个附
Very
近
little,
打一
actually
个僵
no
持战，
military investment early on in this game.
让中国永远上
So
不去
full
的
boom
话，
game.
Full boom
那
game.
阿
Sounds
拔
like we've
斯
had a
有
long
很
set
大的
already.
优势。
Yeah, crazy, crazy.
第
how
二
the
块
variance
牧
can be,
区
right?
可能是
We're
决
already
战
like
的
4
关键
hours
中
into
的
the
关
stream
键。
here.
Yeah, yeah. And now the second town center is being dropped. Some
现在
people might be
Vortix
confused.
盖双
Why
TC 了
is he dropping the town center next to the other town center? Don't you want to use that one as a drop-off point? No. With Chinese, you want to use those drop-off points.
Beasty 他现在还没盖双 TC， 节奏比较慢哦。
With the town center drop-off.
Scouts now pushing the
偷了
villagers
一
away from gold.
个
Gold not
偷了
really
一
a case
个
issue
轮种啊，
for the Chinese, like Neely mentioned. You can get the taxes, so that should sustain you. And BC just waiting for the 300 stones so he can make a second TC. So Vortix
OK
is
TC 开哪
going to
里
be a little bit
？TC
ahead of
开哪
Vortix
里？开后
production.
面。
Now BC running away. There's the second town center on the deer and on
这边
that
斥候
wood line.
死
Settle in.
哦，没有。
Here we go. 2 TC
哦，
versus
死了。
2 TC. No military buildings.
，
Barbican now to protect the goal a bit, to zone out the area.
这边中国走宋朝双 TC， 阿拔斯走双 TC， 那这边压力再丢还给这个 Beastyqt， 城堡就必须来打中国。现在双方不敢出大招，关键局3比3，谁能扛住这个压力，谁能赢啊？现在是不要失误，不要失误，配置不要乱，巨大压力。这跟那个 NBA 冠军赛 Play Game 7是一样的。
Who do you favor in this position? I mean, the Chinese now have Song Dynasty. They're going to start printing vills faster than the Abbasid.
I personally like Abbasid a bit more on this
Just
open
like the
field.
cost savings.
The cost saving and simply the option to build siege on the field, right? The moment you get 10 men-at-arms out, it's so much easier for you to get Springald, so much easier for you to get men-at-arms. Yes, Chinese will have more HP on those, but is that enough?
BC 这边
BC building up resources now. Vortix really low on food. You can see those villagers costing more, starting to affect his resource bank already. And BC should be clicking up soon, actually. Even with 2TC.
That's a way better timing here.
Yep.
Now we see a village in the back. Obviously remember that Song Dynasty and going for the Barbican. Cost him an additional 400 food, 200 gold.
中国4个帝国官员宋朝，极限在冲经济。
He also has wheelbarrow.
BC 要上城堡了，未来的10分钟，未来的10分钟决定这一盘的胜负。
Continues production from both of those town centers. Has the deer
走了
to take
走
the
了
food in，
这
the
边
back.
已经点了
Also
城
has
堡
a
了。
lot of sheep left over. So even once he's done with those berries, he will have options.
军营开了
food economy, which
，3
is
军
one of the
营
problems for
标
Abbasid
配
after
3
initial berries
军
are gone.
营，
He goes for a berry
推
sell.
工程器，直接结束中国，不然这给中国拖下去。未来10分钟决胜负。
Barbican won't really do too much against like
哦，这盘节奏会很快哦，因为这个2个文明这样打就是
still collecting some
城
gold.
堡中期了。
This
现在 Vortix 点轮轴，帝国官员4只，等一下一上来先推这个一窝蜂。哦，这个真的是，哎，你们有人看到胃会痛的吗？
Oh, there's another carcass hiding there. Okay, so we'll have food for a little while longer.
Yeah, but need to transition into berries or into farms eventually.
现在就是牧区的问题了，中国的牧区有问题了。等一下，打不出去的话，中国打不出去的话也是有问题哦。阿拔斯只要能强攻长达10分钟，让中国出不来，断木上不到帝王什么之类的。
From Vortix.
也不要说上帝王啦，就是经济反超太多的话，那么阿拔斯会赢。但是现在这个牧区后面还够厚，3军营在走了。
To the front side there from BC, men at arms on the way, and Vortix is just now going up to the 3rd age. So his timing, he was actually somewhat in time.
Okay, 11 villages ahead. That's nice for Vortix. Now indeed goes for the archer ranges, so knows, okay, I need to go for crossbowman. We see the economic wing also telling us that we are researching preservation of knowledge, reduction on all our...
现在是47村对59哦。宋朝发飙哦，宋朝发飙哦。
It's just the build-up phase. Both players kind of fearing I don't want to go out making a big mistake and therefore playing extremely defensively. We have Camel Archer in there as well.
这边走弱攻了。
Could be an intense one.
A long and intense one after a long and intense series.
哎，我播的人，我比你们像观众啊，我比你们激动了，我已经快呼吸不了了。这2个人都太强了，2个人赢都我都觉得有一个输我都觉得，哎，
Clockwork Tower that cannot be
哎，
supervised
真的都
anymore.
好强。
Is going to start produce some Springles, more HP on those, 300 as you can see.
Yeah, he's definitely knowing that the siege push will likely come.
现在这个时间压力其实是在 Beasty 这里。这边落弓先过来，下一波帝国光源啊！你看一下帝国光源呐！
I think with how defensively this game was played,
来了，
Beastyqt could have afforded a third town center.
Yeah.
I think
来
he
了
would have arrived at the same time, maybe would have had 10 more
来了
villages then. And Vortix, he's getting a nice lead and didn't really take any damage. And he knows, okay.
Look at the eco upgrades coming in from Beasty.
Okay.
Every eco upgrade.
Oh, that's sick. Does all 3 of them and a blacksmith upgrade, double blacksmith upgrades. He just clicked 5 upgrades.
Yeah. He's got them all queued.
来了，
He got the cheaper technologies.
要来决战了。
Just queues up everything.
Smart, so smart. 30% saved on all of them. Felt like wheelbarrow is something he wanted to have earlier. Obviously, with double town center makes lots of sense. And
现在这中间下面的木还有多少
？Because he is now 15 villagers behind.
？OB 带一下，木还有多少？
Okay, coming out now. And there's the first Marinelord.
决战了，决战了！现在中国等一下要断木。
Three Springles already, Dave. The Marinelord will achieve nothing. Now double Springlet, okay, trying to address it.
弩炮在等了，弩炮在等了。
I don't think he saw the Springles with his scout earlier from Vortix. Scout now coming out from Vortix. This is a great play here to bring this scout out and get that extra vision.
这边弩兵。
Yeah, and see the army. We are still in the point of view. Look at that of Vortix. It looks like it's everything.
弩炮3台。
Simply because the scouting positioning is so good.
Yeah, it's great, and he's got the Springles behind, so he can feel somewhat comfortable knowing that BC is going to struggle to push in here. Marinelord shot comes in on the villagers. Scout goes down, but he got the initial information. He knows it's going to be men-at-arms, Marinelord, couple Springles, and some crossbows behind, and now BC is building more.
出来要挖伐木才能生存啊！
So BC's food income is going to be really good behind this. 65 villagers for him, 78 villagers.
现在 Beasty 用这个经济科技 recover， 众筹持续发功，众筹持续发功 ，Beasty 的中国，Beasty 的阿拔斯用经济科技去换，双方不敢战争，还在部署3比3，3比3。现在先走出来的人是 Vortix。 Vortix 这一把是打弩兵，不是皇宫卫兵。
He's got to be really careful with his Springles. If he tosses too many away, it could be a problem. Marinelord's still kind of scouting for BC. He's going for an outpost there, also going for an outpost on the other side, just to give himself a little bit of vision.
Beasty 看起来他不急着攻，他要在外面第2块木区等你挖穿，他才要跟你打。村民小输没关系，只要你没上帝王，我都 OK。
Doesn't it feel super risky to build the farms there? You have such safe spots in the back. That feels like a risk you don't need to take. Look at that. That would have been a spot all the far in the back.
这边要打了吗？
Quite a lot of army coming over. Crossbow will deal with this one quite nicely because
这边 Beasty 先手弩炮一波，就掉一台而已，双方退兵，3比3。
Farms now up there, so if Beasty wants to push in that way, he potentially can. That's a wall from Beasty too, in the south there. So he's thinking about starting to wall his opponent.
3比3，村民数87对76。 宋朝在发功，但是 Beasty 他也在发功，发他的地图控制。现在 Beasty 盖一个前压堡 ，Beasty 在瞄准这个第2块木区，他在瞄准第2块木区，他现在就是不急着攻，我不让你上帝王，我给你压力，不让你上帝王。 你没上帝王，中国跟我差不多，经济我不要输太多就好。
For Vortix to push back, especially if Beasty walls off that southern side too. It's going to be really difficult for him to expand. Beasty's also walling off in the east, in that eastern corner. So BC is thinking about trapping his opponent and having keeps up
Vortix 会断木哦 ，Vortix 北斗七星会断木哦。
Very slow, very methodical.
Yeah, and the forward keep, we saw that in his China game earlier. And
装甲步兵来了，装甲步兵来了。
Could easily find 15 if this is not shift click back and if he's not reacting, but he does.
Another keep coming
这
on that
边
gold.
我打左边，你中间出
We
来。
have Vortix pushing up here.
换家哦。
To the right side, he's just ignoring the military right now from Beasty.
Vortix 你要去哪里呀 ？Vortix
economy here? Does he just loop around and look
Vortix
for reinforcements behind?
你要去哪里？你回来。
I think it feels a bit too risky to move out there. Outpost finishes as well. So full vision for Beastyqt. You know, he knows exactly how Vortix is positioning himself, and that's a big advantage. I think this will be a bad trade coming up for Vortix unless he forces this instantly.
Vortix is going to be behind enemy lines.
Vortix.
I just saw the wood line for Vortix.
Vortix.
It's gone.
Oh no.
The wood line at the back is gone, and we talked about the other wood line location.
没有木了。
This is going to be absolutely brutal. It looks like a masterclass from Beastyqt as he comes in here with the Sprinkles, gets even trades with those. Men-at-arms are now working on them, and Vortix's army is completely cut off here behind. He's going to need to
投石车在后面逼走位，地图控制把第二块木吃掉。 Vortix 眼泪流出来了，我中国我上不去帝王。Beasty 在关键局用他最强的地图控制箭塔，打得很 Viper。
It's good that he got those units back. I was afraid of him losing everything, but he's gonna have some serious issues.
92村对99，宋朝没有拉开村民数，同时把这个牧区断掉了。现在村民冲上去干嘛？他现在要再一次破釜沉舟，力挽狂澜。
Going for the wood line there, that's not really a thing. We just need to see Beastyqt fully going for men-at-arms, fully going for crossbow, some more siege with that. Villagers
现在中国弩兵在后面直接输出。5点钟方向有一个正方形 ，Beasty 把人家的黄金给围住了。What the beast, Beasty? What the beast?
To the right side from BC, and now he's walled in these bills. Does he send? Okay, send a monk forward, grab the relic, and wall low everything in that area.
He's building a gate. He will send some.
你没有看到 Beasty 在干嘛吗？你没有看到 Beasty 在干嘛吗？你们有看到 Beasty 在干嘛吗？这么激烈的交战的过程中，他还有时间用这个东西，他还有时间围那些村民，然后放2只装甲步兵要进去大屠杀。你是鬼吗？
Oh, what a shot there from the Mangonels!
Everything so low now. The men-at-arms are coming in tower, obviously now to reinforce this. But
箭塔，这个是最凌虐式的，最凌虐式的。这边箭塔加2只装甲步兵。
We didn't really fully realize
眼泪
what he
掉
was
了
doing, shutting down that wood line, but
你对面是怪物。
he did, and
让我
now the
出去。
villagers are just panicking. They're trying to get out of this situation. The men-at-arms are killing them from behind, and I think Vortix will actually save a good portion of those villagers, and he's still
现在
got
中间要
army.
打出来，
He's
现在
still
中间要
pushing
打
out,
出来，
but
没有
look
木
at
了，
his
没有木了
resources。right now. 51 food, 90 gold, 280 wood, and 1 stone. Vortix is trying to make something happen desperately. Even relics coming in from Beasty.
Oh, so good there, and Beasty will get at least 2. Now Springles are moving forward, trying to get the Springles in the back. Mangonels behind this one can get some shots in. We saw them. Look at that. They're coming over. This could be the game-ending shots for Vortix. This could be the tournament-ending shots for him. Mangonel shots now against the crossbow, still dodging.
Yeah, great dodges there from Vortix. He's trying to snipe those Mangonels with the Springles. And I think he's actually going to get one here, but the Mangonels are still
地
on
图
the
控
hunt.
制都在
Crossbows are still
BC
on the
这里，
hunt.
他
Men-at-Arms are still following up. We got some Men-at-Arms pushing in
波斯
from
车，
the
砰
cage. It
砰砰
looks like a
砰
lot
砰
of the
砰。
villagers escaped there, and Vortix is just desperately trying to survive. He's losing more and more units though, and he doesn't look at 0 on food.
已
For
经
Vortix,
动
he
摇
just
了
doesn't have the resources to replace them. I think he's going to call the GG, and I think BC is through to the finals of N4C.
Vortix 动摇了
Oh,
，Vortix
baby,
没
what a
了，
performance from
没有
BC
木了，
here.
没有木了， 眼泪在流，太难过，这个太难过。地图控制。
will play against the winner of Marinelord and Leenock later on. Big Mangonel shots again, sending in the last villagers here.
Vortix 想打冠军赛，但是
And
BC 太
here we
猛，
go with all of the villagers trying to take out that
眼泪感觉
Mangonel.
要滴
It
出
looked
来
like
了
Vortix
，Vortix
was
眼泪要滴
about
出
to
来了
give up there, but maybe
，GG， 我
he
们
was
恭
thinking about the
喜
previous games of
BC 前进
BC
到
and
冠
a
军
big
赛。
double fist bump there from BC as he takes it and goes through to the finals. Huge result for him. Great effort there from Vortix in that series. It was long, it was drawn out, it was fought well from both players, and BC deserves to be in the finals.
It honestly felt like both deserved to be in the finals.
Yeah.
Best of 7. So many crazy games. Games where we have seen no villagers left for
18
Beastyqt.
population villagers for like 10 minutes.
And he fought through.
Yeah.
Vortix, crazy performance. Yesterday beat the Muslim and now is just here and put on the great show. Could have been his series as well.
Yep, it could have been easily. There's some really hard-fought games in there, and you have to love it. And we've been doing this series for 4 hours now for a
Holy
best
moly.
of 7 in Age of Empires 4. Like that's kind of crazy, and that shows how competitive it was. I have to credit BC. It seemed like every single game he came in with a game plan, and he never gave up. Never gave up until it was clear. Like that one scene where the deer stones was going this way, and I think the step readout was going this way. Again, he was trying to like separate them so the military wouldn't find it. Oh no!
Oh, holy! That was just such.
So he walled in 30 villagers.
And then sent the men-at-arms, and then they still fought themselves through.
Should have sent a monk, bro.
Yeah.
You should have sent a monk.
Oh, that was a highlight scene as well. And then the villagers trying to split, and then the monk goes out and goes in again with
Yeah.
another conversion later on.
Yeah.
Oh, that was crazy. That was crazy. And I will go over there and ask Beastyqt some questions. You will have your well-deserved rest.
Yep.
Get some food, because you will be in for another 4-hour set after this one. Marinelord against Leenock.
Hopefully. Yeah. All right, guys, stay tuned. We've got our second semis coming up soon, and obviously the interview with Beasty done by Nilly. I'm going to go get something to eat, and I'll see you in a bit, all right?
Banger of a set. Holy moly, how do you feel? I'm stressed. Production? Oh. Okay.
Wow.
Beastyqt, what a set. Holy moly, how do you feel?
I feel great. Like that was very stressful. Definitely the most stressful set that I've had, probably ever.
Yeah. That.
I think the civ picks worked out for me. And then when I saw Mongol Rus, I was super confident. I was like, oh, it's going to be a 4-2. You know, he was doing the push, and I was like, oh, this is great for me. You know, I can hold. I got castle, and I was like, oh my god, like, you know, that's it. But then I started losing more and more, and he got really bad at one point.
How many rams did he lose that game? 20? 25? It was just like 3 rams you defended, 3 rams you defended.
Yeah, that was a crazy game, and there were so many moments I'm like, oh, maybe I'm holding, but he just kept pushing, and I think I found his food sources way too late.
Oh yeah.
Because he didn't get, I think, that much deer, but he was just using berries the whole time, and yeah, I guess lancers are not the right answer to that push. So maybe next time we'll do something else.
Okay. Yeah. Also, it felt like maybe the lancers with the counter attack. Do you think that was the great choice? Because I was a bit thinking that if you had them for the defense would have been easier.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after the first push, I had 20 villagers in TC, like killing archers. So when I defended the first push, I felt like I can counterattack to kind of seal the game.
Yeah.
But then he had like so many more archers, and
Crazy.
basically because I only had few knights or men-at-arms at the time, he was able to focus them down and actually kill them, even though they're feudal archers into castle units. So yeah, I probably should have delayed my counterattacks. But like I said, I thought I had enough to defend. I don't know how many archer ranges he was on. Was he at 3?
Yeah, at some point he was 3 for the long, and then he built like double barracks in addition to that as well.
Yeah, so I think maybe men-at-arms would have been a better response, or if I got siege engineering into just quick mangonel would be nice as well, but live and learn.
Okay, well, then we went into game number 7. Did you feel the pressure? Like, were you scared after you felt like, okay, I have a good matchup, I just lost? It's the biggest game of your AoE4 career.
Yeah, so game 7, obviously I knew this was going to be Chinese versus Abbasid, and I played that matchup versus Mista, and as you know, I barely won that with the counterattack, and I do think that Abbasid is quite good against Chinese, especially on that map, because Chinese runs out of resources really fast. So if you just hit castle, make siege, and stay around their base, you don't necessarily need to attack. They will run out of resources because they can't push out. If you build a keep,
这个绝对这两
keep,
场
there's
他没有一
siege
场
making is
不能
not
精华
slower
的
than mine. So you can overwhelm the spring ults, even though Chinese ones are better. So that was kind of my game plan. I was worried that he's gonna BBQ rush me, but that's why I made 2 scouts, and I made sure that there's no villagers moving across, because that would be a bad way to go out of the tournament. So once I saw this going for second TC, I felt like much more comfortable. I kept scouting. I was like, don't lose to like a bunch of palace guards running around. Don't lose to lancers. So I just try to see what's going on. And when I saw 2 archer ranges, I felt so relieved because I knew that he's going to defend. And I don't think that's the right way to go
不行了，
about
我真的是好
it,
不舒服。
because he can't kill my siege.
But his castle age time was so much later, right? And he scouted your double barracks, so he felt, okay, I needed to defend the first wave first.
Yeah, I guess I've had a bunch of games like
Marinelord 打 Leenock 4-2
if the Abbasid doesn't attack,
，Marinelord 赢。
so I
哎，
had
我这一局预测成功哎
explain that.
，4-3
And I know
Beasty
the。moment I saw crossbows, I was like, well, I'm not going to run my man-at-arms into TC because crossbows are just going to farm them. So I just stayed outside. Once I got the castle up, that's a huge defense point. And then I made sure he has no villagers running out or, you know, hidden mining or gathering stuff somewhere. And the moment that I knew the game is really, really going well for me is when I walled off his villagers on the gold on the bottom. And when I saw his wood villagers like go on the pass on the right side because he had no more wood, so I felt pretty.
"水饺趴，就酱点，要酱吗？就酱点。买全联上 Uber Eats。"
Is a bit smaller than other players here.
Doesn't
I
have
think.
9 civs in the best of 9.
Right. I think Leenock is obviously, both of them are really, really good. Leenock mechanically is probably the best. Like, he's the fastest here. But he does lack a little bit in 1-2 civs. So something that's very important in the long series to know how to play all the civs equally or somewhat equally. On the other side, Marinelord, I mean, obviously he is the tournament favorite. You know, from the get-go, people thought he would win, he would do well, and he did do well. But I think I can beat both of them. So for me, at the end of the day, if you want to win the whole thing, you kind of have to beat everyone. So
Okay. Yeah, I can absolutely see that. Give me maybe your prediction.
my prediction, including everyone else's, were terrible this tournament. So I'm gonna say 4-2 Marinelord, but I wouldn't be surprised if it goes either way.
Okay. Sick.
哦哟，4-2
Then
Marino 哦。
production that we go now into the kitchen and then into the betting quiz so that they can work behind the scenes. I will thank you so much for the crazy good set. It was super entertaining, and we will see you again tomorrow, 16 GMT, for the best of 9 finals against Leenock or Marinelord. Congratulations for sure, and thanks for the entertaining games. Highlights? Okay, then we'll show highlights first. Then we're going into the kitchen, and then I have another highlight for you that you will even like more than the highlights that you will.
哇 ，Vortix 眼泪在哭哎。
There's a bunch of culverins behind this. Of course, the keep there with the upgrades. We got Lance Connect coming in from Beasty. I just wonder if he's got enough to stop this. That was a huge shot.
I think that.
Look at all the dead bodies. And no dead bodies there from Beasty. He lost a single cannon in that engagement, I think.
Pop 150 only for Vortix. What's happening? We are floating 6k wood.
We're floating so many resources, and BC continues to tighten the noose in here. So many culverins there, sniping all the siege from Vortix, and Vortix calls it, Nilly, before even a big fight. He just knew BC played that perfectly. This massive group of Vortix villagers, that is the entire economy for Vortix, and all of this happened because of those woodlines, Nilly.
Oh, this is so
Does
tricky.
BC actually have a chance?
他们这个对局真的没有一盘不是精华，
The easier
Oh,
it is
now
to
they're going
micro
that
them.
way.
每一场都是。
People stay in a group. He snipes off
我们这边稍微休息一下，晚一点，大概10-20分钟。哦，我们带来的是 Marinelord 对上 Leenock。好，等一下回来，我要去喘一下了。
We got archers, we got spearmen, we have knights, and from BC we have horsemen, longbowmen, and spearmen of his own.
But not fully upgraded, right? We simply see Vortix with more upgrades on the units out of the blacksmith as well, and only 10 villagers can fit into the landmark. That means some villagers are going to die. Some at the front.
Yeah, Beasty hastily sniping the archers, but the knights are doing work at the front here. And has he done all this work for it to end like this is the question I'm asking. As the Rams come in, the knights continue to flood, and Beasty, even though for a brief second he was tied on villagers, it looks like he's going to give up a whole lot more again.
Oh, looks like it. Villagers in the gold exposed. Rams now coming in, deciding to go for the barracks first. Does not want to see counters on the map against his knights, and he is deep in the base of Beastyqt. He drops below 50 population.
Okay, does the previous experience make him less likely to give up in this situation?
I came back from 13 villagers. And now I have still 40, but look at that. 2 military and so many idle villagers. There's no way. He sees so much blue next to his starting town center.
Yeah, and he's not counter raiding or anything this time. He doesn't have outposts up on the woodline or anything like that. He simply has an economy full of his enemy, and I believe Beasty has given up. And what a wild game there. Went down to 13 villagers at one point, but he had control over Vortix's woodline. 100% victory, and here we go. Here's another Wallalow, and Vortix, no, he doesn't give it to the fans. He doesn't give it to the fans. That would have been so beautiful.
Oh, Beastyqt is still clapping for himself. Like, he thinks he would have gotten that one, but
Does BC get in that stealth forest in time? That's the question. He's gonna be in the stealth forest. The archer will go in there looking around. Does
He doesn't see them.
He doesn't notice the Beasty is being very, very sneaky right here.
Keep his coming there. Out of line of sight. Oh, perfect placement.
Just out of the line of sight from Vortix. So great stuff there from Beasty.
The overchop. Oh, the wall behind the overchop. Nice reaction. And now he should punish all those palace guards, but some snuck in the back.
Yep, the keep will be going up here shortly, and it will start attacking the villagers on the gold. Beasty is getting closer and closer with these defensive offensive fortifications. Vortix not seeing that right away, finally pulls them away. And oh my god, how much economy is over here? How many villagers? Please select that and see.
66.
What?
And 3 palace guards already waiting as well. And another raid here. Beastyqt is actually making life really tough for Vortix.
Vortix down to 88 villagers now. That number will keep dropping as these palace guards attack. So many villagers coming back
get there.
in here.
Just cut off the reinforcements.
The other palace guards as well coming from behind, but Vortix finally has his army mixed in. They're like, get out of the way, civilians. We need to engage.
Nest of bees getting kills in there, Dave.
83 villagers now from Vortix. This is not the first time in this series we've had a game like this. The palace guards now engage against the Springles. They take out one of them from Vortix. The Ram is making its way over to the keep. I don't think it's going to be able to do any damage this time. So another one being built there. Vortix with a lot of idle economy the last 3 minutes.
Ooh, that was really intense, but Vortix kind of maneuvered himself out of there.
I think he's being attacked on the right side too, maybe.
Oh, those villagers all idle. They're not really getting resources. Look at the income of Vortix. Yeah, you have 83 villagers, but no wood, no food, no stone income.
Yeah, BC just such a master at switching between points on the map. Really keeping in mind the resource placements for Vortix, and Vortix is running all over the place. BC commits against this ram with the villagers, commits against the second ram now. Has the nest of bees behind, has the palace guards in front. If Vortix loses all of his army here, he could be in deep trouble.
Nest of bees are dying though, but we also have boiling oil, so really tricky to fight next to the castle. And if the keep actually gets to kill that ram, we see Vortix has to go back, and Vortix heavily plummeting in population. And I think he will think he's in a worse spot than he actually is, because BC's pop is horrible as well.
BC.
Round archers will certainly find something statted out. Only now coming in, and that will be a pretty ugly area. And those villagers, what are they up to?
They're idle. The villagers are doing nothing. The knights charge in, and so many villagers go down. The archers also shooting at them. Is that his only gold he can take safely?
Well, there's still some in the center where he has a lot of towers, right? But obviously King of the Hill, yeah, you don't have too much at your starting base. Some knights now trying to get into some more raids. Beastyqt roughly 20 villagers ahead and still getting more control in the center. Nice raid.
Only 2 Springolds left on that side for Beasty, but it says he has 6 on the field, so maybe bringing some over. The keep will likely fall, so the push continues for Vortix. Problems at home, though. Big problems at home.
Uh-oh, drops below 70 villagers, and that woodline is gone. And you already asked, like, where is his next woodline? But if he loses this one, it doesn't even matter. Now Militaire pushing into the center. Springles from the back will deal with those with those traps, potentially. Maybe the keep even stays alive, Dave.
I think the keep stays alive. I think Beasty has successfully taken out everything here with his Springold mass, and the Knights are just having a day over here in the economy from Vortix. Vortix goes down. Beasty, fantastic positioning. Vortix's eco. There's 3 Lancers here. This could do a whole lot of damage, but he needs to survive at home. Villagers being pushed right now to the front lines, and they're going to start engaging against these Rams under the Archers, under the Knights from his opponent. 1 ram goes down, 2nd ram will probably follow, and the 3rd ram, but it's like, how many villagers does he escape from this with?
Oh, it can't be a lot. Look at that, 26 and still plummeting. So much army falling down. Still nice counter-attack, but it feels like a big split there. I think he needed the Lancers at home. Villagers still trying to run, tries to reposition the town center, but that's was so many losses.
Yeah, there's so many losses for BC, but also so many losses for Vortix.
Double the population, Dave. Is it though? Is it though? You can move your landmarks. Look at that. Villagers now repairing the town center. Goes for the market. I think it's Mongols is one of the trickiest civilizations to landmark snipe.
I would be very intimidated if I saw that many people with torches chasing me.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely ridiculous here. How many villagers does Vortix have chasing this?
Happening?
He must feel like Beasty, you're dead, just give up. And he's chasing after them with all of them. Beasty is repairing on the move. Looks like his starting town center will be going down, though. The starting town center is down. And Beasty will whisper, yes.
Looks so bad for him. Now the Rams is going down. Another pull. This is like the 15th Ram that we see dying here in Fuel Age for Vortix. 35 minutes, but he is so reluctant of changing his plans. Now the Khan could take quite some damage. That would be so bad. Look at the face of Beastyqt if he loses that one. 140 HP. No, it's a 1-man army.
It's literally a 1-man army over there. There are 2 Lancers on the field as well from BC, but I have no idea where they are. Maybe they're in the bottom there. We see the outposts now going down. Another Ram being built. Love to see a Ram count for this game. That must be number 14.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Khan
so much investment.
Again.
Khan still on the wood line. Vortix cannot pass that
but
like 45 villager mark, but it's 11 villagers for Beasty. 15 population. What?
Is he hoping for a disconnect? What's happening here? Now pulls villagers against the Ram. Here. That can't be it. We are going to game 7, Dave.
Going to a game 7. Wow, he really knew. Look at the the stress. And they're going to get inside there and
Marinelord,
start wreaking havoc.
ridiculous shots!
Oh, what a shot there from the Marinelords.
Will play against the winner of Marinelord and Leenock later on. Big Marinelord shots again, sending in the last villagers here to give it a worthy battle for a great series.
And here we go with all of the villagers trying to take out that Marinelord. It looked like Vortix was about to give up there, but maybe he was thinking about the previous games with Beasty, and a big double fist bump there.
Damn, what a set. And I'm so incredibly hungry now. Luckily, we have the official meal kit provider, HelloFresh, cooking for us, and we have 2 delicious meals today. Tell me something, what's the meat option of the day?
Today we had chicken breast with panko almond panade with glazed beetroot and potatoes and green beans. And as a vegetarian, we had halloumi burger with carrot and root beet sticks.
Nice, nice,
Yeah.
really
And I
nice.
make one for you.
Oh, that's perfect. So we can see how it is actually set together. Typical preparation time is 30 to 40 minutes here, as I can see. The vegetarian option. Obviously, I can look at the full recipe here, can take a look at how it's delivered, and we are putting some sauce in. The sauce is a honey mustard dip, from what I heard. Indeed. And then, if I look at this, we fried the halloumi, put some onions on there, now some lettuce, some tomato, all the good stuff. Yeah. Nice. And then, not going for the fries, we're actually going for the beetroot and carrot fries. Why is that?
What? Sorry.
Well, we are actually not going, like typically we eat potato fries, right? And this time we are going for carrots and beetroots.
Right. That's carrots and beetroots in the oven, and I put some French fries salt on it.
Oh, French fry salt. So it has the flavor there as well. By Ankerkraut. The salt there, quite nice, and it looks absolutely delicious. What herbs are you putting in there? Because I see some green stuff.
There's parsley, and on the halloumi, I have some cheese spice from Ankerkraut.
Ooh, some cheese spice. That's interesting. And I think one of the worst things someone can do is actually take a bite out of a burger on stream. And yeah, that's why we will do that here, I would assume.
Try it. Oh my god.
HelloFresh is the official meal kit provider for N4C. Order your HelloFresh package right here, right now.
Very good.
That's crazy good. What did you do? That's honey mustard.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Honey mustard and creme fraiche.
Mmm.
Yep.
That's so nice of you, HelloFresh. If you use the code down below, you can actually get up to 80%, 80 euro reduction for your next order. We will go over to the couch, and I have a special surprise for you. Well, cut was earlier than expected, and obviously this was a crazy set, but we got something special for you prepared. And if you look closely, something crazy is going to happen.
Hi. Hello.
Welcome to a betting quiz between the Mister and the Viper. I will have some questions prepared. The answers are always numbers, and they will kind of bid each other, and always will increase in numbers. And someone then says stop, meaning, okay, the number that you said was too high. So basically Viper says 5, the Mister says stop. So if it's 5, if it's 4 or lower, Mister wins. If it's How long does it take to get all mosque upgrades for Delhi?
Look, he's like adding up all the numbers now because he knows them.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
All mosque
upgrades.
There are what, 7 mosque upgrades? 21 minutes.
21:30.
How much?
21:30.
21 minutes, 30 seconds.
22.
22 minutes.
Stop.
Stop. So if it's 22 or higher,
Yes.
Viper wins. If it's 21 minutes, 59 seconds or lower, the Mister wins. And it is, drum roll, 46 minutes and 41 seconds.
We were so bad.
Simply like, I think there's one imp upgrade, right? And the factor is like 9.
Wait, there's
Oh, no,
an
15.
Isn't
There's,
it Castlage, the latest one? The speed upgrade for a monk?
I don't know, like, but I looked it up. I looked it up, all of them. Yeah, but one factor was crazy high. Like one of them like took 15 minutes with 0 scholars.
15.
Yeah.
You sure this is not like the House of Learning or what?
I tried to click mosque upgrades.
Did you sit there and wait until they finished?
Sorry. Okay, so regardless, I think even if I screwed that one up, still we are far away from 22 minutes.
I still won.
So Viper will take 1 W. Okay, next question. And we will have the Viper start with that. How many videos, as of Friday, roughly 4 p.m., did Aussie Drongo upload to his YouTube video, to his YouTube channel this year?
Oh.
This year.
This year.
And we're roughly 45? No, we're like, what, 75 days into the year, kind of ish?
Kind of ish.
230.
320.
这在干嘛？
Too high.
Too high indeed.
Stop, liar.
Too
No.
high indeed. Actually, it was shockingly low to me as well. I thought he was uploading 3 per day, but the number is actually only 117.
I thought it would be like
117, yeah.
I thought it would be like 5 per day. Like, he's uploading so much.
So 2 for the Viper. I didn't even mention we are playing a best of 9. So whoever gets 5 wins.
Okay.
So now you have to
serious.
focus,
I was
mister.
kind of working with that math, like roughly 3 a day.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit higher.
I
'cause
was
maybe it
shocked as
patch
well.
notes one day and things like that.
Yeah, but New Year's, I think he was a bit slower there.
Okay.
Okay, next one. In N4C qualifier number 2, there were 77 sets. How often was Mongol banned at least one time?
Out of 77 sets?
Yeah.
He was first.
What kind of a number are we looking for?
Hmm?
What kind of number? How many times it was banned?
Yeah, at least
How
one
many
time.
bands
Like,
were there in each?
there was different. There were 1, later 2, later 3, and then I think none.
But there was always one band in each.
There was
match.
in the round of 6 there was no ban.
Good luck.
50.
50. Wait, no, round of 6 also had 1 ban, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah.
All
You will
around.
change your number
No.
after that information?
No.
77 matches total, yeah?
Yeah.
What number did you say?
50.
62.
Too high.
And it was banned 71 times.
Wow. Hey, 3-0, right?
3-0 for the
Dude,
Viper.
I'm better than this.
Okay,
than playing.
I will have to give.
For a comeback.
Okay, this is a Mr. question. Viper already wanted to veto some kind of those questions, but I will keep it in now because.
That's not fair.
Okay, so what is the damage per second of a hand cannoneer? So how much damage does a hand cannoneer do per second?
He probably has this in his folder.
Yeah, he knows exactly. Like, okay, damage output shoots every X seconds.
Yes.
With
Quick
that
math.
upgrade, I 20%
It's
more.
without chemistry.
Without chemistry, okay.
Mm-hmm,
Oh,
obviously.
that changes a lot for me.
And Viper starts.
I
How much
start.
damage per second? You're leading 3-0.
0.1.
0.1 damage. Do you think
That
it's
was
higher?
so tricky.
Do you think it's higher than that?
Obviously.
The thing is, if
Take the mic
Yeah,
as
this
well.
is-
Obviously.
now you're in a spot where do you put the exact number?
Yes, I
and
know.
Assume that I go higher, or
I don't remember exactly how much the cannoneer does. It's either 32 or 35.
it's 42.
No, it's not. That's
Used to be.
the Strelet.
It used to be 42 before the nerf, right?
Ooh,
I won't say anything.
27.5.
How often does it shoot?
I don't remember the number as well. It's the exact number.
Too high.
Too high. What was your math behind it?
It's basically.
With the mic?
I think he attacks by 1.5. I think. I'm not sure though. It could be lower.
I think it might be higher even.
He attacks every 2
小李
seconds.
他们要不要打啦？
35. So 17.5 would be the right answer. So Viper wins again because he went too high.
Damn, I'm good at this.
4-0 for the Viper. Okay, now an easy question for the Mister, and Viper has no idea. How long does it take for one villager to build a blacksmith?
I have no idea as well.
You have no idea? Okay, that's why it's called guessing quiz. Or betting quiz?
Are we playing Chinese?
No.
Oh, good. You see, you have to give us that information.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a treadmill crane?
Wrong
wrong
game. Funny.
That's kind of how I work. 60 seconds.
60
Wait,
seconds?
let me think. 45 seconds.
45 seconds.
Why did you say that? I want.
Imagine if I'm spot on. That would be sick.
Yeah, I think that's it though.
Oh, yeah?
I think that's it. I'm not sure, but I think that's it.
Whatever he says, too high.
What do you mean?
Whatever he says after me, too high.
It feels like it is 45 seconds when I'm in a game, but I think it's 45. So I guess it's too high.
Too high.
40.
It's actually, I was shocked. That's why I had the question in there. It's 13 seconds.
What?
What?
Yeah. It built super fast.
That
apparently,
cannot be
blacksmith.
true.
I looked it
Cannot.
up.
No, it's the blacksmith.
Yeah, the
It cannot
blacksmith.
be true.
13?
Impossible.
Okay, then we will
Vodka.
just
It's not possible.
Try
vodka.
to build a blacksmith.
Try or go into the game or something.
He's already in the game.
Okay.
Just build a blacksmith. It cannot be 13 seconds.
I was
Cannot
shocked
build
as
a
well.
game. He's not on high resources.
What? Okay, vodka will restart. Okay, I will squeeze you in another one.
Yeah,
Either
you
it's
can.
It's 40.
一个人盖兵工
either
厂
it's
只
4-1
需要
or
3
vodka
秒，
will-
哪有
will
可能
change？that.
Did you you tried this yourself to?
No, I
figure-
looked it up in the tech tree, and I was shocked. Yeah,
a
build one
blacksmith.
blacksmith, please, vodka.
I hope you started in age 2. Good.
Okay.
Build a landmark first.
I will take him like 4.5 minutes. Then he's short of wood. Okay, build it now, vodka. Okay, starts now. 1. Okay, start. 1, 2,
Did you
3,
pick Chinese?
4,
No.
5,
Wait, is it actually
6,
13 seconds?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
It's almost ready.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
Your 13 seconds are looking
19,
bad.
20, 21. Okay, so roughly 20 seconds, right?
Okay, good.
You said too high though, right?
Yeah, but he said too high to 45. And 45 was too high.
Yeah, but I win. Oh,
No,
yeah.
no. You might win morally,
Fair,
but
fair,
the point
fair.
still goes over there.
When you build
4-1.
it inside the game, it feels like
It feels
takes
forever. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that's interesting how I screwed that one up.
Yeah.
But good that you were curious.
I think we should
Okay.
cancel the question since you didn't know the answer.
I also think like 2 of those answers are already wrong as well. Oh,
Okay.
I think actually all 3 of the first ones are questionable. Okay, next one that I actually looked up last Friday. What is the pick rate of English for people below 900 ELO? So they can pick 8 civilizations.
Who starts?
It's 1v1 and Mr. starts. 1v1 pick rate for English below 900 rating.
Number 1.
20%.
20%.
40%.
Too high.
40%. Too high.
I think it's actually maybe even higher.
What? There are 8 civs?
I know, but English is super popular, no?
Yeah, they're
that's
super
why I said
popular.
20%.
But it would be average civ would be 12.5.
Yeah, but
right?
people don't play like
No,
other
They
civs.
do.
Yeah, they do. It's 26.3%.
Okay, I thought it would be even higher.
I thought that 20% was like 1/5 of the games
Yeah.
are English, and the other 1/5 is like French. That's what
I
was my
thought it would
logic.
be almost like half even. But yeah, okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Come
So
on,
4-1.
or 2.
4-2. 4-2. So, in N4C qualifier, there was basically a home map pick, a ban, and then home map picks. Okay?
Thanks for explaining it to me.
Okay. N4C qualifier. You didn't need to qualify.
I know.
Okay, now the question. We had 77 sets in the N4C qualifier. How often was Boulder Bay banned?
So it can be banned once every 77 match, right? It can only be banned once every 77 series.
Yeah.
Who starts?
Mr. starts.
40.
40 times banned.
Too high.
Too high is correct.
How much was it?
30 times banned.
Okay.
40 is like
Remember,
over
people
half.
can pick it as well,
Yes.
and some people left it 3. There were some best of 3s as well.
Yeah.
GG, Viper wins 5-2.
N4C champion.
In some form, at least.
Good.
Goodbye.
Well, having casted quite a few N4C qualifier games, I would say Boulder Bay being banned only 30 times.
这2个人傻眼，
Not enough. It needed to be 77 times.
这2个傻眼。
Calling out a 40% civ pick when we have 8 civs.
他们现在只想要看 Marinelord 打
No,
Leenock，很不
You
想要
know
看
who
这
else
3个。
hasn't done the math, Dave? Me. I never do the math.
I never do the math. It's too risky. We have too many people watching. I never do the math. I learned that very long ago. That was a mistake I only made in the first year of casting. After that, you never state anything with 100% certainty.
99%, always a good spot.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
leaves that little bit of wiggle room, but
Exactly.
otherwise you're going to end up eating your shoe. But speaking of shoes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Speaking of shoes,
I hope that you guys have brought your shoes tonight because we're going to be eating plenty of shoes. Marinelord takes on Leenock. This is going to be a best of 7. Could be 4 games, Dave. Could be 7. Could be 5, I guess, technically also.
could be another 4 hours.
It could be.
That was an insane set
It
that we
was.
saw in the first semis, and
准备好了。
hopefully we go to 7 games again here. We've got Marinelord, a lot of people's favorite to win the tournament. Probably everyone here's favorite if you ask them seriously to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Going up against Leenock, a player who
哎，网络是不是怪怪的啊？
a little bit. I guess he won his first set against Mista, but after that, maybe a little bit slow.
Yeah. He definitely took his time to warm up. Sort of, obviously, Mr. doing a little bit of a similar thing, but Leenock now, it definitely seems like he's in gear. He's up to 3rd gear.
哦，
right
那
now, and he's
提
looking to
醒一
play
下
around.
大家，
And
今
obviously
天
going up against
的
Marinelord
4
tonight
强
is
转播
definitely
完毕
his
之后，
biggest
马上
challenge
会
so
抽
far, so
出
looking
一
forward
位
to seeing
观
how he
众
can
是
tackle it.
拿
Coming
这个
into the final,
750
an
点点
underdog,
数高。
definitely. But he's looking stronger every day. So who knows what we'll see tonight? It is potentially that we
谢谢啦，
could
开始啦，谢谢。
see 7. How many games do you think?
高
we'll see tonight?
山深
6,
谷
all right. And you calling it for Leenock or for Marinelord?
Marinelord.
All right. I can get behind that. I've spoken with a lot of people at the venue at the moment. They've said they think it's going to be Marinelord 4-1, 4-2, like yourself. I suspect, look, we'll probably see a Marinelord victory as well. But I've got to say, somebody needs to be on Leenock's side. He's got all of Korea behind him, but I might put myself over there as well. I'm going Leenock 4-3.
I think he's got like he's got Mista behind him as well. He's got the people that he's beaten, the people that he beat out behind him. So currently that's sitting at Mista only, but it might be sitting at Marinelord cheering for him for the
法
finals.
国
if he
对
manages
蒙
to take
古
it through here. It seems like he's just been gathering steam. You know, he's slowly adapting to the meta. Like if you ask him, I was overhearing a conversation with him and with
他们的 ban
Mista
pick
before the
策略
set,
完全不一样。
and Leenock was looking at him. He's like, "You very smart, me dumb." He's like,
中华电信又
I
在那
can
边
play,
搞啊。
Yeah.
but I'm dumb. Like I know the Civ draft bad, like Civ's bad, but I can play the game. You know?
And that's exactly it. Like, obviously, being from a Korean StarCraft background, it's second nature to him to just move quickly on the keyboard, on the mouse. But a little bit of a consequence of being in that bubble over in South Korea, not many other Koreans playing the game, means that he kind of develops independently by himself. He's got his amazing micro and macro that he can deal with, but when it comes to strategies, he's a little bit left behind. But as you mentioned, he's picking
been
up
here
steam.
for a week.
Yeah, and
he's been here for a week with arguably like some of the greatest minds in the game,
Yep.
if not all of them here gathered.
为什么
in that
小
room
李
in the
前
back,
3
so
场
he's
出
been
中国就
practicing
输
with them, speaking
王
about
牌
the
不
game
要
with
出
them,
是吗？
and
因为会对到
over
很多
time,
其
his
他
Civ
文。
drafts, his Civ map selections have been getting better and better, and his strategy choices have been getting better. And you add that to his already impressive playing ability, and you just get a monster. The Leenock rising up from the depths.
He is actually very much so the Leenock. He is grabbing everybody he can. You can see right there more than $300,000 in SC2 earnings. And Marinelord on the other side. He's won all 3 of the Winter Series games, so he has not yet won an S tier Age of Empires 4 tournament.
好，各位观众朋友们，我们今天的4强赛第2场正式开始。地图是高山深谷，法国王 Marinelord 对上南韩选手 Leenock。法国打蒙古啊。
Can we get an overview? I believe the first map was Hill. It is
King of the
not.
Hill.
It is King of the Hill. Okay, I believe. I thought it said Hill and Dale on that Civ draft, but I guess we were wrong. It is King of the Hill. And we're going to be starting here with a
不是占山为王哦，占山为王啊，不是高山深谷啊。那 OK， 这2个文明出来 OK。
What does Leenock need to do differently than what Vortix tried?
He needs to be successful with his pressure. If he is going to apply pressure, he actually needs to make it stick. He's got a beautiful spawn, though. Take a look at this. This is not something that you typically see on this map. It's very rare to have a wood line close to a gold mine, and he's somehow managed to find it. So Leenock already starting off looking incredible with his spawn, with his map. Obviously, this map as well, it's quite important. The sacred site, French love to go and take that sacred site, put a keep or 2 or 7 on top of it. That's how
我们轻松一起看一下第一盘啊，不找2。
Yeah, and he seems so dangerous with the Mongols, honestly. Like, players were making fun of his Mongols earlier in the tournament, but then we saw that performance he had on King of the Hill against Abbasid, where the Khan just would not die. Like, I was casting that, it's down to 5 HP, it just would not die, and he got so many units off of it.
YT 留言没有吗？抽奖吗？
没有。The macro, obviously, behind it is phenomenal, and maybe he's able to punish Marinelord's French. Marinelord with the French, what does he need to do against the Mongols?
The big thing here is surviving, not taking too much damage in the early game, and hoping to find your timing window normally about the 10 to 15 minute mark. As long as you can survive up until that point, you should be okay. One of the things to be cautious of is that the Mongols love to go through for that castle age timing. So if he is looking at doing something with improved siege engineering, then he's got to be very careful about that. But now we see that villager.
And he sees it too. Marinelord sees it. So Leenock is going to be a little bit exposed here. The scout can't straight up kill the villager right now, but he can track him and be very, very annoying. And once this outpost goes down forward, he can pull villagers of his own to try and deny it. And the villager has to go back to meet up with the spearman. It's only 1 spearman in production here, but there's 2 in front of it.
Yeah, so going to have that beautiful double bonus spearman coming through. But Marinelord obviously aware that this is the situation, so he gets that intel straight away. He's going to be able to put in a plan in place to be dealing with this and begin to execute that plan. And we can already see that scout. Look how annoying he's being with the scouts. Just
oh my goodness, it's so annoying. If you're coming across to that villager, you're like, oh, I have the spearman to protect it, and suddenly the villager is half HP. You can't catch the scouts. To be fair, Leenock's doing a fantastic job protecting this villager. He's not getting too far out of place. But putting that first outpost down is going to be a struggle for him for sure.
Yeah, because number 1 is that Marinelord is well aware of it. Number 2 is that that villager is
这个位置太凶了吧
Leenock going to having to be reinforcing this position and probably even bringing out a few more villagers if he wants to make this stick.
Yeah, Marinelord on the way to the next stage. School of Cavalry coming down for him. He's got a gold there. He's also got a wood line there. He can switch to the wood line in the back there, but it's in the same direction as that outpost, so really doesn't want to start this outpost chain coming down. I would suspect we see an archer range opening here from Marinelord, and then maybe even adding a few more scouts to try and take out those buildings.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen develop throughout the tournament. And we did see Marinelord also deleting that mining camp on the gold mine. Realizes that he wants to prevent his enemy from getting that raid bounty because it'd be very easy to do. Now moving in, doing a pretty decent job at this point in just controlling those villagers, forcing them onto things he doesn't want to be on. But I would expect that we'd probably see some scouts into production as he reaches the second age.
Yeah, and then once you get the scouts on the field, you always have the option to go into professional scouts later, and you just really synergize that defense. Leenock is not afraid of anything, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god, okay, he replaces that outpost a little bit, but he's out of position with the spearmen. They're going after the villagers. Leenock didn't realize the spearmen horsemen were going around that side of the wood line, so he's going to have to pull him back. Marinelord really delaying here, waiting for the archers to come out on the field. Khan is there from Leenock. I think that outpost should go up before the first archer is out.
Yeah, I suspect that outpost is going to go up. Probably going to be the last one, but if we take a look at the minimap, you can actually see that when it comes to wood spawns here, Marinelord not having the best spawn possible. On the left side of his town center, he's also got another big wood line with the berries down there. Leenock's going to be able to prevent that, so he's going to be having to think about secondary sources. Horse or archers now going to be coming out.
这边小贡已经出生了，我很痛
He wants to avoid that villager going down. It's imperative that he gets up this outpost, and now dropping down that movement speed arrow. Going to be coming in, takes out a spearman, does a pretty decent job. Got to be careful with that villager though. You can see it's on low health. He manages to get the outpost up. Villager does stay inside. He keeps it alive.
Yep, villager tanked the maximum number of arrows it could without going down, and she's gonna hop inside and calmly doing so as well. The wood line for Marinelord is really the major issue here. If they're all cut off, like he's taking a straggler tree right now, I think he really needs to start thinking, if he's not going to push those outposts back, where else can I move to?
That's a great point. I'd love to take a look right now at Leenock's perspective and see what he has uncovered on the map. You can see that he spots out the wood lines here for Marinelord. He knows where he might potentially look, so I would expect that we could even see another villager or two potentially coming out towards that wood line and look to be doing damage before Marinelord actually moves over. But you can see he's dealing with stragglers at the moment. Just a couple of villagers out on those trees, but having a little bit of trouble now. Arrow slits coming through as well. Jeez, this is...
And Leenock can spot this. Like, he saw Marinelord was dealing with stragglers, and he sees Marinelord going out to that wood, the one singular tree out there. Whether that's intentional or not, I don't know.
Marinelord 这一把
He's going to move over in this direction.
往后搬
Marinelord should be fine. We'll see the split screen right here as both players focus on that area. Scout's now coming out. He'll spot the Khan. Leenock will be tracking all of this movement from Marinelord, and at the back, adding some more production buildings.
Yeah, we can see Horseman now coming out here.
法国断金是目前是还好，木材比较重要。
When we look at Leenock's or Marinelord's perspective now, you can see him also moving out, looking to be aggressive in this situation. So a very smart move and definitely puts the shoe on the other foot. Has managed to build up a safe.
法国虽然黄金很重要，没错，但是现在是需要木材，出小工。
I think when it comes to just sheer APM, these two guys are the king at the moment in this game. So very, very good to see. But you can see that for Leenock, he's got all of his resources under his town center. I don't think Marinelord's going to be able to do too much in this spot.
No, it's a great spawn.
昨天 Leenock 是说他要4-2，他预测他自己4-2打赢 Marinelord，Marinelord 也预测自己4-1还4-2打赢 Leenock。
The Spearman upgrade as well, but the archers in there for Marinelord maybe going to cause him a few problems. Marinelord figured out that the safest wood line he could take is the most forward wood line near his base, and Leenock can really do nothing to punish that at the moment.
Yeah, so at this point in time, we can see Marinelord still hanging around the base of Leenock, just looking to keep him in the base. He's got enough military units now. He doesn't really need to do too much. I expect that we'll probably see him looking to transition, and you can see he's starting to stack up quite a few resources here. More than 1,000 resources built up right now for Marinelord. Something curious that you don't always see.
现在小李想办法抓一个节奏。
900 food. So if he wants to get out,
到城堡就有机会了。
he's going to really need to move a lot of villagers out there to do it, to have anything similar to the gold count he'll need with regard to the food count to get up to that next stage. So we can see, oh, he's actually moved quite a fair few out here. Look at that.
Nice outpost there too, preemptive outpost before
到
the
城堡
pressure
就有
comes
机会
in, bringing the archers back.
现在 Marinelord 大量村民在挖黄金啊，知道自己要落后。
He's banking quite a bit of food here. I guess he's got a lot on the gold like we saw before. So both players should be up at relatively the same time. Wall also coming down from Marinelord, so he's going to secure that whole right side of his base.
Yeah, I think this is a very smart move by Marinelord to do this. Prevent that Khan from coming through, getting the scouting information, prevent horsemen from coming through, doing any raids. So a smart move there. And now we see Leenock looking to commit a little bit more to the second age. Obviously got plenty of gold in the bank, but getting a few horsemen out, and this Khan just being very cheeky, attacking the villager down that is constructing that wall.
小李打得不差，但是 Leenock， 小李就是 Leenock， 但是 Marinelord 他这里，哦来了，刚好， 意识其实差不多。这一波会决定胜负哦。
They should be able to get through. It could
What is going on?
Yeah, he should be able to get through that or at least siege that down. It'll only take him a few seconds, but obviously the few seconds that it does by Marinelord, Marinelord's going to be able to move units over there, cover for him. So now we've got that age up in queue. You can see that brand new UI element up towards the top of your screens, moving around that too. Thank you very much. Big shout out to Overlay Guy. It's looking very, very nice. And Professional Scout's also going to be coming in for Marinelord, but he's got to be careful here. A lot of villagers on this gold mine.
Yeah, and there's scouts there. It's like there's 4 scouts in that army. So Leenock leaves with the horsemen, but Scout's not going to be doing as much damage as the horsemen are. And he just leaves and goes around to the other position. So he's got spearmen over there, he's got horsemen over there, and he too is going up to the 3rd age with the step readout. So he's not too far behind so far. All the pressure been on Marinelord's base.
我觉得我前面播的太激动了，现在
But remember, 4 of those
喉咙
units
又
are
痛
scouts,
起
and
来。
there's only 3 archers there. Barracks now being added.
这边转装甲步
Yeah,
兵
it's a
可
really
以
good
啊，
point. I'm curious
先
what
装甲步
composition
兵啊，
Marinelord
因为现在
will look to
Marinelord
go
他
to
想要
in
走
this
这个
situation. Going
专
up
业
against
斥
the
候的话，
Mongols is
先守一
really
波
tough.
没问题。
Typically, you'd see out of these guys just put out a whole bunch of lancers out onto the field, but now we can see that the double barracks from Marinelord means that he can very easily go into spears. So he could be anticipating that that's what the Mongol player will be looking to do and subsequently counters it. But both players now getting up to that 3rd age. I'll be curious to see what Marinelord looks to put his guild hall on, whether he keeps it on food, as we see most players do at the start of the castle age, or whether he looks to transfer it over or move it over to stone or to gold.
小李真的也在进化，
Economy though.
双方目前都还不错，哦，没有分出胜负。那法国中后盘打蒙古较优啊，蒙古的中央控制对打这个法国，法国比较好。但是现在的问题点是，蒙古还有机会压制到这个高地中央，还有金矿区。
Obviously, Leenock, on the other hand, he's going to be able to find his own small
金矿区有机会压制。
second town center, which we have been seeing more Mongol players do, especially in those.
现在这个专业兽肉捡回来之后，
King of the Hill, because
装甲步兵就多了。现在小李一直要牵制这个中央这个8000金。
which is very common as well.
现在小李要怎么打呢？ 还会开双 TC 吗？ 还是要决战？
Leenock is adding a lancer, and now he's going to be able to make siege on the field as more spearmen come out from as well. And I believe that's a sprinkled in place.
工程科技点了，要决战。
Potentially secure up the middle. I'd be curious to see exactly where he's looking to get that sprinkled in placement. But if he is looking to position himself on the yeah, there it's coming in right now on the sacred side. This could be bad for Marinelord. Forces him to fight. And typically, Marinelord wants to be the defensive player. He wants to be sitting back. He wants to make sure that he spots the mangonels before they spot him.
And Marinelord actually going to stone now. So I don't know if he's thinking about that second town center. I don't know if he can if Leenock takes control of that middle area, or maybe thinking about a keep at
小李现在要打 all in。
upgraded towers of his own.
小李要打 all in。
That he is thinking about stone, sends in the men-at-arms now.
第一盘直接打 all in。
Is there anything here immediately to counter these units from Leenock?
Yeah, I think primarily it's going to be those men-at-arms, but unfortunately, Marinelord sending in a couple units to waste here. It just seems like a little bit of a misplay. The men-at-arms quite slow. You can see them barely.
这边不妙哦 ，Marinelord 这边不妙哦。4只装甲过来回打，这边小李往后拉 ，OK。
And Spearmen actually taking effective fights against the men-at-arms currently, just because they're out.
这里鹿肉捡回来了，续命一波。
Because those villagers were working on their last one, even dropping down a few farms behind this. He does have the first fooding upgrade, Marinelord, and there's a market.
4级盖了，这小李第一盘直接裤子脱了，全部冲了。哇！他等下用4级买卖，什么东西缺我就直接买一波，然后直接欧了。
Going to be able to buy up that wood. It makes a lot of sense doing that because on this map typically wood a little bit more difficult to.
52村对
45. You always have floating gold with Mongols. Like you always have, even though you try and use it as best you can, it seems like you just always have floating gold. And
哇！但是这个鹿肉送的真快啊！
Strategy, but for a human. for a human, it makes sense.
Yeah, for non-robots,
糟糕
it makes sense. But now we've got that
打的
Marinelord
好像
coming
有一
through.
点慢
So looking to hold this position still yet
小
to
李
see
现在
any
这一
more religious units
边
out on the map though. So even
现
though
在才
Leenock
要
has gone
打
and secured up this central location
有
with
一
his,
点点慢
with
的
his
感觉
outposts and with the sprinkled in placements,
小
we
李
don't
一样
actually
是
see
噪
any,
点经济科
you
技
know, any religious units to actually capture that sacred site.
单
A
TC
little bit of a misplay from him because he definitely
投
does
石
have
车
the
来了
agency in this situation.
Yeah, just to kind of force the issue a little bit.
Marino 这边他的问题点是现在已经打到城堡中期
Yeah,
了
it，makes a lot of sense, and we now see that the guild hall
他
has been
必
turned
须
onto
拿
stone.
黄金
So
回
there's-
来，
he's got two options with regard to his stone.
而不是
First
封建
option,
时
pull
代
it out
初
at
期手
800,
可以
get himself a keep,
应
or
付的
pull it
问
out
题
at。1100 and get yourself a
Marino
keep,
有
as well as a
石头
town，center.
有食物，但是没有黄金，库存695。但装甲步兵量是够多，现在需要去找黄金。
He has an opportunity to catch a lot of villagers here if Marinelord or if Marinelord can't take a good engagement against the siege.
And we can see that there's a little bit of a misplacement here with regard to the siege workshop. You can see the
有
siege
人发
workshop
狂
about
哦
to，get a unit out, but at the same
小
time,
李他
Leenock's
all
already
in
on top.
哦
It's going to be a sprinkled. He's going to have to push forward if he
小
wants to
李
protect
他
it. We now
all
see
in 哦，
Marinelord looking to begin pushing forward. He's got the men at arms together with the crossbows. Going to be looking to fire in. Sprinkled
这
does
边弩
come
炮
in.
出来
Does have a little bit of time here.
先
Marinelord
截一
gonna
台
go
投石
down
车
that front line. Second Marinelord still doing absolute work, but look how many men at arms are out. I think this might be a victory here for Marinelord.
Yeah, Marinelord, he's just taking such a good fight. You have to question why did
GG
he
了
not commit against this, against so
没了
many men at arms? Maybe he set up the siege and figured I need to go anyway, but Marinelord is completely clearing all of this. Leenock queuing up some more units behind. He's going to have
那个
military,
鹿肉
but
真的
how
是送
much
太
is the
多。
question as he sends a lancer in to that wood line still.
哇，这一
Marinelord not
波
really losing
小李
villagers,
吃不进
59
去，
vills to
装甲步
50
兵太
for Leenock.
强。
Yeah, I think Marinelord's going to be really happy with this trade. That was the push that we were worried about. Typically in this position, the
这
Mongol push will come
边
in
双
around
方
this
爆
time,
发
normally
激
between
烈
11
战
and
争
Units
minutes.
coming. There's
Yep.
more units
分明
coming
数
from
60对
Leenock. Good
51。
production.
Yeah, we see the reinforcements now coming through. Keep in mind, he's got the artillery on the backside, going to be able to
现
do
在
so
法
much
国
work.
的
And
弓
he's
弩兵
mixing
在
his
后面
archers. A
一
lot of people
排
wouldn't be
输
mixing in the
出，
archers. They help out so much
这个
against
不
these
妙了。
spears.
Yep. Still, Leenock providing pressure. He killed a couple villagers. That villager difference is only 6 at the moment, and Leenock sending villagers forward to that wood line. He's having some wood issues of his own.
Indeed.
I think he could go to the one at the
Marino
back,
没有
but he's
黄金呢
focusing more on the
Marino 没有
front.
在
I
挖
feel like
黄金，
if he loses his forward pressure,
但
it
是
might just be
现
curtains
在
for
小
him,
李
so
能不能持续
maybe
给
he
压
thinks
力
the same
呢？
way.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now.
这个
The
弓弩
best
兵
thing
出来
that
决定胜负了
Leenock。could have done in that position was try and take control of the sacred site and really just play with his siege. Outpost
Marino
stuff, the same way
夹
he
一
was doing.
波，
He was looking absolutely perfect, and he went and forced
现在
the
盖一
issue,
个
didn't
高
need
地
to,
堡
and now
，OK，
Marinelord
黄
gonna be
金
able to
回来。
establish control in the center of the map. And from this
现在
point,
这
it looks
黄
very
金回来，
easy
小
for
李上去
Marinelord to
打
win. He would need
小
to make a
李
huge
有
mistake
存钱
to，
但
actually
是他
lost this
现
one.
在
He
要
doesn't
怎么
need to
打？
overcommit to anything. He can just kind of go forward a little bit. If Leenock chases him, he falls back to this keep.
Yeah.
小李这里是
Fine.
54
He's gonna clear up
村
the
对
outposts
上
in the
Marine
middle.
60。
Leenock, 55 villagers. Marinelord 61. Leenock still producing some knights, but he's got a monk now, so he's just begun to start capturing that sacred site, I believe. And there's a trebuchet coming out from Marinelord.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late, though. That's the issue. You can see that he doesn't really have a lot of units back here. Only 6 military.
法国这个弓弩兵出来之后就很难打了，
It's
蒙
one of
古。
those things where it's just, you know, if this had come 6 or 7 minutes ago, then we could talk about it. Yeah, but at this point in time, I suspect that it's just going to be an absolutely overwhelming flood coming out for Marinelord, and it's just going to be a matter of time until he's there.
Yeah, and he feels pretty secure. He's getting his food eco stabilized now with some farms. Obviously, he's got the wall off to the right, so the raiding potential is limited, and Leenock doesn't even have that many units to raid with. He's got 2 monks, 3 spearmen, and 5 knights on the field. It's just not enough. He needs siege, he needs that mass, and he needs the continued production. Actually coming forward.
小李现在抢着圣地，拖时间。
Yeah, I think this is a smart move to try and get it up there. But keep
现
in
在
mind,
Marino 又要上来盖堡了，
without access to keep.
盖完
So
堡
if he wants to
然后
put down a little bit more
再
defense
逼你
on the
圣
sacred
地
site, he's only gonna
拖
be
到
able to
后
do it
期
without
弓
outposts,
弩
and that's
兵
not
越来
technically
越
a bad
多
thing.，
蒙古居居。
Outposts, obviously, with the sprinkled upgrade are very
现在
close
小
to,
李怎么
difficult to
办？
deal with,
小
but
李
we've
哦哟
seen
康克
Marinelord is
2 只
actually
骑
adding
士
a
在后面
trebuchet, or he's got one out of the field now to deal with those.
I like this idea from Leenock to raid with the knights here, but it's just not enough. He's going to get into the farming eco, and Marinelord would have to not pay attention to this for a good 2 minutes for them to kill enough villagers to make it competitive here.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty.
OK， 这边有反应，公弩兵很多。哇，这个战局对小李不太妙。现在
The reality is that Leenock has lost his victory condition. His victory condition was that timing push. It was, exactly when he pushed in was the right time, but Marinelord prepared for it incredibly well. We saw he had.
但是在 Marinelord 有钱之后，他要开始转骑士，然后在这城堡旁边盖这个便宜的骑士马厩。那流程真的是很强啊 ，Marin。
Which the Trebuchet will do. We've got 8 minutes left on the Sacred Site counter. Marinelord can run in and take that anytime he wants. He's got the 4 men-at-arms, 3 Springolds, a Trebuchet, and 15 arbs behind this.
现在双方都有弩炮对射一波
，looking for some good sights. He gets the first shots there, but he doesn't kill anything. The Springolds from Marinelord are taking out his siege that he invested so much into. All 3 go down, and Marinelord still has his Springolds. The counter raid coming in from Leenock. With the knights in the back, so many villagers running away.
Yeah, but Leenock just standing idly by with those lances.
这一区没有 TC 啊，这个磨坊开在这边比较尴尬一点啊。这个小李只要逛进来没杀到，但是拖延这个经济其实还是挺有用的，而且重点就是公弩兵得回来。
Preemptively moving back onto the farms just because they know that they're safe. They've got those arbs back there. They're going to be okay.
Leenock is only 3 villagers behind. But like we keep saying, it's all about momentum. However, saying that, I thought Marinelord would have pushed out earlier than this.
Yeah.
现在这一局还不好说，小李找到这个田一直这样子进进出出 ，Marinelord 还不好说。小李一天一天进化，有机会赢这一把，有机会啊，有机会啊。 现在是6分50秒。
This is looking kind of different than how I thought it would play out. With still the siege on the field here from Leenock, still some Lancers running around. Looks like he's got 10 Lancers on the field. He's got 14.
66村对上65。
There might be an opportunity if Marinelord underestimates what Leenock has on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Typically, you. I don't know about you, Dave, but me, I typically look at
66村对65。 小李第一盘有机会，刚刚那个巨头换掉，争取到非常多的时间，争取到非常多的时间。现在这个骑士还能再过来弄，他就是把这个公弩兵弄在这个地方。
There's an outpost coming forward from Marinelord. Leenock still with a decent economy behind.
哇，现在小李一直在牵制，一直慢慢在牵，这个巨头过来了。这一把真的有机会哦。弩炮开上来了，两位选手。
But Marinelord backs up. Only 5.5 minutes left on this sacred site.
Yeah, this is one of the consequences.
马龙现在的问题点是他石头有，但是他没办法冲上来。哎呦，这边 red 一波，但他现在的问题是没办法拼一个堡在那边。双方都有机会，双方都有机会。现在 Marine 来 red 这个蒙古后面，现在出长枪兵做防守。
So he's just going to be attacking the TC.
这边的骑士还挺多的哦。
On the left there from Leenock, it could be trouble, but it's so
小李的牧区在左边。
Still, he can sit under this town center, kill
哦，这边回去了。
really kill the momentum and force the
中路自己小心啊，中路自己小心。
To his starting TC and away from the middle.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here because he's brought the knights back, and there's the Yam network that he's going to have to contest with. You can see how
中路自己小心啊。
The Khan is about. I don't know exactly where it is.
中路要动手了吗 ？Marinelord 中路要动手了吗？大军都拉回来了。
Keep in mind this opens up the middle though, so look for a push here potentially with men at arms towards that central.
这片牧区很多村民外路。
right now for Leenock. So now we can see those knights. Dave,
很多箭塔在盖。
They do spot that wood line, and we see outpost going down because he knows that he's been spotted, and it's only a matter of time.
现在小李跟着这些骑士。 中央剩下3分钟，小李第一盘要赢Marinelord的法国吗？有机会哦。到底谁的4比2是对的呢？现在Marinelord什么时候会决战？中间的塔一堆，而且一直在升级。 小李这一把有机会啊！他真的有机会啊！我才刚又看第一盘，我现在又有点胃痛了，怎么办？小李，你头发现在染黑，其实是黄金色啊，是不是？越跟哦，这边会不会太前面？来了，拉扯！ 开打了，开打了，开打了，开打了！这边弓弩兵一波，这边中央直接打一波，这边后面弩炮，Marinelord上不了，哇，糟糕哦！弩炮全部被吃掉，Marinelord糟糕了，哇，Marinelord这边战况告急。小李不用急啊，小李就在中间抖动就好了。 Marinelord 心跳跳到要150了。小李，你昨天讲你4比2。
To help hold this position, we can look at both of their faces. They're deep in concentration after that battle.
Oh, geez.
Sweat slowly rolling down their brow.
Yeah, if you
这边上来盖堡，拼堡了，拼堡了，拼堡了，拼堡了！第一盘法国王的法国要输，要陨落，要陨落了。
and give himself a foothold on this sacred site. At the same time, we see Leenock just pushing him back. So many Springles on the back here, going to be keeping him alive. Khan going to be firing off its arrow. A little bit of a defense, and we see Marinelord once again in the moment. You can see the sweat dropping down his brow there, Dave.
And the keep is up. The keep is up, and I think the gig is up for Leenock as he can no longer hold this position. The keep is going to be sitting there, and I think Marinelord, I don't know if he can hold a unit on the top there, though, with all those outposts behind. It's going to be very difficult for him to deny that sacred site. We're in a really weird position here where Leenock can't get close, but Marinelord also can't get close. And there's 1 minute and 30 seconds left on this time.
剩90秒哦。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to only the first game of this series. I don't know about you, Dave, but this is absolutely racking up.
决战了，决战了，双方都有机会赢，双方都有机会赢。
There's so many.
I don't know how Marinelord even pushes into this. They've all got sprinkled emplacements on them. And he just keeps replacing them. To deal with this, you'd need bombards or at least 57 trebuchets.
Yeah, and Leenock is building more siege behind this. He's got mangonels behind this now. He's got trebuchets.
等下决战了吗？来了，来了，来了，来了！小李，车子有没有在动？
He's got Springles coming in, gets a great snipe on the Springled from Leenock. Marinelord trying to desperately take this out and then push the middle, but 44 seconds left.
哇，没有时间了，要上去卡圣地啊！而这箭塔太多。Marinelord 被这蒙古箭塔弄到一个不要不要的。 前面那个巨头
Look at the heart rate. He's maxed out.
He's maxed out. One more carrot, and he's going to be on a Marinelord. Marinelord actually overtakes him at 156 right now. Look at the knights going in. Going to be looking to take out the majority of those Springles.
现在26秒卡着。
See the villagers moving onto the sacred site. He's going to be looking to try and defend. The outposts are going to be.
现在全村都上来了。
One-shotting those villagers, and now we see Leenock pulling villagers as well. We're going to see all the villagers pulled, hopefully, from the wood lines. Everybody needs to get to the sacred site right now.
哇，这边
Marinelord still yet to make too much of a move.
法国王者团结。25、24。
Outposts taking down units. 21 seconds, 20 seconds. Everything is being put
这
on the
边
middle
为
here
什么
for
今天
Marinelord
就让我的
trying to
胃这
deny
么
this. The
痛？
sacred
他们为什么
site
每一
is
盘
at
都打
like
成这样子？
60%.
从今天的第一
Denied
盘，
here. More villagers
第一
moving
场
in.
第一
Leenock
盘到
just
现在
needs
第二场的
units.
第一
In the
盘，
middle, it's
现在
20
时间
seconds left.
停
Leenock
止
needs to get rid
器
of all
登
these units,
场
but he，
巨
has
头在
nothing.
砸这个
Will
弓弩兵
Marinelord be able to retake this
博士车在
sacred
走砸
site
这个弓
from
弩兵，
Leenock?
心跳已经双方跳到160了。
On the backside, and you can see the sacred site slowly working its way down the Springled outposts are trying their best to take it out. We're down to 20 seconds on this timer. Keep in mind, if he stands on the sacred side, it's going to stop the sacred side from ticking down. It looks like he might be able to hold this, but you can see he's trying his best. Spears now coming out as well.
20秒。
The support coming in from the outpost, just
once
firing non-stop.
Once the keep goes down, Leenock can just hold units on the middle here, but he needs that keep to go down. The Trebs are still firing.
现在这个城堡要掉，但是这个城堡不掉，一直在修。
This might be the ultimate timing from Marinelord here. He waited long enough. Will this be able to pay off? It looks
弩炮来了，弩炮来了，
from Leenock simply isn't there.
弩炮来了，巨头不能掉了，小李的巨头，
So steady that sacred site about to get captured, but units continue trickling on.
小李的巨头不能掉
Finish the Mangonel a little bit.
，Marinelord 的弩炮也不能掉。
Trying to take out that Springled. Springled's going to be keeping up.
20秒，20秒。
The sacred site is open. We're down to 17 seconds to go. Those villagers going to be
弩
trying to
炮
hold on. Dave, what is going on?
17秒。
More units that keep trickling in here from Leenock. The sacred site is maybe at like 12% left on the influence. More spearmen coming in. The Treb is still attacking, but I believe the Treb will go down. He's trying to finish off this Springled there.
弩炮掉了，弩炮掉了，弩炮掉了，弩炮掉了。Marinelord 要输了吗？
In a circle. I think Leenock needs to pull all of his villagers here.
All the outposts have gone from Leenock. Marinelord has slowly but steadily worked his way through them.
巨头，巨头，守住，城堡守住，双方17秒在这个地方。 Marinelord 的心跳161。
Is it 80 villagers for Leenock, 65 villagers for Marinelord. He sacrificed so much for that, and Leenock did not do the YOLO and pull to the middle. We may have ourselves a game here in game number 1 of our second semi-final. What a crazy series of events, and I expect to see the heart rate falling here now.
Jeez Louise, that was tight. That was 15 seconds right there. Oh my lord, Dave, I thought we had ourselves a game. It turns out we aren't even halfway.
Oh my goodness. How do you even recover from that? How did mentally reset after that? Leenock looks cool as a cucumber here. I mean,
I've never seen Marinelord's heart rate over 65, and now he's sitting at 147.
It's steadily going down. It's fine.
Make sure we got medics on site.
That
right?
is intensive. That was like an extended 5 minutes of 150 plus.
Yeah, I think his Siri's got to be saying to him, "Are you up to something?" Like, you know how it sends you those little notifications, like, "We think you weren't walking." But yeah, from this position, how does Leenock look to stabilize? I think obviously he's got a villager advantage. He's up 15 villagers. You can see he's got plenty of economic upgrades as well.
It's his chance to take it back now. He's going to have to take it back once again. There is the keep there in the middle that he never managed to take down. There's now outposts being added, but he's adding Trebs of his own. So Leenock feels like there's potential for him to come back in this game, and he's going to send the Lancers once again.
现在回到这个游戏里面，我刚刚在哪里？我今天看了 Beastyqt 跟 Vortix， 我以为已经是最极限了，他们还要再更极限。我今天已经虚脱。
And now it's just we're just we're taking a chill pill. We're falling back. I'm gonna sip on my Red Bull here. You're probably gonna have some of your Hello Fresh in a little bit.
We're gonna need to Hello Freshen up after this game. I'm sweating.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong.
Okay, Trebs from Leenock coming forward.
小李他甚至可以上帝王，但是他上帝王有一个问题点就是，他还要转这个科技什么的，钱不要上帝王。 我觉得这边不能上帝王。你现在把这个全部的钱拿来冲军事 ，Marinelord 会输啊。现在这个比赛还在小李的身上，但是 Marinelord 这个极限夹一波，不知道是几波了，那个我不知道。
He's like, no, that's my sacred site, bro.
Leenock about to click up to Imperial. You can see he's floating more than enough to get up, so another 200 food or so, and he should be up. But once he gets up to Imperial, I guess the question is, how does he play it? I think his best bet is just to go full Lancer. Just go 100% elite Lancer. Make sure you get the upgrade that gives him the extra health, and I think you're going to be absolutely fine.
小李这边要不要上帝王？我觉得不要。他们说要，我觉得不要。为什么呢？因为他没有黄金啊。小李，你上帝王，你剩哪里有黄金？12点钟方向那么远，
那么远。It was just military mass that was carrying the day. And Leenock's got a whole bunch of it
那么
masked
远
up behind this.
不要上
He's gonna
我觉得不
unpack
要
his
上
Krebs, try and snipe the ones from
国外
Marinelord,
主
but
播
that's not
上
gonna
来
work, so he's
打
gonna
这个
move
精锐场
a
嘛，
little
我觉得
bit
不要
further
上。
forward, and this is attempt number 2 to hold on to that sacred
你上
site
去
as
之后，
we
你
see
还
the
要
keep
有
now
钱去
being
点这个
targeted.
精锐长矛骑
Marinelord's not
兵。
careful, that keep could actually go down, and if that keep goes down,
你
superior
你
military
你山
here
底下
for
没有
Leenock.
黄金了，
Yeah, he might be able to just to run in.
没有
We can
黄
see a
金
bit of
了
a。raid up towards the
那
north.
边小李，你的
There was
巨
some
头，
guns
你
running
是
in.
巨
Marinelord's
头
going to。be focusing down those trebuchets though, and Marinelord definitely looking a little bit cooler.
小李很冷静哦，小李他没有上帝王，
Be feeling okay
这个
now.
挖盖挖
Jeez,
盖
I，tell you
你
what, what a
你
tense
你
game
经济
already.
就拿
I
来
love
出
the
军事就好了。
positioning from both
你燃烧
players.
国
Like the
库，
shift
城堡打
side
城
to
堡，
side,
不
you
要
see
想着
Marinelord
上
never
帝王
came。in from this side before.
现
Now
在
he's shifting
上来
around
了
because he saw the position
逼到人家上
of
来
the
了，
Trebs.
这边
Leenock
弓弩
tried to
兵
respond
很
with his
多
own，Springolds,
这边
but
弓弩
he's
兵
gonna
很
lose
多
trebuchet along the way.
这边
Still,
长兵
Marinelord doesn't just
直
wanna
接上去
blindly
扛，没关
engage
系，反正
against
城堡
this
先
many
拆掉再
units here.
说。
Leenock is
打
going to
经济
push
打
him
经
back
济
from that position. Lots of knights
哇，小李真的
going down
打
here
得
from
很好哎，在
Marinelord,
这里的
and
判断，我跟你讲，
I
这边的
think
判断
Marinelord's
很多人一定会
Springolds
去
will be sniped
会去
as
点那
well.
个
The
帝
keep
王。
needs to be repaired throughout this whole process, but Marinelord wisely with 1,000 reserve stone in the
这里
back.
小李
Yeah, he's
打
got
得
plenty
很
of
好哎，
stone
你
there.
们
Could
看
be
看
dropping down
他，
another keep, but you could see the
他在
overwhelming
这么
numbers
紧张
coming
的
through
过
from
程中，他
Leenock.
好冷静
And
哎。
it looks like Marinelord doesn't have enough archers at this point. A
他
lot
好
of
冷
artillery
静。
out. It's not looking good for him. And keep in mind behind this, Leenock's on the up on the villager count, up on the military count, up on the resource count as well. If he wants to, he's going to be able to shoot up to Imperial again. But those
Marino 的法国陨落了，
His
会
production
吗
looks so much better too.
There's
In
so much
general.
chaos in this game, isn't there?
There is, and now the step readout is being positioned on top of the hill there. Or no, what? That's being repaired.
It's being repaired.
I
I think
guess
it
it
got
got
taken
killed.
out. Yeah, it got taken out in the crossfire. Trebuchets doing what trebuchets do best and taking out buildings. But I tell you what, this is what an incredible game. I can't believe it. This is just
弓弩兵
oh my
清
God,
掉
dude.
小李，
This is what I envisioned.
双方
when
都
this
是
map
弩
came
兵。
out. When the
Yeah.
game first came out, and you see this map. This is what
现
you
在
think
这
is
个
gonna
草原
happen
防
every
卫据
game.
点
This is
上来
King of the
挖，
Exactly.
刚刚
This
已
is
经掉了
truly King of the Hill.
小李有
As
发
we
现
see
他没有
Leenock
黄
still
金，他
banking
发
up
现
res to
他
go.
没有
He's in
黄
that
金，
middle
不能
ground.
再拖。
He's thinking about production. He's got a lot of production, but he's also
他
thinking
其实
about
12点
going
钟
up
方向
and
有一个黄金，
stuff
但是
in the middle,
这里
right?
不
The
给
second
吃，这里
keep
不给
now
吃。
from Marinelord, so he's going to try and solidify this position. Yeah, step readout will repair enough so we can back it away and go somewhere else.
A little bit of a miscalculation there, I think, from Leenock.
这盘胜负还没分出高下哦。小李，你还有金，在12点钟方向，但是很远很远。
There's a great spot for him, very, very open. No real contest going to be happening.
现在草原防卫据点在左侧，他要去哪里找黄金？这里被抓到，
Yeah, Marinelord tracking this
这一盘
really,
还
really
没
well.
结
Is
束
that
啊！
the
我的
step readout?
天呐！小李刚不管上帝王是应该是输了，没有
He's
黄
running
金。
away with that, so we might see it get taken down for the second time this game. Still the embers of his former empire visible on the hill
哦
there.
胃好
All those
痛哦，你
outposts
们
that
知
he
道
made,
吗？
and
哦，
probably 20 of them going down.
他们
Marinelord's done
打了
such a
这场游
fantastic
戏
job,
快要
but once again,
40分钟，
Marinelord
可是
takes the villager
我感觉
lead.
只有
Leenock
10分钟，
is
这一场
not
太
going
精
up
彩
to
了，
the next stage, and he's down to 24 food now. So he's made his decision.
太精
He's
彩
gonna
了！
just
每一盘都很
completely invest
今天有哪一盘不精
in
彩啊？
that Castle Age army.
Little bit of a throw here at this point, in my opinion. Leenock could have easily fallen back, could have gone imp, could have got those elite upgrades and stayed defensive. His enemy hadn't taken the sacred site. There was no need for him to push. And so now we see this point where Leenock, his military numbers, sure, they're not looking too shabby, but villager count has dwindled. He's obviously lost a lot of villagers from that forward gold. And now finds
现在
himself in
小
a
李
really
上不
difficult spot.
He
去，
will have an opportunity though, because he's kept up the production,
经
and it looks like
济
Marinelord has
村民
only
小
been
苏。
producing knights here. So 65 military
现
population.
在 Marino 重兵在防守中央，现在小李发现中央砍不进去了，现在换 Marino 了，哇！
Yeah, so getting some pretty decent raids in here, falling back to this wood line. Keep in mind that wood line over towards the left side of the map. Obviously, Marinelord not going to be able to take it out because of the
这一
outpost
盘
that
不
still
能赢
stands
Marinelord
steadfast. But now
Leenock
heading out
真的
over onto this eastern side, you can see the
心
walls
累
coming up
心
here as
累
well. And these Lancers not going to
Oh, that's a
allow
good
it.
Lancer at the back
That
there.
is a great Lancer, isn't it?
Idles like 20 villagers back there and kills a few of them as well. So Leenock doing some good raids. They're going to be tied here in villagers. More siege. This is push number 15 or something here coming from Leenock. Sacred Site is in Marinelord's control. So if Leenock wants to capture that, he's going to need to take out both of these keeps. He's going to need a really great ball of trebs to do so. 5 on the field for him currently. Only 4 Springolds though. So
现在小李是176 P， 对上119。Marine 没有石头啊，他已经快挖不起来了。
Going to be coming down, but a huge mass of military now beginning to build up for Leenock, and really looking to invest in his.
小李有发现12点钟方向的黄金，他有发现12点钟方向的黄金。可是那个是小金4000金而已，4000。这4000金没有把 Marino 打掉，他等一下就没金哦。
On the middle hill, still, will that keep even be alive by the time it goes up? That's so many Trebs attacking it right now. Trebs from Marinelord also firing back. Mangonel's getting a little bit too far forward, maybe, trying to kill those villagers.
Yeah, he's really holding on for dear life at this point.
小李决战，他没黄金，他有兵，可是他没有后盘了。哇，这天哪！这一盘打1个小时，然后打成这样子，胃又痛起来了，你知道吗？今天一直在胃痛，不是故意胃痛，是真的太紧张了，你知道吗？这个强度掉了，城堡掉了。Marino 没有石头啊，他没有空挖石头。这边的部队有够大一包的啦。
Well,
for the final battle.
Keep in mind, even though Leenock right now sits on 113 military population, his units are not as efficient as
Marinelord's 军事。
resources. But take a look at the push that's coming in right now.
来了，来了
！This sacred site, all of the spears coming in now. Beautiful charge coming
一波交战。
Look at the knights now. There's so many numbers here. He's got to be careful of those Mangonels. You saw him falling back. The Mangonel
这边弩炮，弩炮还有4台是 Marino 的弩炮，现在解掉了。 弩炮解掉了，现在 Leenock 没有弩炮，还用数量去吃，但是巨头被换掉，这一盘推不上去，没有黄金哦。弩炮解掉了吗？弩炮全部解掉的人是小李，但是巨头只剩下一台，Marino 没有兵了 ，Marino 燃烧经济了。这边到底这一盘谁会赢？小李会赢 Marino 吗 ？Marino 他的法国守得住吗？这边有个乌鲁鲁，小李好冷静。
Sacred site actually returning back towards the favor of Marinelord. All the units on the sacred site have been taken out by the keeps, and that's why they're so strong on those sacred sites.
And I think the Mangonels killed the repairing villagers too, so the trebuchets are going to be taking off HP from that keep, and Marinelord resigns.
No way. He just knew he didn't have the tempo for it.
He didn't have the resources to replace those units. He didn't have the tempo. He didn't have the momentum, like you said, and how did we get to a place where Leenock had 17 seconds left on the middle, he lost it, and he still wins?
What kind of game was that? That was absolutely wild. I can't believe that game. It just swung so many different ways.
That was, like I said, that's exactly how I thought that map would play out every time, and I'm not sad that we saw it there. I'm not sad. I'm actually quite pleased.
That was an incredible game. I can't believe that. A lot of people would have been looking at that and thinking, okay, Mongols, 37-minute game, surely they can't win. It's Leenock. It's Leenock. And if there's anyone who's going to knock out Marinelord, it's going to be the Leenock-topus.
I like the fact, you know, he didn't pull the villagers initially when we said we were.
昨天3比1之后的 Leenock，
we were thinking with our heart.
他现在已经无我了。
But Leenock was thinking with his head, and he was thinking, I still have 80 villagers. Like, I see how many I'm killing.
小李从昨天3比1之后，你没有发现那个状态吗？他已经无我状态了，他打得超冷静的，你知道吗？他没有犯错。
incredible stuff from Leenock and a great
Leenock 没有
things to come. A lot of people coming
这
into
么
this
高
series
强度他没犯错
expected it to be a 4-0 sweep, or even a
我觉得太
4-1.
夸张，我
Some
太夸
people
张
were
了。
saying
我
so.
先试错一下，
For Leenock to
我
be
吐了。
victorious in that first game has definitely shaped things up quite a bit. Second map going to be Mongolian Heights. We've already got the matchup. It's English against Rus. Bit of a classic that we're starting to see now.
Yeah, and Leenock's going to attempt to use those longbows to snipe the fishing boats from Marinelord, but it's whether you can overcome that overwhelming eco advantage early in the game that Rus have.
Yeah, I think this is going to be difficult for him to do. The Rus obviously able to move up and down the river, sort of skirting away from the longbows. So you've got this, nice long river. You can put your fishing boats here, there, and the longbows have to chase them in their directions, and they're a lot slower. So I expect we're probably going to see quite a few outposts along that river as well from Leenock, and it's going to be quite a tough one for him.
Yep, we saw the game earlier from Beasty against Vortix, and he just slowly pushed. He just walled him in. He slowly pushed, and the English could do nothing.
Yep.
It was one attack, and that's it. It failed. Okay, I guess I'm just stuck.
I'm curious to see how he's going to approach it. Leenock, obviously, coming into this, he would know, okay, you've picked Mongolian Heights as your map, you're probably going to pick the Rus. What am I going to pick? He goes with the English. Didn't use the Chinese here. We've seen China be quite strong on this, so he's sort of saving that, keeping it in his pocket. Maybe a little bit of mind games going on there. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Leenock has approached or will approach this. What he's got up his sleeve.
I've never seen Marinelord's heartbeat even close to that, and I don't think you can blame him either. Like, mine would be way higher than that, honestly.
Yeah, it's it was pretty impressive. I think 155, 156 it got up to.
It got up to like 160, bro. It was push. I don't know if we can go past that, but it was pushing the limits.
Marinelord 他最强的法国输掉
Yeah,
了。
exactly. I have to ask him how he feels after this. Damn, dude. That was something else. Thank you for being here with us, by the way. If you're enjoying the show, remember that our tournament organizer is Nilly_AOE. That is the channel you are on currently. Drop him a follow. Please follow him. Lots of great Age of Empires 4 content. We had the finals tomorrow. Make sure you tell your friends.
一盘输了。
All of your friends, not just
刚刚那个极限最后17秒打回来也很强，但是今天这个 Leenock 他好像从昨天3-1之后鬼门关走回来，他好像什么都不怕，他已经升华了。
Oh, thanks, man. Oh, jeez. All right. So heading into game number 2.
就是刚刚那个光讲那个升帝王升不升帝王那一趴哦，其实很多人都会犯错的。
Yeah, it looks pretty likely.
那是因为我们上帝视角，我当下如果再打，我以后搞不好有可能会去想要去冲那个帝王。
Maybe it's not the best move. Perhaps Leenock kind of throwing away his English here. He knows he's up one game.
因为我正面其实有点打不赢法国，我想要用更强力的军事去打，但是其实要用经济去打。哦，这个当下的那个判断，那种冷静沉着。
Yeah. Yep. Also, I think we're just waiting.
这个是无我状态 ，zone， 这是 zone。 这个如果要用闪电霹雳车说的话，就是这是什么零的境界，零的境界。
They're just getting ready with the next seed. And they're getting ready with the sieves. I actually think we have enough time for anyone who has an available Prime sub to click that wonderful button and Prime subscription to Nilly for the month. I think it's
Prime it up. Is it down there? I think it's down over there, right?
It's like here.
Yeah,
maybe.
prime it up, baby. Hit that prime. There they are coming in right now.
Good.
Any primers in the chat?
Got him. Good. This all goes to support Nilly, by the way.
Look at
because
that.
he's put so much time into this tournament. And he never sells out for himself. He'll sell out for any sponsors or anyone who wants to support the game. And he'll sell out for us even. But he doesn't sell out for himself. So it's not a,
Look at those primes coming in.
Perfect.
Prime it up.
Good.
Don't be that guy who holds his prime for somebody else. I know there's a lot of... Who are the biggest streamers? I know there's a lot of Ammon Rats.
Any juicers in chat?
Any juicers in chat? I know there's a lot of XQC fans in here waiting for him to come online to prime it up. But you got to prime it up right now. Come on, fellas. Dig deep. Dig prime.
Yeah.
If you're not a prime member.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. And I know Nilly would thank you, too, if he wasn't so German.
Take Bezos' money. Give it to Nilly. Look at that hype train. Well done, fellas.
你没有看到那个 Leenock 的眼神吗？他好像人不是在这个地上，他在他韩国的家里，很平静的在打。
The Leenock.
Yeah, Leenock doesn't look phased at all after that. And here we go, Marinelord playing as the Rus, and he's going to be matching up against Leenock as the English. Game number 2.
各位观众朋友们，今天的第2场的第2盘。哦，现在是没听错，小李1-0。
That's a lot of sheep.
That's a lot of sheep. Tick that box off.
I just look back to the screen. I'm like, why is he talking about sheep?
第2盘来到蒙古高原。
So many sheep 50 seconds into the game. Of course, there's a lot on this map.
罗斯打英国，
Birthday present for him.
刚刚罗斯赢了。
I'd be curious to see if Leenock is going to be going for an early fishing boat.
小李，你说的哦，昨天你在无我状态的时候，你说你4-2 Marinelord。可能会有人觉得你在唬烂啊。 你要发飙起来了啊！你超级赛亚人，你现在是第1阶，你要第2阶吗？昨天3-1的时候是黑发，现在是金色。我没看错，他现在头发是金色，翘起来。他现在头发是梳起来。大家有看到Marinelord刚才的脸吗？已经从没看过Marinelord有脸变这样子过来。蒙古好冷静啊！我的天，我现在还在回味上一盘，好冷静，好可怕。
Hopefully some of it sticks, but Leenock, he's looking fearsome already. We'll take a look at Marinelord's perspective now.
小李有在呼吸吗
？Bounty built up. Obviously, a lot of that here still being stocked up. 2 wolves as well as quite a fair bit of sheep coming through here.
Yeah, that's a gaggle of sheep. Actually, no, they call that a herd, right?
不过这一盘目前看起来 ，Marinelord 的羊勾到特别多啊，2只刺头都是2只刺头，但是小李没有羊。
Are we able to take a look on board with Leenock and see exactly what we spot out with him in these early game stages, just fighting for these?
Marinelord has 20 sheep, and Leenock has 9, I believe, right?
I thought Marinelord was from France. I didn't think he was from New Zealand.
Yeah, well, he's gathering anyway. And we've got the deer still being fought over. It looks like Leenock will pick off that last one, but Marinelord will get that one somehow. I didn't even see the arrow come out there, but he got the 10 gold from that, so that's fine. And Marinelord's bounty is sitting
这一把开局虽然刚刚 Leenock 赢了，但现在的开局对Marinelord来说不错。
The longbowman will be out shortly. He's advancing to the next age. The economic units are displayed at the top.
是 Mista 托 Mista 的福把这个完全体 Leenock 打出来吗
Marinelord is at 17, Leenock is at 14. That includes the fishing boats from Marinelord. So that's where the advantage comes.
Beastyqt 看到应该在发抖啊。Beastyqt 看到这个 Leenock 可能也有会有点像抽抖一样啊。好猛哦，好可怕哦，怎么办？ 现在走这个，不过英国还是要回到这场游戏啊。英国还是要打快攻啊，打开农的话，罗斯有河流打不赢。我现在期待 Leenock 有什么战术，他有什么战术
I don't want that thing anywhere near me.
Yes, they're pretty cool. I've actually, one of my cousins is like a pigeon. I wouldn't say a
enthusiast.
Farmer. Yeah, enthusiast.
Oh,
yeah,
a farmer, a hobbyist,
yeah.
pigeon
yeah.
hobbyist.
She's got a whole bunch of pigeons.
Pigeonist.
And every time I go over there, they're out there cooing, and they've all got their own little names. They're so cute, but they don't fly too much.
No,
definitely not delivering.
小李上来了。
No, those pigeons are spoiled.
Spoiled pigeons.
Not like the medieval pigeons.
No, fighting out on the streets. But Leenock, speaking of fighting out on the streets, he's going to be looking to fight out in the middle of the map here. We see a villager coming down. Could be an outpost, could be a dock. That he's
他要走什么呢？河流走打海，还是走箭塔，还是改开围？英国现在不用开围啊。
Yeah, the longbows are going to be picked up by these 2 scouts too, or at least going to be seen. So a little bit of a momentum killer there from Marinelord, buying himself a little bit more time. Still adding fishing ships behind this as he goes up to age 2, and Leenock
小
will
李他
begin to
先
build
围
a
围
wall
墙，
on the other crossing. So Marinelord owns one crossing.
他要
Leenock
走盖
owns
码头
the one
吗？
in the south, and the one in the north is completely free right now.
他走码
But
头，
vision is there for Leenock, so he knows exactly
他要
what's
走码
going
头
on.。
Yeah, smart moves by him, and now going to begin moving out, targeting down those fishing boats.
小
Now,
李想要
obviously,
走
they're
码
nice
头
and safe for the moment underneath that dock. It's going to be healing them up. But you can see that the damage begins to build up to the point where it can no longer be sustained. He's got to jump in that dock, heal up within that dock, and you can see those little green crosses, I guess you'd call them, slowly but steadily building up. And now I suspect we're probably
小
going
李
to see
他
a
这个
few
打法
longer
是
attack
偏
ships
稳健
transforming.
啊。
Yeah, and
我
you're
先
not
把
really
上下
that
路
worried
封
about
死
the longbow
集中
because you
中
can always
间，
heal up and
不要
keep
让
using
你
it
早
until
期
there's
骑
like
士过来
10.
打我。
And then they
有
suddenly
机会
become
马瑞诺
a
是会
problem.
这样
Even
偷打的，
with the Logia
然后
attack
集
ships,
中
they can't
focus 在
range the
中
longbow
间之
at
后
full， range, so they're
不管他要
always
打
very
河流
close
还是
with
打
that
长
mass.
弓兵，就是
It's
直
part
接
of the
中
reason
路
why the
开
English
火。
typically, I wouldn't necessarily
这
say
个不
they are
错
a，counter to the Rus on a map like
但
this.
这个
They-
问题
they-
是
you know, they don't roll over and die in the same way any
They're an
other Civ would.
annoyance.
They are. Yes,
罗斯
they
可以
are an
直接
annoyance.
直城上
We can
去。
now see what looks to be an attack ship has finally come out. Going to be looking and hunting. It's hard to tell the difference between these two.
哦
but
罗斯可
the
以
best
直接
way to
上去，
tell
所以那个
whether
码头你
the
船要
boat
赶快
has
出哦
got。any nets on the front of it. So
但小李他没有
when
挖
you
黄
witness
金啊
those，
就是现
fishing
在的
boats,
配
you
置
see
就
they've got
没
the
办法，
nets,
现在村
whereas
民
the
就是
attack
太
ships
什么
do
都
not
想要
have
换，
any
没办法。
nets.
You've got better
等到
assets
如果
than
你要
that.
打这河流的
I'm
话
wearing，glasses, Dave.
I am
也
too.
也
When was the
罗
last
斯
time
可
you
能
got
已
your
经
eyes
上来要
checked,
吃
Dave?
饱
Just。old.
I mean, we're not sponsored by Specsavers, but if we were,
现在小李就
Somebody
策略
help.
先用长弓兵骚扰，不让你
There's a
经济
stable
太好
coming。from Marinelord. We saw
后面有
the
码
early
头吗？
knights from Beasty before, right? We saw the
Yep.
early knights doing external damage on the exposed areas of Vortix's eco earlier, and I wonder if Marinelord's going for a similar strategy or if he's going to go into something else. No, it is the knights indeed being queued up, and he'll likely send them over one of the other crossings, but actually looking at it, he can't. Leenock has walled off the other crossings, so if he wants to bring the knights over, he's going to have to do so within Leenock's vision and right through this big ball of longbows.
yeah, it's going to enable him to fall back as well. Obviously, if he gets flanked from the south or flanked from the north, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for him to actually head back towards that town center. But in the position that he's in right now, obviously he's got half of the wall up on the middle crossing here. Going to be looking to come out and get the rest of the wall up. You can see him now moving out. Got to be careful with that villager. You can see how quickly that villager has to turn away. Leenock being so careful not to lose any of his villagers.
Yeah, not even losing his scouts either. Great unit control here from Leenock to keep everything alive. I don't even think he's lost a
小李的
single
控兵
unit
整个
this
拉
game.
上
Maybe
来
a
啊，
longbow,
他现在
but,
无我啊，
it's been really
有
great
可
summoning,
怕啊
and！still
但是骑士两只
hasn't
现在
really
墙还没有
disrupted the
盖好
fishing
啊，
economy from
骑士
Marinelord. You can see
骑士
37,
穿过来了，
38 economic units versus 28
骑士
economy
穿过来
from
杀一村，
Leenock. So it's looking pretty good here for the Frenchman, and he manages to get on this side, on Leenock's side with those two knights, and the longbows were not able to stop them. So maybe those loop around and start harassing the economy a little bit.
Yeah, we actually saw a villager did go down to one of those knights as well before they managed to get over on the other side of the river. They're just hanging out for the moment, just in a nice little flank position. Now the outpost crawl begins, but keep in mind the whole time this is going on, Marinelord's got those villagers.
这一局里小李有点不妙，
They are building
那
up
墙
surroundings, as you
上不
mentioned,
了
about
被
9
拖到
economic
时
units
间。
at this point in time, so he's gonna
现在
be
点一级
very
色
healthy, and
OK，
he's gonna
现
continue
在
to
码
grow as the
头
game
现在也
goes
开不
on.
了
So，
木材太
whether
吃紧，
Leenock has actually achieved
村
his
民
goal,
数是
I feel
落
like
后的。
probably not.
Probably not, no, because Marinelord is still
没有
producing
4只
fishing
骑
ships.
士，
That should tell you all you need to know about whether he's
糟糕
achieved his goal, and he just lost a villager trying to build
糟
that
糕
outpost. So great stuff there from Marinelord. He comes in with the Rus early knights. He's going to pick off the villager. He's going to pick off another scout, and he's going to chase these longbows back. Another longbow goes down. A third one will likely follow here soon. Oh boy, this is looking bad for Leenock.
Yeah, at this point, I can't help but feel like it might be all she wrote. Leenock needed to do damage. He needed to be aggressive, and he was, but at the same time, Marinelord handled that aggression very well.
Yep.
So now we kind of enter this period where Leenock can't particularly be aggressive because he's lost a lot of his longbow mass. He's gonna be
31村
continuing to try
对
with the
上
outposts. He can push
43，
these forward. He can definitely seek to do some damage, but it's going to be really tough for him.
Yeah, and the double stable was so good from Marinelord. Many players probably would have tried to go for one stable and gotten away with it, but double stable with the fishing boats to really help against that is perfect. He's even getting the armor too, so this fight is going to be even harder for Leenock.
Marinelord 这边点一级防，他直接封建，直接把长弓兵吃掉了。
But we can see that Marinelord actually moving up the river, throws down another dock. So
现在有6只骑士穿过来，很不舒服啊，很不舒服啊！小李这个最终他没围死。
And then it came up on the screen, and I feel like I read it.
Yeah, I think you cheated, honestly.
All right, let's. How many knights does he have? He's got 5. I saw him select.
终于围死了，有5只骑士。
Well, you could still look at the thing.
Technically, he's got 7.
It says 7.
I was wrong.
Wrong.
Aussie
Rongo.
It's not the first time I've been called that. It won't be the last. Villager going to be going down here, continuing to build up that lead. You can see the Villager, almost makes it to that town center, but unfortunately the Knight's too strong. But Leenock, at this point in time, he's getting wheelbarrow. He's still got the 17 longbows, staying pretty close into that town center.
But where does he go with these? Like, you keep hunting the fish. You haven't even, I don't even think he's killed a boat yet. You keep hunting the fish, or do you hunt the knights? Like, you can't catch up to the knights. The fish you found no success against whatsoever, and he can just keep moving them to other places.
And the problem is, even if he comes up here and harasses the fish, now the knights are going to be turning around because they smell a delicious meal.
Yeah.
Now they're running into the woodline. It's not the only meal.
英国这个图要打这个螺丝还是太困难了。这个图要打螺丝太困难了。但是小李不用螺丝打这个图，也不用神螺，他这边是用烂的文明来换强的文明，就这张图强的文明。
He's going to be easily able to transition into just a men-at-arm timing. He might not even need to do that, but obviously if barracks come down for Leenock, then it means that he's going to be able to defend against knights. So normally the safe bet is going to be to go into men-at-arms.
And there's the Abbey of the Trinity, so warrior monks should be coming out shortly to grab those relics. And Leenock's lost, actually, I think he's lost 3 or 4 longbows over there near the fishing ships. He gets too close. And the attack ship is within range and starts attacking him.
要GG了。
Knights now looping around to the wall in the north.
这英国好难打。
Longbows towards the shoreline, but Marinelord is up, and you can see the impact that these fishing boats have. He clicks up, and he has 1,300 food in the bank.
Yeah, there's a lot of food coming in right now for him. He's got so many fishing boats out here on the field. Plenty of sheep under that town center in the event that those fishing boats do dry up, or at least that fish dries up. But Marinelord has played this miraculously well. Not miraculously well, but just methodically well. Not a single
很舒服啊，这一盘 Marinelord。
lost a single fishing boat this game.
哇，英国没有完全没压制力。
His attack ships as well, always keeping them alive, and we can see the fishing boat actually healing up the attack ship on the back line there, just to avoid it from going down.
That's so annoying. That's so annoying. Even just those couple extra hits means he lost 3 more longbows.
Yeah, just very methodical play from Marinelord. Once he gets up to the next stage, Leenock going to be looking.
看起来用长弓兵来打这个船，
You can see there's no real way he's getting up
没
to
办
the
法
next stage at this point in time. Still probably a couple of minutes off it, even if he was to save up all of his resources. And behind that, Marinelord's going to just continue adding in units.
然后这残血船往后拉。
Ship right here, but I think the ship will go down anyway. There's a lot of longbows there. He
哇，
can
骑
see
士
that
又溜进来。
Marinelord is in the next stage. What is the play here from Leenock to counter this? Marinelord now chasing after longbows. He gets the charges in. Longbows start falling, and longbows need to retreat here. And I believe the knights will be enough to clear this up. And Leenock agrees. He taps out 1-1.
1-1. So Marinelord evening up the set. Leenock throwing away the English there, getting rid of the Rus there. So definitely kind of cleans it up a little bit for his high view. If he'd like to play the Rus on high view, it's going to be open for him there. But other than that, it's pretty good victory to Marinelord.
Yeah, Leenock just calmly strolls out of the room, takes a little stroll and gets refreshed, and he's going to be heading back in shortly. That's
我觉得这一场小李是故意放的。
why the Rus are favored on that map.
Very methodical. I mean, if you're wondering how do you play the Rus on a hybrid map, just go and watch that. That is a clinic. It is
小李这一场我觉得是故意放。
Keep your fishing boat safe.
这图很难打赢螺丝啊。
Ships out there denying any potential threat that comes in. Nice safe castle.
And there's like nothing Leenock can do about it. If he sends the longbows on a journey into Marinelord's economy, double stable knights.
Yep.
They just catch them out, dead. If he goes for like an earlier outpost thing, once again, the fish just move somewhere else. They keep fishing, double stable knights. dead.
Yeah.
Like, it's so tough, right? Is there a solution to that as the English?
Well, the thing is, you would naturally think, okay, add in spears. But the problem is, if you add in spears, then you don't have the amount of longbows that you need to deal with the Lodger attack ships.
今天的转播行程比较 delay 啊，抽奖的活动，如果被我抽到不在的话，明天冠军赛记得要来啊，不然我无法公告我就换人喽。再次提醒。
Try and take control maybe of, one crossing in the center or at the south with an outpost or two so that you do not lose it. And then from there, just continue pushing forward towards that base of your enemy.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure. I don't have any answers there. Abby, have you have the kings? Easy. Horseman. Go for it.
I feel like you're going to need a lot more than Abbey of the Kings.
That's what I like to call the yeet strategy.
I think that would have been it's a difficult match to win, even if you play it well. But doing it up against Marinelord, it's just so difficult because he doesn't really make mistakes. I mean, even in that game where he played French versus Mongols, I don't feel like he made a mistake on King of the Hill. Have we even seen him really make a mistake? Because sometimes you'll be watching other players and you'll go, okay, I can see a very clear mistake here, but you never really see that from Marinelord.
And here we go. Game number 3. We're going into Altai here, and it's going to be Chinese for Marinelord and Abbasid for Leenock. Now, we've seen this matchup before.
第3盘阿尔泰。
Chinese really struggling against Abbasid if they get control of the middle of the map. What's the solution
中
to that?
国
Some players
打
think it's a forward Barbican.
阿
Maybe
拔
get some
斯
towers down,
阿尔
delay the
泰。
Abbasid a little bit, go into your dynasty and boom up behind. Vortix thought it was 3TC early and then into dynasty.
Yeah, I think
小李没有出他的中国，
defensive structures. Whether it's your Barbican,
他的中国还没有出。
the hand cannon slits on it, or whether it's the castle, or the keep. So one of the issues that we have in this matchup typically is that China's going to be looking for a 2TC Song Dynasty boom, and it's not going to have the resources to be making both villages, aging up, and making units. And the Abbasid dynasty is going to exploit that.
Only player who's undefeated with Abbasid. Hey!
Wow.
Leenock.
There you go. That's a stat worth having.
It's only 3 games.
But he's playing Abbasid this game.
Yeah.
So
no, that's why,
either this stat stays here in the next game, or it doesn't.
Oh no！
小李的阿拔斯还没输过。哇，法国王他眼神已经杀起来了。各位观众朋友们，早上5点了，早上5点了。如果你们还在的，聊天室先随便打一个字嘛，好不好？我怕你们已经昏倒了，我也快昏倒了，没关系。我们今天的4强赛第2场来到了第3盘。 阿尔泰，中国打阿拔斯登场。这一盘小李势在必行。阿拔斯没输过，然后中国藏在后面，可能要玩高3深谷。
Any outposts or Barbican or anything around there would be a little bit.
那刚刚有这个对决哦，阿拔斯打中国，阿拔斯赢了。
Second one is pretty far forward. As
那
for his woodlines, TC basically on top of this one, and then he's got the second one way there at the back, so he should be safe.
Marinelord 不确定他会不会烈日瓮城插脸上哦。
Loves the map Altai. That's his home map. Typically, we saw him throughout the tournament picking it up as his home map as his first pick. He would be taking that.
阿拔斯打中国都是会城堡 all in 的，但是这张图 Marinelord 的图就还不错了。你看看他的牧区，前面先吃，后面还有牧。
Marinelord says, I'm going to try and face you in a Chinese mirror. And Leenock says, not so fast. I'm going to pick the Abbasid dynasty here. So very smart moves from Leenock.
Yeah, and we go to Marinelord's point of view, so you can see the weird way that he uses his mouse. It's disconcerting, really. Like, how does he not get dizzy?
Yeah, a little bit strange. I guess if you've been... I suspect the reason why he does this. For anybody who doesn't know, Marinelord is like 25, 26. I reckon that when he was younger, he had to play... He had a real small desk.
Ah, so he had like the anti-Mista desk.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
And then so he's just... He started playing like this, and then it's just stuck with him. But who knows? Maybe in 100 years, everybody plays like that because he becomes so dominant and everyone emulates the style.
Yeah, Leenock now, we go to his point of view. He's got those forward berries, already taking those, and he's made a second scout, so he's wandering around finding as many sheeps as he possibly can. Sheep?
I think, yeah, sheep.
Sheep.
I'll let you sheeps if you want to.
Okay. Sheepies.
Yeah, doing a pretty decent job so far. But we can see Marinelord now, still no real sign of a forward Barbican coming down just yet. Now, keep in mind, we have been seeing players just drop that Imperial Academy in the base and then look for a forward Barbican a little bit later. Typically, up against the Abbasid, they don't really have any big goals out on the map that they want to try and look and get control of. They don't go for the sacred sites like the Delhi. They don't really go for the relics like the Holy Roman Empire. They just kind of chill out and do their own thing. So if you're going to Barbican them, typically you want to put their resources somewhere. Ideally, the berries, and he does have a forward berries.
Yeah, that...
小李，你真的可以吗
secondary berries now
？Marino 握滑鼠的方式就是这么的奇特，我之前有讨论过。
And now it looks like we've got a little bit of a run around coming around the back. You can see that scout just doing its best to gather up those sheep. And now the villagers come out. There they are. Leenock spots this though. At least he should spot this. We can see him moving up.
插塔流来了。
Spot it. Marinelord going to be a little bit sneaky, a little bit cheeky. All right, Barbican going to be coming down on the secondary barracks. Well, on the secondary berries.
On the secondary barracks?
On the secondary barracks.
Oh my god, 4 minutes into the game, Drongo. We got a cheese on our hands. No, that's a good Barbican, and that'll allow him to push in, and those berries are going to be untakeable for the time being.
这边烈日瓮城插在这个牧区了。
The two scouts there brought in quite a few sheep, so he has
小李有没有看到啊？小李。
Marinelord a position to push around from, and if he provides pressure, Leenock's economy can always at the back add that second landmark, make his TC produce a little bit faster, and boom up his economy behind.
He does also have the second wood line that he's actually preventing access from, but now it looks like we do indeed see that outpost coming down. So just dropping down the stone for this, or the mining camp on this stone mine, we see that outpost coming up. And look at all the villagers coming out.
He can't really engage with villagers because Marinelord has more there.
He had so many villagers. Look how fast that outpost goes up.
小李没看到啊，小李路过，他刚刚伺候不是有经过，他没看到哎。
For a barracks here, but he has no access to stone. That's been cut off now by Marinelord. He's not going to have any access to gold soon. He had enough gold though to get fresh foodstuffs. So that's fine.
这很不妙哦。
Gold immediately, but the stone is going to be the major issue.
小李没有发现这个东西进来。他的石头。
It's not pretty. It's not pretty. The situation that he's in, and going for the barracks as well. Typically, in this situation, you'd see an archery range coming out. Obviously, he's playing the Abbasid, so he could be looking to go for a fast battering ram. But the archers really prevent that from, from the push coming in any further.
Going for spearmen here.
这边他情报看丢了，小李。
Is the plan from Leenock? He's been cut off from the secondary berries. He's been cut off.
他现在意识到的时候，已经半边不见了，而且果实吃不到。阿拔斯这个版本很强，如果输掉这一盘，会决定整个系列赛。
Is sitting at 13, so I don't think that's enough.
I don't think so either. I'm just going to do some quick math here.
糟糕，糟糕，这个不妙，这不妙。现在这个节奏不妙了。
The only way he can really shut that down. And indeed, we see the ram push now coming out, but he doesn't have the archers. That's the big thing. So it's going to be very easy for these villagers to just hang out in the outposts. As soon as the ram comes along, siege it down.
现在这个后面箭塔也在弄，这个前置的箭塔解掉，就算解掉，也只有保住果实。
Yeah, villager lead too. 26 villagers to 23 from Leenock. Oh boy, this is going to be really, really tough here. What is he adding beside that barracks?
It's a stable he's throwing down. So Another curious move at this stage, going for a stable. I wouldn't expect that in this matchup to see a stable coming down. He's very much kept in this corner. Now forward barracks coming out here from Marinelord as well. I love the way that he's playing the Chinese. It definitely looks like a very toxic way. You wouldn't want to come across this on the ladder. It's the kind of game that would just make you Alt F4. I wouldn't be saying GG after this.
Yeah, it's just a pure map control game here. And Leenock's even off those berries. So, like, he's on sheep right now with the Avocid. He's not on stone. He doesn't have that second TC up. He can't take his gold. He doesn't have an archery range. Like, this is just a terrible position to be in. And now Marinelord pulls all those villagers over to help against the ram. The spearmen are coming over from Leenock. He's still producing those spearmen, and he can keep up his villager production with limited food.
这个就是情报的重要性。
But how long will that sustain him as he's still behind by 3 villagers?
And now we see those villagers actually falling back, so Leenock finding a bit of a window here, manages to take out the first outpost. It's not
现在小李要找牧区啊，这里有烈日瓮城。
going down a bit earlier, but now going to be looking to turn his attention down towards the south.
What does Marinelord do behind this? Does he keep investing in the forward pressure?
哇，还把这
Looks like
件
he's
打
upgraded
升
that
级。
outpost over there, and he's still got the one on the stone. So Leenock can't go on that. But does he add the second? Has he added the second landmark behind? I don't think so.
I feel like you want to go for a double TC.
Okay.
It's important that you do it at the right time, and we can see that this might not be the right time because if he does do it, obviously with the battering ram out, he could find himself in a bit of a tough spot.
现在小李
okay, well, I'm just going to go all in. I'm going to stay on one town center. I'm going to make battering rams, spears, and horsemen.
这边 Marino 他升级的是什么？小弓也要出来了，长枪兵已经升级了。
which is a really smart move. Going to enable him to pick off these spears.
哇，这一盘，天哪，那个集中力真的是要很足够，你随时随地都是哦，背的一波，你随时随地都要注意有没有人过来弄你。
That's coming right towards your base. It's like a highway directly towards your base. So you got to be worried about it. Double ram coming in now. Spearman behind.
小弓来了，
He's got these
只有一只。
firing on the spearman.
骆驼弓起来了，骆驼弓起先手射到这个小弓。 这边还在挖这谁的宝？挖谁的石头 ？Marino 在挖 Leenock 的时候，弱弓控一下，弱弓控一下，小弓拉掉。好，这边箭塔可以解掉。小李这一波处理的不好，处理的不错，处理的不错。打回来，打回来。
cheaper villager. Every time he builds a villager, it's only costing him 25 food. Now, where's he putting that food, Dave?
He's putting it into military units right now. He's got spearmen on the field. He's got
分明说是32对34。
A little bit too close, maybe.
哦，要杀帝国花园。
For comfort, as Marinelord notices and garrisons the town center and is going to be able to take out one of those horsemen right away. Tower does go down now, though. So all of the pressure cleared up from the back of his base, and he can shift his focus towards that Barbican. Loses the horseman for free, however.
Yeah, so 3 horsemen going down there. Always nice to have those extra horsemen just to give you a little bit more oomph.
现在这个前线，小李的石头还挖不起来。单 TC 打单 TC。 那现在弱弓出来，这边直接先吃长枪兵，好，这边小李直接打长枪兵，好，这边必须打，这边必须打，好，箭塔解掉，很漂亮。但是这里烈日瓮城已经到烈日瓮城的范围了，已经到烈日瓮城这个范围了。小李冲车要直接顶上去了。
He's going to have an opportunity to gather that stone, so he really needs.
哎，这里村民上来点了，小李。
Going to be going down if he's not paying attention. You can see he's making a 3rd ram back there. So just when you thought 2 was probably 1 too many, he says, "Let's make it 2 too many." One of those rams does go down, so he's got plenty of villagers back here, but he's got to be careful.
He's trying to drop off stone to that. He was trying to drop off stone to his mining camp. But he only had like 100, so that was very optimistic from him, thinking that he had anywhere near enough stone to drop off and build that town center.
We've all been there. We've all been there. But how helpful right now?
现在小李他想要再挖一个 TC 线啊。
That would be so nice. He would just completely wipe up this army here, and then the villagers would have to be garrisoned or.
现在掩护村民在挖石头，这个节奏稍微拖一下，其实小李有机会。这边冲车修，这边小李打得很冷静哎。 他打得很冷静哎。他刚刚那个英国其实我觉得是用换的。现在小李嘴巴已经开了，开的小李他就是无我。
And Leenock has enough now for that second town center. It's
这
been long enough.
边村民往后拉，烈日瓮城守不住，他打得好沉稳呢。情报虽然刚刚没有看到，可是他真的稳，他真的稳。是不是南韩总统有下令啊？你没有冠军。你回来这个仁川机场，我不让你入境。是有这种是这样吗？是这样吗？你没有冠军，你不要回来，你就直接在德国柏林了。
Oh, he's dropped the first TC. It's down. I think he's actually pulled up stone. He might be going for 2 TCs here. This is a big play by him. He's got to be so careful because Marinelord can push. If he's got a barracks out, he can empower it with his supervisor, and he can just.
现在 Marinelord 上城堡，他现在上城堡。但是现在Leenock 还是开了双 TC， 还要。夹一波。
behind this, right? Although he didn't see it with the horseman, he lost the horseman quite early.
Yep.
And he's gone for that second TC. Is he going for that third TC? That's the question that we had. Does not have
小李挖到380石头。
Yeah,
banking res.
I think it's a pretty smart move. If he can try and get up to the castle age and then drop a keep down, that's going to help him out a lot. He's able to use those resources. But I guess
现在小李要怎么搞？他想要怎么搞？
I mean, there's never been a better.
弯刀来了，弯刀来了。
Powering it up with that imperial official as well. This is
哦 ，Sneaky Bastard 在后面。
Oh, and he's shifting out to those berries just as the archers.
这一波小李可能会被重创。
From Marinelord, it's only 3 archers, but still, that's going to be very, very annoying. And the palace guards are already in production. He's got 5
全身在抖，你们知道吗？
Damn, this might be really tough for Leenock. Although there's potential to do damage here. There's 3 camel archers here, so villagers will go down.
Yeah, he's doing a nice little mix here of horsemen as well as camel archers, which is a great.
哦，帝国官员在那边，有人会死哦！一下。
also coming down here for Marinelord, so looking to get those upgrades, probably going to be looking for.
小李的9点钟方向有没有发现呢？
Those town centers, but now we see the villagers.
我有发现，哇，很快。
Got to unfortunately be heading back to the pavilion.
Didn't lose one though. Pulled him away just in time. I'm so impressed with Leenock. His awareness, especially with raids, is incredible. Like he's pulling villagers away right as the units get there or after like a couple hits on them. So it's great to have that in these games where there's
现在小李是双 TC 到城堡。
And he's one of the best players doing that.
Yeah, but now we see those palace guards beginning to flood the field. This is what I was so concerned about.
这边关刀一直在剁。
The town center, and this is where Marinelord loves to play from. You can see right now, he's got a lot of idle villagers at the moment. He's also population.
现在关刀一直进来剁。
Units in the enemy base.
弱攻要做事。
Still ahead on villagers right now, 46 to 45. Leenock also has wheelbarrow, which Marinelord does not have. Leenock also has.
小李夹一波，他有轮手啊。小李4比2，昨天无我状态4比2已经宣告出来了。法国王6次冠军，法国王会陨落吗？
I guess you'd say very basic at this level with the Chinese. Obviously, there's a lot of complexity to this civilization about when you add a second town center or when you go for a second landmark. But we see that he's just avoided that, just playing it very safe. 1 town center play here, very simple.
And the Rams can now freely move back towards Marinelord's base, and he's going to have camel archers to support him. Honestly, I like the economy from Leenock. 49 villagers, wheelbarrow. He's got that Golden Age Tier 1. He's got 2 town centers, so he's going to continue
这边关刀上来了， 这边关刀上来了， 这边关刀上来了，再往后拉，再拖一下。
Keeps his villagers safe on these food sources, he should be fine.
Yeah, that's definitely a really good point. We'll see how much he can actually do that, though.
现在这个弱攻出的选择非常的漂亮哦。现在这果实拿回来了，哇，这里果实拉回来了。这边弱攻一直在输出。这边你要砍我村民吗？你砍吗？你不能砍，因为我输出你关刀。现在 Leenock 这一盘打回来，中国现在 Marinelord 你们看看他还没有轮走啊。
Leenock sitting here with the Camel Archers and actually taking some really good damage off these Palace Guards while he uses his Horseman in front as a melee shield. Marinelord should also note that he went out there with the villagers mid-fight, so that should tell him how desperate Leenock is for the food sources. We can see he was at like 800 food per minute. He dropped down to 300 at one point.
But Leenock still cleans this up, and he retains his mass. That's
Camel
the big
Archers,
thing.
bro. They're really strong.
Yeah, people sleeping on Camel Archers right now, and keep in mind these guys
They're
are getting
buffed.
In the next patch, these guys get buffed up massively.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed your time without Camel Archers because you're about to be spending quite a long time with them.
Okay, so we have 2 stables and a barracks there from Marinelord, and we can see Knights out on the field, or Lancers coming out on the field from him.
Yeah, so
小李现在已经无我了，为什么我现在看小李玩什么都很强？他有什么是烂的呢？小李，难道你要拿冠军？你把一个打败 Beasty 的 Marinelord 逼到绝境，会吗？虽然现在才1比1。
With no wood in the bank, basically, and he brought himself all the way back, and now he goes for that 3rd town center there. Remember, villagers are 50% the cost, so 3 TCs for Leenock will cost the same amount as like 1.5 for
he is so confident.
For Marinelord's position.
This is looking really good for Leenock right now. He needs to react to this.
Top.
And you can see now on his screen that he's
Leenock 小李，
but at the same time,
嘴巴开开最强。
There's a couple of units out here. There's a crossbow in the
无我状态的时候就是嘴巴开开的时候。他嘴巴开开的时候，大家小心。
Battering rams on the front. You can see them moving in. A couple lances here. Got to be careful. Doesn't have much of a meat shield there, Dave.
He's bringing forward some units. He's got some crossbows there. Still has the Camel Archers that are very, very strong. And the Lancers will be pushing back.
小李如果过了这一关，明天会打 Beasty 冠军赛，我已经不敢想象。
I didn't know they were in that kind of state.
我已经不敢
Look at
想
the
象。
numbers now for Leenock. This is really concerning. Leenock is actually building up a huge mass of units. He's got plenty of villagers in the bank. And look at Marinelord. This isn't looking pretty at all. I think it might be over right now for Marinelord.
Yeah, he's going to try for a loop around with the Lancers at the top. All the villagers are on the gold there, so he actually brings back his units there. He's nervous about this army getting too close to his gold. We can see the town center firing on some of the Camel Archers.
昨天3比1之后，他真的已经真的是孙悟空那种感觉。
is crazy from him.
Yeah, he's continuing
超级赛亚人
whether he's got that phalanx upgrade from the barracks just yet. We'll click on that now. It
他
doesn't
以
look
后
like he's yet to grab it.
嘴巴都要开开玩了。
Relevant now because those lancers begin to move around the corner. They try their best to come in, not finding too much luck. Probably going to be heading down towards the base of Leenock now, looking for some villagers, but he's going to need a lot more than that.
71村对56
rallying towards his own villagers. He
71对
knows
56
Marinelord's going to be coming for those villagers, and he rallies towards there. He's got spears waiting. He's got knights waiting. It looks like a palace guard going to be waiting as well. Crossbows getting in on the action.
没机会耶。
Such a smart move from him.
Yeah.
Good game gets called. Leenock goes 2-1 against Marinelord.
And from a terrible position, too. From an absolutely awful position there. He was sitting there with his stone completely denied. He had 13 in the bank.
他没反应啊。
Gold was cut off. Wood was about to be cut off. Food was running scarce. Even the berries got cut off. His main berries. Really great stuff. Great stuff.
He has no right winning that game. It looked absolutely over. Well played from Leenock. That is just... If you're a fan of Leenock, let it be known in the chat right now. That was impressive stuff.
Do you think it was because Marinelord tossed away so many palace guards early in Castle Age?
Definitely, yeah.
He threw away like 5 or 6 in Leenock's base. It's like he underestimated the army.
I think it also a huge contributing factor of that is that Leenock went into that composition. So I saw him add the archery range, and I thought, okay, great, he's adding archers. This is what he should be doing. But he added camel archers, which gave him that extra mobility, gave him that extra damage, extra DPS, and it transitioned so well. They're expensive, but if you can get them out, if you can get them up to 4-5, that's when they really start doing damage.
Yeah, he really towed the line there, because when he went into the archer range, he didn't even have access to berries.
Yeah.
He was, and they cost a lot of food, so... That was impressive stuff, and certainly maybe unexpected result here in the first 3 games. We got Leenock going up 2-1 both the games that he's won, he's been in terrible spots and managed to pull it back. So great stuff there. All right, we have boxes available from HelloFresh, and you can enter in the chat. It looks like these are boxes for delivery, and they, of course, have the ingredients, and then they have instructions on how to make the meals. So exclamation mark HelloFresh in the chat.
Exclamation mark HelloFresh. And while you're doing it, don't forget to...
我再去厕所尿尿一波啊！我已经傻了。
If I've got some things for you guys to do. If you've done an exclamation HelloFresh, I also want you to prime it up if you haven't already. I know we had a lot of primes earlier this evening.
Yeah, there's always primers out there. They're hiding. They're under a rock somewhere. Maybe they're in Australia.
I know they're in there, but make sure you throw it down. Exclamation mark HelloFresh. 4 winners we've got. So make sure you go. I suspect you're probably going to be contacted behind the scenes. Maybe Nilly will reach out to you guys personally and make sure that you can win, because it's going to be 1 box each, and there's a lot of good stuff in there.
Yes, indeed. All the meals we've had this week, I think all the dinners we've had have been from HelloFresh. They've been fantastic. It helps that we have a fantastic chef in the kitchen as well.
Yeah.
I think like I would be pretty good at making those meals, but I don't think I would be as good, you know?
Yeah.
But that's part of the process, I suppose. You know, you learn, because they give you the recipes and the instructions and stuff. You kind of learn to cook and you have a good meal at the same time. So
I was going to ask you what your favorite meal is, but I'm going to tell you what mine is first, so you can't say it.
Okay.
No. The one that we had last night.
Yeah, the pork.
Yeah, it was so good, wasn't it?
Damn.
Oh,
Damn,
man.
dude, I knew. That was so good, yeah.
It was really good. So we had these pork tenderloins last night. HelloFresh did an amazing job delivering those through Anchor Kraut, doing a great job cooking them up. Beautiful spices came in with that as well, so it was really, really nice. So exclamation mark HelloFresh in the chat. And keep in mind, if you don't get your hands on a box, then you can head underneath the stream, just down below right here. There should be a link through where you can use the code. Do you know what the code is, Dave?
N4C Fresh.
N4C Fresh. Yep. Because we are looking fresh, feeling fresh, and it looks like we might be heading into a game in a few fresh minutes, because players need a break, or at least Marinelord might need a break after that one.
Yeah.
Hill and Dale going to be our next map.
Hill and Dale. And HRE has not been used.
It's going to be HRE mirror. What do you think?
Leenock went Mongols. Oh, I did that I slid under the desk for theatrical effect, and they rolled to another screen. Imagine, I find myself under the desk. We're not even on the proper scene.
There you go.
I think that I think Marinelord thinks Leenock is going to go HRE. So Marinelord is going to go Mongols to counter HRE on Hill and Dale. I think that... Never mind, it just
I was going to say, well, I suspect we're going to see a HRE mirror. Something just tells me that we're going to see a HRE mirror.
No, it's there. I wasn't even looking, bro. I wasn't even looking.
Now
I just sound like an idiot.
I think as far as mirrors go, I think French is going to be like the S tier for mirror matches. Like a good King of the Hill game with double French, villages dying everywhere.
Yeah.
That's great
It's a base trade, yeah.
HRE, I feel like it's a solid A tier. I enjoy watching that because it's all about those relics. And then once you've achieved that dream of the 3 relics, can you actually survive to make them count?
The worst part about the game today is that, like, Beasty played it so well with his positioning and his early keeps and, like, the walls and everything like that. Vortix took one bad fight and then just called it. Like, it was building up military forever, and then he lost like 5 units. He's like, GG.
I can't. I gotta play it perfectly.
It's just like, oh man.
We can see. Apologies right now for the overlay guys. Overlay guy not doing his job. Only player who's undefeated with Absent. It says 3-0. It's actually 4-0.
It's 4-0.
4-0.
Maybe like, and the only time he didn't play Absent, or one of the only times, was against Mista. And Mista banned them.
Yeah.
And he is 4-0.
姚里打了这么多场，才是全世界第9名。
But like, realistically, my
那
man
到
is
底
4-0
前面的8名到底是谁玩世纪帝国4玩了那么多？到底是谁
Also watch out for his Holy Roman Empire, because that is exactly what he is playing. Once again, we're going to have Marinelord spawning in on the blue on the right-hand side of our map. On the left-hand side, you're going to have Leenock spawning in on the red. So once again, we're going to be running
各位观众朋友们，我们今天4强赛加班加到现在哈，但是每一把都很精彩，把把精彩。我们第2场来到了第4盘， 来到第4盘了。好，现在是2比1，小李领先。高山深谷神罗内战，以鸡争夺战。前面我们先传一下，哇，真的顶不住。
Just because if you do, it's going to delay you by at least 60 seconds, and it's all about getting those relics. Once you've got those relics, then you can start to deviate from what, quote unquote, the plan is.
I think in a mirror, you take any advantage you can get, right? So Marinelord's taking the advantage of not having spent the extra resources on the scout, but Leenock is taking the advantage of maybe finding a few extra sheep along the way and getting better idea of what his opponent is up to.
Yeah, that's exactly it. A little bit of difference between the build orders as well. We already see Marinelord quite heavily on gold, whereas now Leenock just coming onto it a little bit later. But
遗迹的部分，上面2个，下面3个，也算是公平。
This is crazy, man.
This is absolutely crazy.
We've been sleeping on Leenock for
sure.
Oh
yeah, yeah. He is online. You know, they used to call him the Korean steamroller because once he starts rolling, the steam comes out those ears. You can't stop him.
How many nicknames does this guy have? The Korean Steamroller, Leenocktopus? Like, is there anything else? Am I missing something?
Leenoku.
Okay.
His girlfriend's also got many nicknames, but you'd have to double check with Twitch chat, depending on what day of the week it is.
Okay, so Marinelord still looping around here with the scout. He's only
昨天是 Mista
scouted
3比1，他一个无我。
comparison.
那等一下 Marinelord 会不会被逼到一个无我呢
You know you don't have that much else to do this early in the game, Vodka. Perfect. We've got 9 sheep over here for Marinelord, and then for Leenock, we have 10. Okay, so second scout.
Not really worth it.
1 extra sheep.
Would you? I wouldn't trade a sheep for a person.
No, but the scout may come in handy.
哎，小李你在闲置哎。
Attract the prelates. A lot of idle villagers there for Leenock. What's going on? Okay, he was waiting for the sheep to get in there. Actually, pretty good chapel here. He's got the wood, he's got the TC, he's got the deer, and he's got part of the gold too.
Yeah, this is pretty much the best that you could get. I mean, the only difference would be like if you somehow managed to get berries in here, but obviously that is a pipe dream. So I'd have to call that a 10. And at the same time, we've got another Ark and Chapel. Take a look at this one. Quite a juicer as well.
Super juicy.
Oh, my lord. I take back that 10 that I just gave out to Leenock.
He doesn't have the wood line.
That's okay. He's got the berries, he's got the stone, he's got the gold, and he's got the deer and the TC.
Yeah, it's a super juicer.
That is a super juicer.
But if he could fit that wood line, it would be an Omega juicer.
It would be Omega. Interestingly, he didn't go a little bit more towards that wood line and then just push the deer towards his mill. That's something that we've seen players do. But yeah, a lot of juice coming out these games. And I guess we'll take a look at the relics, Dave. I want to see how good this relic spawn is. Because, as you know, the name of the game, Holy Roman Empire Mirrors, it's all about those relics.
And this is the part where I literally crawl into the screen to try and see these icons. And we've got one to the north there a little bit for Leenock. The one to the south near his base is probably the freest for him. That's probably the second freest for Marinelord. Here's the freest for Leenock. And then this is the free one for Marinelord. Unless Leenock manages to get some military pressure.
So the only one that really changes is this one here in the middle.
Yeah.
This is what the fight's going to be over. So Leenock, he kind of flies a little bit closer there to it, a little bit closer to his base. But I'd say overall, a pretty fair distribution. But we already see Marinelord deviating from the standard. Opening up with the barracks. We'll see if Leenock spots it out. You can see he's got units out the front now. He will indeed see those units. You can hear the call out.
他过去围住这个幕墙。
Could we see early outpost? What's it going to be, Dave?
I don't know. It's either outpost or wall, but I don't know what the plan is here. Based on the pathing, it should be a wall, right?
You would expect that. We now see an archery range coming down from Leenock, looking to respond to this, and it is going to be a wall. You were correct, but now that second scout coming in useful, you can see him tracking.
Leenock 先看对手打什么才出牌，不然他打直城嘛。
already dropped down that archery range as his response needs to make
昨天这一盘，
this wall from going up. You can see that
他打 Mista 打得有点拉长。
He's going to get up, so the villager now going to be completing those walls, already tapping away at them, and he's going to continue to chase it. But already you got to think that it's a bit of an advantage right now to Marinelord.
Advantage Marinelord. However, Leenock may get up with all this expense. Leenock may get up to the next stage faster than Marinelord, which means his prelates could potentially sneak out the bottom there, or he could deny the wall at the top, which would also hurt Marinelord quite a bit. But at the moment, it looks like Marinelord is going to get that complete. He's also adding a gate at the front, so this is going to be very annoying. He can come and go as he pleases, but Leenock has to deal with that wall.
Now it looks like down towards the south,
正门
also got
已
another
经
wall
被
coming
锁
out.
住了。
So if this wall does go down, Leenock's going to be stuck in his base, and you can only imagine that Marinelord just wins the game right there and then. He takes away all the relics, pretty much all the relics, or at least 3 of them. And it's going to be incredibly difficult to stop that. But now we see the archers moving up towards the north. So Leenock definitely looking to challenge his position. Ideally, you'd want to go south in this situation, but he may not have uncovered all the relics. Would quickly change to his perspective. I want to see exactly what the line of sight is for Leenock right now, and whether he's got an idea of where these relics have come out. Now we see players a little bit hard to see their mini-maps, but you can see the focus from Leenock right there. Beautiful
1, 2,
micro there.
3, 4, 5. He sees
all the relics. So he should know that that bottom entrance is his most important one, but obviously that gets walled up as well. He's able to keep this entrance towards the top open, but it's going to be a long walk down to those relics on the south.
下路有3遗迹啊，下路不能被锁住，正门锁住就还好。下路很多遗迹。 刚好中路没遗迹。
Is it only coming through now? There. Oh, there it is.
Waiting for army.
He
waiting for friends.
Brought his friends, it seems. There's a bit of a party in Leenock's base, and everybody but Leenock was invited.
Yeah, and then we switch to Marinelord's point of view, and we can see his resources right
敌手
there.
来了。
It's it fully invested into military units. It goes for horsemen too. This is a big investment here from Marinelord.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think it's a pretty smart move by him doing this. If he's able to
敌手来了。
gather up control, wall in his enemy, and really remain in control of where those relics are, then I think it's just a GG for him. Even if it takes him just a little bit longer, 60 seconds to get up. And now we see a bit of a mistake coming out from Leenock. So this is the consequence of not just putting in that preventative wall. We've seen players begin to do this, where they just wall across the crossing or down the crossing. I don't know exactly the best way to say it, but it prevents these walls from going up. Makes it a lot harder to wall in.
He's Lee locked in.
Lee locked in. I get
He's
it.
locked in?
Yep. Gosh, Dave, I don't know what we're going to do with you, but when I figure that out, I'll let everybody know. But that villager going to be going down. You can see he's going to have to work on this wall, but it's going to take
现在到
so
城堡
long
了，
for him
但
to do that
是
because he opened archers.
出得去吗？
Like,
被
how
关
does
起
he
来了。
break through these?
And well, that's
In
exactly
time.
it.
Yeah.
You can't.
分明直接来
he's
怼
answered。our question. Okay, he's sending the barn from the gold, and he's going to send it towards this gate. And Marinelord's response is to add an outpost behind, and of course he can attack these, but Leenock cannot follow him back through this gate. So villagers are going to be attacking there. They will stall out at the open doors, perhaps too nervous to go through without permission, and they're going to begin working on this gate once again. There are archers behind this. There are
现在后面要
spearmen as
下
well.
箭
The
塔的是
prelate is waiting to
Marinelord 不
come
给
out
出。
to try and take that relic, also healing up the villagers behind. I think the outpost might be up by then, though, and could potentially snipe the prelate.
This was actually so smart from Leenock. How is his brain this big? I've never seen this before. A villager pull, and you can see Leenock, we can see a Marinelord falling back in the chair right there. He knows he's in trouble because the front gate has been left open, and Leenock had the key the whole time.
He invested so much into that. He's about to go up to the next stage, but the prelates are out
刚
now
刚那一
for Leenock.
个
There's another one
白
right
头
there, and he's going to be picking up these relics immediately.
有可能是这个系列最关键的一个画面啊！
This is a great pull from Leenock. He just invested. He wasn't afraid of it.
门
Invested
开
against
了
the gate, and perfect timing.
门开的。
You literally said 10 seconds before it, you said, how is he going to get this down? And I said, it's impossible. He started archers. He just doesn't have enough siege. And he just pulls 15 vills and goes straight through it. It's incredible watching him develop as a player, because I tell you what, if this guy gets on the same level as, as we see Marinelord get to with regard to strategies, it's going to be impossible to stop him.
And look, another head pull back there from Marinelord as he lost that.
He
and
knows
a head
it might
shake
be over.
there too. He's chasing one of these guys with the relics with a solitary spearman, but 2 relics already coming in for Leenock. Marinelord now getting his production ready. He's going up to the next stage, and oh boy.
Marinelord not playing his best today, it seems. Not really countering for the fact that Leenock had a little bit of
糟糕哦，3
strategy.
比1哦。
Impressive play from Leenock right there. I really don't know at this point in time how Marinelord pulls this back. Obviously, he's going up to Castle Age, so he's going to be able to pick up those relics, but you can see right now, Leenock's got one in the bag. He's got his second one coming in right now. It's about to be dropped off. Third one, he's going to be rallied towards it and moving all of his forces up there. How does Marinelord possibly respond to this?
Yeah, and it's already a lens connect on the field too. From Leenock, he's got lots of food, lots of gold in the bank, maybe thinking about transitioning to Imperial Age even. Marinelord bringing in a relic right away. If he can get 2 relics here, I think that's a good recovery.
It's a good recovery, but the question's going to be, you know, is he going to be able to achieve what he needed to?
You know what? He might get 3.
I don't think so. I don't think so. We see, oh, that was a meta arms. Okay, you might be right. But I guess the big thing for me is Marinelord set out from the beginning of this game to keep his enemy in his base.
Yep.
And he did look like he was doing that until I think everybody was surprised, including Marinelord, that there was 15 villagers sieging down that front wall. And now it looks like...
我是不是嘴巴也看到开开的？
this relic, I suspect we'll see a
我看到开开的不是小李拿3遗机，他在这一盘前面拿的稳稳的，他现在在盖马厩。他这一盘他不是，他这一盘要抓狂式的3遗机，不是走帝王。
Marinelord can bring in, okay, goes for the Wallow right away. Marinelord's like, nope. He nopes right out of there. And Leenock will be moving along with his army now. Marinelord could theoretically have a prelate waiting, snipe that, and then take the relic. No, the prelate is going to where the relic was.
Yeah, so in this situation, you can see what he wants to do is try and snipe out that prelate, and you can see the meta arm's going to be taxied onto it. And now heading up towards the north, that prelate going to be coming down as well. From the north, we see the meta arm's going to be coming through. A little bit of a nice ring around the rosy. Not enough speed on those bad boys to actually do it. And now the knights are coming out. They're going to be sealing the deal. This prelate going to be safely marching back towards.
Okay, so 3 relics against 2. Beasty won 2 relics against 3 before. Now, granted, Beasty was in a different position, but it's doable.
大家可以看到小李他还有轮轴，他还有1级木。Leenock 整个节奏很好啊。
realizes how far he is behind and that he needs to drop down stone walls. He knows that there's a window he will die right now where the military is too big. Look at the military from Leenock, 24 population versus 7.
Yep.
没有轮轴哦 ，Marinelord 他没有轮轴哦。第一盘的王牌已经法国输掉了，除了那个英国让给罗斯。
Marinelord's going to have to pull something crazy out here. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got because entering into the 14th.
小李，你要成为 legendary 了。
He's got a clear way up to castle or up to Imperial rather.
你从外卡这样子打，拿到最后一张这个8强门票，打，进到6强。以第6名之姿前进冠军赛是你吗？小李。
Wheelbarrow, he has the first wood upgrade, and he has 3 relics
versus 2.
So 300 more gold per minute for him. This is a
这短1个月
Marinelord might be going down 3-1 here against Leenock.
This is really, really tough for him. We can see the lance connects now coming in, looking towards that wood line. They got a little bit antsy there, and now we see them moving down there. I think it might be GG coming out any second now, Dave. Leenock looking incredibly strong as the lance connects just swing their mighty swords so powerfully.
Yep, and the knights are in too, doing the work. The archers are behind as well. Villager count for Marinelord still 42, so he managed to save a lot of villagers there. It's whether he can keep up the military momentum. Leenock has actually stalled out military production behind this, so there's no real follow-up from Leenock on this raid on the base. Once Marinelord clears this up, he should have some free space, but how much is he going to lose before these knights go down?
Yeah, he's done a fair bit of damage in here, but as you mentioned, the villager count still looks relatively even. Marinelord still, I mean, he hasn't gathered up a huge amount of resources to get up to that next stage. He's going to be looking to wall up here, so who knows, maybe Marinelord can somehow take this one away.
If he can, it'd be incredibly impressive, especially with the frustration we saw in his gestures earlier in this game. He's going to need to tap all these walls here, because the knights are coming in again. Knights are still on the gold. He's losing more villagers there. Oh, he loses 2 more over here. Lens connects coming out, but Leenock is perfectly content to pick away here and build up his resources. He gets the Palace of Swabia up eventually and then starts getting the villager advantage.
Yeah, and we can see now that those knights really coming through and doing some damage. Marinelord needs to get this hole closed. You can see he's struggling so much as these knights continue to come in. He wanted to send 8 villagers down, and he taps out 3-1 right now to Leenock. He is on match point.
Leenock is feeling it right now, and you can see Marinelord just kind of still shaking his head after that. Like, my strategy didn't work. I thought I had the wall up. I didn't expect the villagers coming behind there.
Jeez.
And that was a great pull from Leenock. He was asking the same question, like, how do I get
小李他其实根本没有在，
10 villagers on the goal.
他是在跟自己战斗，你知道吗？
The craziest part of all that, Dave, is, you know, not the... I still can't get over that, the villagers. The villager pool was just so big. That was the one thing that brought it all together. We see him losing slowly, progressively. You saw the party that was happening in Leenock's base. Leenock not invited. The horsemen, the spears moving down around that wood line, the wall coming up, the outpost was going down behind it. It looked like it was 100% good game at that point. And Leenock just comes through.
I just have to question, like, Marinelord going for that forward wall strategy. If you fail that wall strategy, it's done. Like, it's just done. Does he feel like he needs to go for something that aggressive in the mirror matchup against Leenock?
I would have suspected he could have just gone for a standard play and outplayed him.
Yeah, maybe it's a confidence thing. I don't know. Maybe he was super confident in that strategy.
He was down 2-1, so maybe his...
Yeah, maybe.
It's tough for a guy like him to play from behind. Speaking of playing from behind, Leenock's still got China. His main civilization. He's still got China. And he's got... How many maps? He's got 3 potential maps that he can play them on. Highview. What other maps? Hill and Dale's gone.
Altai's gone. Mongolian Heights is gone. Didn't he play them on Arabia once? I think he might have.
Yeah, he did. I think he lost that game.
Yeah.
So it is going to be Highview that is next. We're going to see that out, but obviously Leenock now back at the computer. You can see he's hyping himself up. Probably just got off the phone call with his girlfriend. He said, yep, I'm up 3-1, babe. Don't worry. We're going to win this. And he's got French available, Rus available, China available, and most importantly, he's got 2 games available. He can lose 2 games. He can throw 2 games right now and still be in prime position.
We're waiting for the civs to come through. Leenock just getting a little bit of fresh air in between games there, trying to cool down. Marinelord staying in exactly the same place. He wants to be really focused. And what map are we going to have? You're just looking at the map pool.
I am. I'm just looking at the map pool, yeah. So it is going to be...
你知道吗？这8位选手里面啊，我有跟 Viper 跟 Leenock 聊天，在聊天的。我居然跟这么可能会是世界冠军的这个 Leenock 是朋友。他几个月前的时候默默无名的时候，没人屌他，他现在打到这里来。
What other options are there? Lipany? You'd probably... It's going to be French.
French Mongols.
Okay.
Okay, French Mongols. Leenock won with the Mongols earlier in the set in a crazy King of the Hill game.
Indeed.
And we'll see if Marinelord can do the same. Obviously, there's not the same win conditions.
我突然觉得我很有幸
fantastic position with the French in that game. And we've seen the French punish the Mongols so far in this tournament. So I'd love to see win stats on that. Like direct head-to-head, French against Mongols.
Yeah, it would be good to see. Yeah. I think AoE for World does those stats, so maybe I can try and pull them up. We'll see.
突然觉得我很有幸。
I'd love to see it as well because I suspect it'd be pretty close. Yeah. It seems like a fair matchup, but now you can see we're going to be heading into the player screen, both players head-to-head.
小李能 Marinelord 3-1，那 Beasty 怎么办
？Oh yeah, I'm actually not surprised.
Yeah, rank number 2 when it comes to games. Who else? There's someone else.
这个剧本就是活生生七龙珠啊！我现在已经找不到什么剧本是长这样子啊。自从那个3-1之后，他已经抓狂了。你看他现在小李没有任何表情，没有任何表情，没有在乎对手怎么打，他只在乎我怎么打。无我，这个无我，他真的无我了。但是现在3-1被3-1的人是 Marinelord， 他会不会复制？
He's looking to try and even up the series here. He's got to at least get one more victory under his belt.
Marinelord 今天第一次穿他战队的衣服，不要陨落了吗？
There he is, the man himself.
这一件毛衣会不会拿到南韩去？以后仁川机场一下去，马上被粉丝扯烂掉，会不会？
We saw this matchup earlier. How did the keys to this matchup change now that we're not on King of the Hill?
Well, the big thing is going to be that there's more than one sacred site. It looks like we might have a rematch coming in here. Something's happened, so I suspect. We're just going to be sending in our expert chair technician to find out exactly what happened
Nearly
there.
just ran in there.
Yes, we do have an on-site chair technician, so hopefully we'll be able to find out. Burgers again tonight, Dave.
Did we?
Yeah, three people came up to me and
vegetarian
saying,
hamburgers.
"Excuse me, is that yours?" And I said, "Yeah, das ist mein Hamburger."
Das ist mein Hamburger.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's been very helpful knowing that phrase here in Germany. I would encourage anybody who is heading into Germany to make sure that they know it. But it looks like the predictions are beginning to come in. We're seeing already Marinelord a stiff favorite for game number 5.
Ooh, lots of Marinelord fans in here.
Yeah, das ist mein Marinelord.
See, he's already learning. He's starting to adapt.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a new German meta evolving here at N4C. It's beautiful.
Oh, gosh.
Such a romantic musical language, too.
All right, you can see that we've got our chair technicians in the room. Lead technician over on the right-hand side. We've got the assistant technicians in the middle and on the left.
Yeah, nice little scratch there from Nilly.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep, that's exactly what the sponsors want to see.
My tournament organizer.
Yeah, so always scratch responsibly. All right, we're good to go. Nilly, can we grab some clarification as to exactly what's happened? Everything okay?
Feature deactivated that his mouse was leaving his screen.
Oh, his mouse wasn't locked to the screen window.
Window clamp.
Window
clamp.
If anyone knows that, they know that you can't. Like, you just can't play in that situation. No.
Yeah. So typically, like, if you're an edge scroller like me, I love to go like, I'm holding my mouse and I'm like, psst, like that. Psh.
Yeah.
It just goes off onto your other monitor. So you got to make sure that's on. So hopefully he's turned that back on. We'll be jumping into game number 5 shortly. I don't know about you, Dave, but I'm absolutely pumped for this one.
I want to see Marinelord take it all the way back. We had did we have a 3-1 earlier? Was it 2-1? That set was so long, man. It was 4 hours long. I think it went 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 3-2, 3-3, 4-3. Yeah. Okay, so we didn't have a 3-1 earlier, but we had a 3-1 in the last matchup that Leenock played against Mista. He was just on the other side of this, so he's proven it can be done.
Yeah.
The pullback all the way, and if there's any one player to do it, it's Marinelord, because during the group stage, he lost in total 3 games.
Absolutely wild. 15-3.
And now he's lost 3 today.
Absolutely crazy when you think about it. Leenock has literally taken the same amount of games off Marinelord today. That
everyone else combined. And we're not including Viper in this conversation because he would tell you, well, I didn't play Marinelord. Yeah.
you know he'd be doing it. You know he would be doing it. But players now heading into the game. Strap yourself in, boys. We are about to get ready. I'm ready. Dave taking a sip of water. He's ready.
I'm ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th game in the series between
各位观众朋友们，今天的第2场
the semifinals, a best of 7.
来到了第5盘，你们没有看错比数。如果有看重播的观众朋友们，你们现在有可能见证历史。
That's very impressive, and we can see
小李昨天被3-1之后。
We have Marinelord bringing in a few sheep already with limited scouting, so that's
他
good
已
from
经
him.
进入到无我状态。受访的时候，他说他想太多，他要重新做回自己，打出属于自己的 meta。 他已经进入到无我了。他是超级 Leenock， 他不叫 Leenock， 超级赛亚人。他现在的头发翘起来是金色的。
A super smart move coming out from Marinelord. He actually went around his base,
Marinelord
all the sheep, realizing that might be coming out, and that's exactly what happens.
岌岌可危。 积分赛战绩15胜3败。
Gets dropped down.
Kind of thinking about what they're going to
现在
do.
是
Yeah, like you said,
3比1
Barracks around that Uvu, so we're going to see some early spearman pressure here from Marinelord and likely a villager going forward too.
Yeah, now we did see that Leenock
这
spotted
边
this out.
是
Consequence of
高
having that
野
second
市
scout.
区蒙古
Not
打
only
法
do you
国。
get to uncover more of the map and grab those sheep, but you can now spot out your enemy a lot easier. In the middle of the map, the Khan going to be looking to spot out the scout. We can see it moving the boots of speed, the boots of travel, just traveling along extra fast there, heading towards the enemy base though.
Okay, I'm surprised he didn't try and snipe that sheep.
Me too. That's what I thought. I immediately was like, okay, he's just going to kill the sheep.
Like he just got out of there. He didn't want anything to do with that.
He was scared
scout.
of the sheep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a very scary
Oh, he
sheep.
might have been. Yeah, that's right. Maybe not scared of the scout, scared of the sheep.
Yeah.
Didn't think of that.
Yep.
How many sheep does
法
Leenock
国
have?
现在
Find out vodka on the
Leenock
case.
的
10, but the 7 are trailing.
羊呢？
Oh,
哦，在这。
okay, he's hurting them in. I
Yeah,
see.
there we go. Don't you love the sheep in Age of Empires 4?
They
That was-
look so cute.
That was one of the big changes that really made me happy, is that the sheep follow the scouts. and they
小
made
吕刚好
leap
挖到
alongside
200
just
黄金
Look，
现
so
在
cute. I
盖
remember
地
the
标。
first trailer that came out. That was the one thing that I like loved. It's just the sheep bouncing around.
Don't mind the
Like
wall lol.
fluffy-
Don't mind the knights.
Fluffy little clouds behind. And
等
then they
一
turn
下，
into
如
a
果万一这一盘
shaving
4比1
carcass
结束
underneath，the TC,
我
so I
先
try
抽
not to
奖，
think about it too often.
Well, speaking
再
of
翻
shaving
译
carcass,
小李他
Marinelord,
到底
What?
发生了什么事？
Muslim, is that you?
Marinelord heading in.
Excuse me.
He's going to be looking for this wood line. You can see he's got the villager here. Now, this villager already down to about 60% health. He's got to be careful with the town center firing on that outpost. But 2 spears going to be in here to protect against any potential scouts or villager pulls that might happen.
这一局其实对蒙古来说
All
不
right,
太
so the
妙。
common
现在的问题
response
点
to
是
this tower
牧区
pull
第一
is,
个2个分
you
很
know,
大，
you use villagers to deny
然后
the
这个
outpost
TC
if
的位置
possible.
保
If
护
you
到
can't,
牧
then
区
you。go into archer, you go
金
into
在另外一
scouts,
边，
burn
等一
down
下
the
直接
outpost
搬
with
到
the
另外一
scouts,
侧，
you can
马
drop
上
all the
出
units
小
and then
攻。
kill the spearmen with
蒙
the
古的这个
with the
快攻
archers.
现在没有办法做到事情。
Hopefully, you keep the towers under control. If you don't, then it gets wildly out of hand.
Gets messy very quickly. And that's what you want to avoid typically in these games. You want to try and keep them as clean as possible. But we see that age up now coming through for Leenock. 4 minutes on the dot, so very nice timing for him. Immediately gets the scout in queue, so 100% on the money there, Dave. We'll be looking out to see whether
现在
he
集
gets
中
that
挖
entry
墓
range down. Obviously,
铺
quite
射箭
heavily
场
on。wood at the moment needs to try and do a bit of a force drop, I'd suspect, because now those
好，这边
archers,
小攻，现在
rather
长平
spearmen
过来
moving
了。
around on that right-hand side flank. He's not going to have a lot of wood to play with.
And the villager has also moved around, so
Okay,
outposts
射箭场
will be going up over there. See, for Marinelord, economy safe at home, and Leenock is simply taking the wood there. He's going to have to look for other alternatives to move to. There is a wood line on the left that he can go take.
Villagers under attack here. Got to be careful. They move out of the range of that outpost. You can see them heading away to the other wood line. I think he's going to be happy with this, but at the same time, remember that Marinelord in this position needs to buy himself time. He needs to do damage. So what does damage mean? It can mean a number of things. Number one, it can be economic damage.
小
by
李很
taking
轻
out
松的把
villagers.
这个牧
It
区
can
搬
be
到
number
左
two, it
边，
can be
现在要
militaristic
插箭
damage.
塔
So
的话
forcing
插不
your
了，
enemy
因为这个
to
射
make
箭场
military
出
that
来
they，don't necessarily need.
这个节奏对 Marino
Some spears
不
maybe,
太
or
OK 啊，
maybe
不太 OK 啊。
extra archers, but what is going on here? A little bit of a misplay right there from Leenock.
He clicked away from that archer range. It definitely wasn't like a let's let him see the archer range and delete
Yeah.
the Mista style, you know? It was a definite maybe thought he was holding shift and he wasn't.
现在把
Yes.
村民拉回去了，发现这个塔攻吃不了，
But does have the
只
archer
吃掉一
coming
块
up now.
木，
So that's going to be his
没有
main
强
thing.
攻。
That's
OK OK，
what
我
he
觉得
needs
Marino
to
这个
achieve.
拉回去
That is
OK。
Marinelord's goal. He wants to do damage to his opponent.
现在
He
小李
forces
走
his
专业
opponents
斥
to
候。
invest in things that he doesn't necessarily need right now.
6 scouts.
That's a lot of scouts.
Yeah, usually you make like 3 extras.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think, but the 6 scouts for Leenock, so he's going to be able to pull in a lot of those carcasses, and he's investing into archer production now. He goes in towards that tower. He's got 2 archers behind here. Lots of units garrison there for Marinelord. I believe he already pulled the villager back.
Yeah, you can see the outpost focusing down those archers. At the same time, he forces them out, and got to be careful now. Those spears manage to come out do take out a single scout, it looks like, and now continuing to force those back. He's going to do a little bit of a runner.
小李他真的无我，他真的无我。
heading up towards the other side of the wood line. I'd love to take a look from Marinelord's perspective.
我现在今天看的小李的局，还有昨天他从阿尔泰那一盘逆转开始，就是他没有什么情况是被打到就是慌啊，没有欸。小李他没有被打到慌过欸。从那个阿尔泰3-1换家杀到一波 Mista 之后，他真的变身。
Forcing them to make units that they don't need to. And already we see quite a fair bit of archers coming out. One of the archers actually going down there. So 4 archers in total, 5 archers rather. But going to be able to take out a few scouts here. But keep in mind, Leenock going to be able to transition into professional scouts.
Yeah, and he'll have these archers on the field that can provide a little bit of pressure there. He does take out 1 scout here, but there were 6 on the field for Leenock, so he's still able to bring in quite a few carcasses. Wonder if Marinelord now shifts into Blacksmith, Archer, or no, Blacksmith for Leenock. What is Marinelord shifting into at the back here?
哎，小李这里你是要打什么
This is really interesting coming out right now from Leenock because he's going to be playing 1-1. We do see the stable coming down, but at the same time, look at his resources. He's definitely intent on getting up that next age. So
I don't know if he has a window for that though.
That's going to be the name of the game, my friend. Can he get up to the next age?
Great trap! The con is trapped and the con goes down, and Marinelord's going to be pretty frustrated with that one in an open field too.
Yeah. Terrible place to get caught. Obviously, no Khan for 2 minutes.
小李，你要打 all in。
Information will head into his perspective and see exactly what he sees, but it's going to look very, very shallow when it comes to his vision. You can see right now he's got the 1 unit out on the map over towards those berries. What exactly is he doing up in that position?
He's got double horsemen coming out right now. There are archers there, and I guess the melee units for Leenock are scouts.
大家赶快醒一醒啊！醒一醒！聊天室先刷一排，你们要见证历史。现在小李突然转一个 siege push。
Did he actually click it?
Yeah.
His mouse hovered over it.
I'm pretty confident he hasn't actually. It doesn't look like it has come through. But we'll
法
check now
国
the perspective of
反
Leenock,
凶蒙
who
古，
currently sits in pole position.
法国
3-1
反
up in
凶
the
蒙
set.
古
If he，
我
wins
有
this
没有
game,
看
he wins
错？
this series, he goes through to the finals and looks to
可
fulfill
汗
that
不小心被这个小李
Now we can
包
see
起
the
来
pressure
死
beginning
掉，
to be
心
applied,
跳
but typically you
150了，
see professional
准备要
scouts coming out.
收下这
In this
胜利了，
situation,
是不是？
Leenock looking to just apply pressure with his scouts
他
instead.
没有
So
要
a bit of
专业
siege
伺
coming
候啦，
Keep in mind, he's
他要
also
直
switching
接
to the
发
back, which
飙
means
了。
that the double stable
超级赛亚人
is
第
coming out
3
with the
阶
double，horseman that's coming out.
这第几
Could
阶了？
very easily be
我
punished.
Also, like the investment into the Spearman upgrade. This is a nice little raid attempt here from Marinelord, but Spears there from Leenock to defend. Investment
现在
into
到底
the
是什么
Spearman.
样的
I'm not
意
sure
识
if
让
he
他
got the
打一
upgrade.
个
Okay,
法
he's
国
getting the
凶
upgrade
蒙
now.
古？
When there's still
可汗
archers
不
on
在，
the
我直
field.
接把你
Yeah,
干掉
that's。a bit of a
可是，
curious
在刚刚
decision.
还
He's
没
got
可汗
Leenock here.
死之前，
Leenock almost throwing
他
away a
已经
couple
走
of scouts in
工
front.
程
That's
科
where
技
all
了
your。sieges coming from. These scouts, they do a lot of siege, but Leenock looking very fearsome at this point.
Yeah, Uvu being taken out now. No counter raids here from Marinelord. He's at 34 villagers. Leenock
他现在这个状态
35
完蛋了，我觉得
villagers,
明天
although
Beastyqt
might
挡
be
不住
less，pretty
明
soon
天
if these
Beastyqt
horsemen
挡不
manage to
住，
kill
他
while Leenock
无我
pulls
了。
away. The perfect time though, and Leenock is already going for a ram here. Marinelord looks to be in a rough position.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy coming out from Leenock. He knows that he's got Marinelord.
Marinelord 今天的策略全部都错
He's。gathered up almost 700 gold, but there's no way he's getting the castle.
Yeah, what is that building up to the north there for Marinelord? He's moving all his other buildings, and it looks like he is going for, I couldn't quite tell what that was north of his TC. He's going
第一
for a
盘
bunker.
最
He needs
强
to
的法
balance.
国
He needs to balance it because right now it's not looking pretty. Going to be
也
losing
输
more of
掉
his buildings. You can see the villagers coming out to heal it. Marinelord is up against the fence right now. Leenock with 27 military units.
Overcommitment, perhaps, though, from Leenock.
Bit of an overcommitment. That town center putting out the arrows. Look at the damage.
小李现在发狂哦，
Also getting great trades in on that.
小李现在
And
发
being the
狂
hold
哦
for。this point in time. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it here, Dave.
That was a lot of dead units, I think, avoidably so from Leenock. He lost a lot of spearmen, a lot of horsemen, all of his horsemen there. And he's losing more spearmen at the moment. He's going for another ram there. The horsemen are still alive from Marinelord, though, so if all the spearmen go down, those archers are free pickings. And he just commits with the villagers onto that ram. This is a big investment into this push from Leenock.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension, I'd say, at this point in time. I feel like he's done some damage, but it definitely seems like he's intent on causing.
小李这一波不知道是
second age.
Yep.
发生什么事情，他已经按耐不住了，他已经闻到那个胜利的味道了。
Yeah, really good point.
然后突然打一个发狂流。
Oh my goodness.
My concern right now is he's dropping these rams down, but he doesn't have the ability to protect them. It's so easy to pull out the villagers and to make...
That's what we said in the Vortix series too. So maybe you learned some lessons from Vortix there. Pushing Mongols with rams here.
Yeah, well, it's so easy for them to run away, isn't it? So we now see those rams beginning to posture, going to be looking to take down that pasture. And the villagers were very curiously slaughtering a sheep there. A little bit of a misclick, but now managing to jump inside that ram. He's got to be careful here. You can see the spears managed to come out. He's going to be looking to focus those down. Ideally wants to be moving all of these units away, but you can see he's just getting wrecked by that town center.
Yeah, still sniping units, and he's sending all the sheep before the pastures die.
皇家骑士也来了。
So they're in a protected location. Still has those sheep available. Actually, traps
刚刚 Beasty 的蒙古输掉吗？冲车被卡住。
There's so many horsemen from Marinelord. I believe he had those inside his town center. He ungarrisoned them, and Leenock's like, oh.
I can't help but think of like 2 words right now. It's like surprise, mother. It is like, where did these horsemen come out from? They were sitting inside the town center, but just I don't think anybody really expected to see this. And now we see the spears coming in, trying their best to hold this back, but Marinelord somehow managed to keep his head above water, and as you mentioned, only 2 villagers behind.
Only 2 villagers behind, yeah. He's not on the way to the next age anytime soon. We see Leenock branching out now. He likes to do this with the French. Branch out. He doesn't get the professional scouts like we thought he might. He used that for pressure. So he's going to all these exposed areas.
乔里他发飙哎，但是蒙古他出兵快。
If this army gets cleared up, Marinelord will have areas to hit on the counterattack.
Somebody before this game whispered in Leenock's ears, "Make rams, make a lot of rams,
yeah,
and you will win."
Yeah,
but they
that sounds like a Mr. accent. Just make reps.
It might have been Mr.
Yeah.
It could have been. But, I mean, he's adding in 2 more rams at this point. Keep in mind, every single time he does that, he's throwing away 600 wood. Like, he's literally just throwing this into a ditch at this point. Because these rams, it feels like he doesn't have the numbers to protect them.
Yeah, maybe, I mean...
小李他这样打是对的吗？不知道了，跟着他了。
Marinelord wants to kill these rams, he's committing villagers. And that's idle time, and Leenock is picking off some of the villagers. So maybe potentially he wants that and to boom up with his economy behind. But still, it's so much investment to make these. And the horsemen once again collapse on this army. And the spearmen numbers are just so limited here. Villagers get pulled. Rams will go down. All the archers will go down. There's knights in the fray, but they are severely outnumbered. And Marinelord,
这一盘的差别就是在于 Beasty 那一场他升到城堡，可是他没有经济，他没有经济转。Marinelord 在还没上城堡之前，他还有库存这个资源，所以小李推过来的时间点不是在他上城堡的这个过程，他把资源都拿来夹一波，比较可惜。小李这个尝试冷静的去评断的话，他这个尝试应该估计是有看着刚刚 Vortix 打 Beasty 的这个。
likes to go for the external resources. See, he's on the berries over there. He's on the deer over there, and this is what he does with French.
That ain't Falco. That is not looking pretty right now. He's coming around the corner. Only a few villagers on this wood line. It looks like if he's not careful, he might.
小李昨天是3-1落后，打回来。现在 Marinelord 3-1落后，有机会先拿一盘回来吗？皇家骑士现在在家里，在 Marinelord 家里 red。Marinelord 还没放弃。
Yeah, and both players missing each other in that stealth forest too. The horsemen dipping and ducking and diving right around those spearmen.
我们现在台湾时间早上6点，激情持续着，谢谢你们的陪伴。每一场都是神级之战，每一盘都是。
So the economy a little bit better for our Korean player here, but Marinelord, considering all the pressure that was coming down on his economy, I think he should be happy to be in this position.
Yeah, it really didn't look good for Leenock, or for Marinelord rather, in those early stages. But now Marinelord somewhat breaking out of that shell that he was put into. So
现在 Marinelord 可以上城堡 ，Leenock 的部分也有机会上城堡。这一盘还没结束。 战斗还持续着。
Going to be rebalancing that economy, excuse me. But Leenock over on the right-hand side, probably going to have to sell off a little bit of that food.
He can Marinelord could almost make another TC pretty soon.
小李点了一个回血的科技，哇，这边不错的。
He actually could. Yeah, he's castling right now. Could also
kill 7 villagers.
Could also kill 7 villagers. That's a good point. But yeah, plenty of resources in the bank. Could see a second town center. That would give him a great win condition. But now looking down towards the south, we see those knights coming in. Step Redoubt is out. Oh, this isn't good. The Step Redoubt getting found.
哦，这一波
a lot of archers going to be
黄金，小李 Marinelord 的黄金点，哇，抓到。
Forced out. This isn't good for Marinelord.
Yes, running back to the town center once again. Archers garrison that.
小李也要上城堡哦。小李也要上城堡
I think
哦。
a bunch of those knights are weak. One of them goes down, but the other ones are just sitting under that town center and running around in circles with the villagers. At the same time, though, Marinelord in the base from Leenock attempting to do damage. It's just whether he can hit. He's
双方的城堡地标都盖不起来。
Denial here. The same time, and there's another ram north of the base from Leenock. And remember when we said he didn't have enough army to support?
小李有点失去理智了这一盘，他已经发飙了。现在那个冲车很容易被解掉。
He's going ham on rams. We've seen so many rams come out today from Leenock. At least in this match, it's got to be close to double digits. It's really getting up there. Once again, we see the ram gonna get cleaned up because there's just so much military here from Marinelord, and heading into this early castle stage.
Marinelord 在夹
Marinelord's probably gonna be at quite an advantage.
小李的城堡
We're gonna see a lot of lances coming out from Marinelord.
也要上来了。
He's gonna start hitting those resources. He's gonna be on the berries, the deer, absolutely everywhere. And it's going to be terrible for Leenock. So right now, take a snapshot of that villager graph. You see 44 villagers for Marinelord, 55 for Leenock. Let's have a look at 23 minutes and see where Leenock's
I think it might be a little bit different as he adds some Lancers into the mix. And oh boy, he knows. He took a tour around Leenock's base earlier. He knows the farming eco just isn't totally there, right? He knows that he's probably on external food sources, and he saw him on multiple berries before. So he can punish him, and he's coming forward with the archers. The outpost is not up yet, and I think that's 2 villagers down already, and potentially a third here. Curious he didn't use the speed arrow to make himself a little bit faster there.
Yeah, it's a curious decision. But
maybe he didn't have it.
Another thing to note, Marinelord, his heart rate's down low.
Yep.
I'm pretty confident he thinks he's got this game.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
He thinks he's got this game. Improved siege engineers coming in for him as well.
Oh, he's looking.
Yeah,
he's looking.
He's looking to locate those food sources. Obviously, at this point in the game, this is high view, which is always a little bit more difficult to locate those. And he does spot out the villagers, and here we go. As I mentioned, Leenock going to be going down on those villagers. He was at 55 when we snapshotted it just 1 minute ago. Let's see what damage he does here with these lances, because this is how he wins these games.
Yeah, and Leenock is forced to respond with the military, but when he does that, Marinelord weasels his way right through that wood line, and he's going to be attacking those weak villagers, and Leenock notices only after a villager goes down, maybe a second one following here. He pulls the spearman army into his con, into his archers. He's going to be picking away at that, and Leenock once again has to abandon more berries. It's, you know, he plays a momentum style with the French where he wants to spam military. He really wants to get that momentum rolling early, but it means that his economy is less secure at home, and Marinelord is punishing him so much for that.
Yeah, we really start to see the momentum swinging now. It was a great pickup right there for Marinelord. We see the veteran bows coming in as well, so going to be able to deal out a lot more damage, and we continue to see those units coming out for him now. But back towards the base, you can see that mass beginning to build. A lot of military production out here for him. He's going to continue sticking with just the bows for now. Be curious to see where he goes from this, because he's
a lot of food in the bank.
Food, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a lot of food. And we look at Leenock's food, it's like 28. My man has 1,200 over here for Marinelord. He's just making a singular archer, so I'm confused. I'm wondering what he's going to move into. He's getting some upgrades. He's getting the melee armor, and he's getting the pierce attack.
But now we see a couple of knights finding some lances here in the dark.
小李他
one of the things that
现
concerns
在
greatly
虽
is
然
that
有
Leenock
夹
up
住
towards the north has added a whole bunch of
但是
farms
他的
around
这个
his
资
mill.
源分
So
布
instead
太
of walking
远，
these bad boys back to his
很
town
难
center and
守。
dropping it down in
蒙古的
safety
话还是
and
集中在
surrounding
家
his
里，
town
很
center,
难
he's
打。
gone for a forest up towards the north, and look exactly where Marinelord is heading right now.
Yeah, the Marinelord is heading right for that location, and you know what? The only thing saving those villagers at the top there, those farms. He's done it again. He's made farms at the edge of the map. The only thing saving them there is that it's such an obscure location. Surely you never go up there.
Surely you never go up there. Just give it a minute. Just give it a minute.
Yep.
One more minute. But now it looks like he's going to be able to clean up these French raids. So Marinelord looking to stabilize quite strong.
老练皇家骑士互相 red。
Villages at the moment still yet to get any real
小李
successful
的
raids
食
at this
物
point
现在只能在家里撒田。
The army numbers right now are pretty close, but it just feels like Marinelord has the better composition here.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty tough for Leenock, especially with those 15 spearmen. The archers still on the field for Marinelord. They feel very out of place.
Now, keep in mind, we've also got improved siege engineering that is on the field at the moment. So you could potentially see Marinelord switch from food onto wood.
这个箭塔还蛮重要的，但是现在这个正面有点大包。
Pretty decent cavalry mass here. A lot of archers and, well, there they are.
I think he has 3 lancers on the other side too, looping around to try and do damage. He's gone back to that mill. Leenock wisely choosing not to go that way, and he's going to go back to the other one, check up on that too. But he'll manage to hit this wood line or these farms. Maybe pick a couple villagers on here. There goes one. Not quite there to get the second one. Leenock's so good with noticing the raids as they come in. He even saves that one. I mean, it's just so hard to get raids on this guy.
Yeah, he's very, very quick with stuff like this. Keep in mind, average is about 400 APM. This guy's got actions out the wazoo. But now we see that push beginning to build mangonels on the field. Now, I would expect that we probably even see a couple more mangonels drop down, because keep in mind, Leenock, to counter these mangonels, he's going to need to get Springwoods out himself. There's just no possible way he's going to be able to take these out.
Marino 想说，昨天你能3比1打回来，我也可以。
You can see he's got 19 spears, so if there's anybody who can.
但是我觉得这一盘比较像是小李有点按耐不住，他已经 等不及要胜利了，就差那一步，他要这样子扑上去。
The spears have been pulled now, so if Marinelord ever notices that at the top, Leenock may be in trouble. But right now he's just pushing right down the middle with mangonels. Has 2,200 gold in the bag. Maybe he used to use that market that he dropped earlier.
Yeah, it could definitely come in to help. But look at these mangonels on the front. He's got a nice position here. I'm curious as to whether we see a siege workshop being dropped down anywhere for Leenock. Look towards the back of his base, and you can see that it doesn't really look like there's any siege workshop here, Dave.
Nope, it's just houses for the time being, and he's losing more villagers to that Lancer. The
64村对上60，军事49对30。
But they can't do anything about the mangonel push down the center. Marinelord still banking so much gold.
Can we check the guild hall? What's in the guild hall right now? It's just a little bit up. 280 food, not a huge amount right now. So he's taken out recently, but now going to be looking to come in on the farms
just attack
as well.
around the farms, take it all out.
Yeah,
take out all the food eco from him.
Looks like we might have a bit of an engagement now. Spears holding out their spears.
这一波小李打不赢了，必须的，3比2。战斗还没结束，各位，战斗还没结束。法国王被逼到绝境才是开始。
Looks like an arrow did go off before it happened, but the mangonel's going to continue firing. Get taken out on the south side, so Leenock not doing the worst.
Yeah, Leenock actually doing quite well in that engagement, considering the positioning there. He brought those Lancers in from behind, and now Marinelord losing the siege, losing all that military, just tries to hit some of the eco. And Leenock has once again held, and it's 63 villagers for Marinelord, 65 villagers for Leenock. I feel like Marinelord was a little bit too aggressive. He got
小李，你打赢了。
Yeah, a little bit too
你
big
加一波。
Dave, it seems. But I mean, he's managed to
我不用我转播，不用我再讲，我已经我现在也是嘴开开的，好不好？
And I can't help but feel like it was because he didn't hit that dream 3 mangonel combination that we love to see. 3 mangoes going to help you out. Obviously, mangoes are a delicious source of vitamin C.
你什么时候可以看到 Marino 他经济调配这么烂，已经打成变这样了？
Hashtag mango.
Hashtag mango. Hashtag HelloFresh. But yeah, I mean, at this point in time, Marinelord manages to stabilize. Village accounts still relatively even at this point. But I mean, I'd be happy if I'm Marinelord with the damage that I've done. My main concern is that if it does go late game, Leenock's got keeps that are going to be helping him out a huge amount. Mongol late game is pretty good though. The question is whether he can get there.
Has so much. He's got so much gold in the bank consistently at all times.
Marino 已经忘记他黄金很多，然后小李很冷静的他开了2TC，
buy the wood for it, and he hasn't done that as far as I can see. So he's got to do something with that. And it's
大家可以看一下 Leenock 他的军事科技领先哦，军事科技领先，经济科技领先，小李他科技领先哦。后面被乱杀，后面被乱杀。
Spears do get moving up towards that position, but obviously spots out the second town center here from Leenock, so he'll know that if he wants to keep up with that late game economy, he's going to need to drop down his own second town center, and we can see a whole bunch of wood in the bank. Not a lot of gold. It looks like he has found that little bit of a space on his monitor, and we might get that second town center.
小李，你们有看到他的皇家骑士现在量堆起来了，村民数赢2只。
And the Knights from Leenock will nope right out of there. Is that a monk? I think?
Shaman, yeah.
A shaman.
A shaman.
And that's Marinelord's not going to like that shaman got picked off so quickly.
Yeah, poor guy didn't really have a chance, did he? He got out of the prayer tent and made his way to the prayer grave. It seems.
我觉得这样子 Beasty 很难打这个 Leenock。现在如果是积分赛的 Leenock，Beasty BO9的话，大概小李能赢2盘。如果是积分赛的话，现在这个 Leenock 不是前几年的 Leenock， 他不是。
feeling like he's behind in the game because of all this stuff that happened to him earlier. It can build up, right? It can build up over the course of a game.
It could be that. Also, it could be mangonels. Ideally, in his position, what he needs to be doing.
Yeah, and there's one.
There's one. Drop down 2 more. Honestly, just go ham. Drop down so many. Look at that shaman. Not again. Not again.
Oh no.
Not again.
No, maybe a little bit greedy going out there with no military support.
He was so young.
Relic. He was.
现在小李他要挖宝，挖了宝之后，他的军事又可以便宜减免，在附近可以便宜减免，给他夹到后盘，蒙古后期强啊。Marine 蒙古后期不强啊。
Ideally, he wants to hit him before that game or before that village account really starts to get out of control. Putting some outposts up towards his north position.
I want to see the vision from Marinelord.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got vision over that whole northwestern corridor there. So he'll be able to track military movements from Leenock, and that's exactly the side that he's pushing in from. But look at this, the Knight Raid at the bottom. These are 3 outposts, but it's not quite enough.
那边村民被大屠杀的是 Marinelord
down to 60-something villagers now.
Marine
He's going to have to pull away from this position. The Knights are going to sit under there for a while.
Marine 单 TC 哦，单 TC。
that much damage with the emplacements inside. Marinelord
但是这边正面很大一包，
51 military population for him.
打到上路来了。
Yeah, he's just freshly taken out resources of that. Look at that, 2,800 food in the bank right now for Leenock. He might be thinking about an Imperial. Going to need a lot more gold than that because he's sitting on 174 with 0.
小李的城堡去哪里了？小李转一个城堡在中央。哇，这个好冷静哎，他上面没有要跟你打，他拖时间，他知道他已经杀到一波村民了。对法国来说，我黄金比较重要。
It's all alone, nobody there beside it.
Single ready to mingle up here.
他好夸张。
And that second TC is going to be taken out. So
我现在虽然是很激动没有错，但是我跟大家讲，小李他为什么现在已经无我了？他很冷静在玩。像他这一坨，正常来说，我们 TC 被逼，我们可能会去守，然后我们就会打输会战。这一边 Marine 他那一波很大一波。他不冒险，他冷静又冷静下来。封建时代他没推荐，他现在又冷静下来。他先保住法国，玩法国最重要就是黄金。你后期有这个弓弩兵，你后期有精锐皇家骑士，你怎么输？你很难输。打蒙古你很难输。他慢慢拖到后期，然后跟你换没关系，我村民数有领先。我不知道他是怎么想，但是 他可能身体意识自己自然的已经打出这样的格局了，这是他积分赛不会打的东西，就是他的全 C 选变太强了，你们知道吗？很可怕很可怕。他自己搞不好都不知道，无意识间已经进化成这样。我印象中最深刻的就是他有一场好像是打 Vortix 还打谁，他法国开到3TC 去，然后一直要守着那一块地，结果被磨着，他就输了。小李的那一场法国，我不知道大家有没有印象，积分赛的时候，跟他现在这一盘天差地别，好扯。他现在要上帝王。小李他现在打 Marino， 他有机会上帝王。
Okay, don't overcommit here if you're Marinelord, because there's an opportunity for Leenock to take that massive army and loop in behind him.
91村对上72，
so you're gonna have to be paying attention to that as well. He goes in with the Lancers, he takes a few villagers, he's gonna back out once again. Also, the economic upgrades for Leenock. He's got 2 on the food upgrade, 2 on the wood upgrade, 1 on the mining upgrade, wheelbarrow.
Marino 打不赢这个 Leenock 的现在。Marino 的经济调配没有比 Leenock 好。刚刚 Marino 有优势的，可是他经济调配没有 Leenock 那么深层去。他好可怕，现在小李好可怕。
He is heading up to the 4th age.
But Marinelord might find all these Springolds exposed here. The Spearmen are trying to catch up. Oh, the Horseman came in at the perfect moment.
Really nice coverage right there from Leenock, and you can see he's up ahead in the military count, also ahead in the villager count, ahead in population.
红色玩家现在是鬼。
Range units here for Marinelord are going to get good value, but does he have enough there with the Springolds?
现在一大堆的这个老练骑手贴上来，全部都弩兵。
Play this perfectly back into the stealth forest he goes, and
这一盘 Marino 要陨落哎。
Leenock advancing, 61 military population for him, 51 for Marinelord, and Leenock still has the villager advantage with all the eco upgrades.
Leenock looking absolutely insane right now. We can see these units continuing to pile down. Keep in mind, he's going up to the 4th age as well.
4比2，不对，4比1。
He's able to fall back. We can see he's actually dropping down the red palace on the big gold mine as well, reaching the Imperial Age.
他把红宫盖在那个8000金那个地方，你看他打。
The esports O, as we call it, from Marinelord. Oh no, he was genuinely surprised that Leenock was in the next age. It even showed, like, oh man.
He's like, Imperial? In 2022? It's wild. I can't believe that he's got here. So now we see the Imperial upgrades coming through the elite.
他要守住那个8000金。
Plenty of knights now coming out. Leenock has a little
Marino 也可以上帝王，可是后期帝王蒙古
Needs to be an emo
很难赢啊，很难赢啊。
Oh yeah, that's a nilly pog right there.
Yeah. Put that in PNG.
光这个防守的这个建设。城堡盖在旁边，皇家骑士洗一波，便宜皇家骑士洗一波。
If he loses this game, he is out of the tournament. He's the favorite currently. He was scheduled to go through to the finals. Everybody had him in their fantasy drafts and whatnot.
破众人眼镜哦。
Now Leenock is up 3-1 in this set. He is
still floating a crazy amount of res too. Like this whole game.
Yeah, what's going on with him? It's not.
小李，等一下脸部会有表情吗？我觉得他不会有。他现在无我，他现在无我。他眼中没别人，他只有自己而已。他只有他自己。对不起啊，我的讲解哦，根本没有讲到什么屁。我现在就只是，我觉得这个 N4C 可以改名，改成是小李成长记 Revolution。
The gold count I can see because you're maybe trying
Revolution.
to go to the 4th age, right? Food count you're building. Wood. What are you using it for?
精锐咯，皇家骑士完蛋了。
There were multiple opportunities he had where he could have dropped 4 or 5 mangonels, and that just sways the fight. You get
我们要见证历
shots on an enemy in a stealth forest.
精锐皇家骑士。
And wasn't able to achieve it. So he's going to be looking to go imp himself. He's got a couple of siege units down here.
然后小李的专注力都在那个地方，无我。Marinelord 攻势其实很猛烈，他一直想要打这个 Leenock 的后面，可是他都杀不到什么村民，大家有看到吗？反应很快，而且经济配置没有掉，很沉稳。我已经吹到不行了，对不起，我不是小李的粉丝，但是他很可怕。
Marinelord is going up. He's going up. So we have ourselves an Age 4 battle here. Leenock still unable to push through the middle of the map, still unable to do significant economy damage.
这一盘还没结束，但是经济现在大家可以看一下，机体3级攻3级防，2级木2级农1级金 ，Marinelord 1级攻1级防1级，全部都1级而已。小李绝对是苦练型的，他每天练12个小时以上。他是苦练的，他苦练。他世纪帝国4玩了2700多场，2700多场。
So much variability or so much improved things that they can use. As an example, improved siege engineering really helps.
一路这样爬起来，我
Now Marinelord ages up. We'll take a look and see what kind of upgrades he's getting. Leenock on the other side of the field has already got the elite upgrade for his knights, now getting royal bloodlines. This is going to take his health on the knights up to 360.
现在这边全爆。
Really, really strong. Just outpost kind of tickling him at the moment.
Marinelord 现在怎么办？他上帝王了，可是他要等这个机体，他要等这个机体，他完全现在动不了。他能动吗？他能动这皇家骑士动不了。3级攻3级防，满机体，只能跑，只能跑。
Up above 100 for the first time this game is Leenock with all the economy upgrades behind this. His economy is firing right now, but Marinelord's military is still very dangerous.
And now we see Marinelord pushing forward with the Springalds. They're going to begin unfolding. The Springalds have obviously got that outpost there to provide that line of sight.
冠军赛会是 Leenock 打 Beasty 吗 ？Beasty 踹雷弹。如果持续这个无我状态，我今天晚上12点，我压 Leenock 赢，我要他赢，我想要他赢，我希望他赢。
Marinelord though is slowly losing ground. Like as Leenock
努力造就了他吗
？He's got the keep in the middle. He's got the other one on the left-hand side over there, the Red Palace on the left.
Marinelord 也很沉着，他想办法捡遗迹。
Slowly making his way towards Marinelord's economy with the cavalry. If he ever gets a big raid and Marinelord doesn't notice, there's a high possibility Marinelord could lose like 20 villagers in a couple seconds.
现在这个地图控制慢慢红色，慢慢的吃过去。
You want to try and wall up, and Mongols obviously not going to have that ability, so it's very difficult for him. But what elite upgrades have we got so far for Marinelord? Have we got
这个皇家骑士精锐
looks like they are coming through. So elite crossbows as well as elite knights now, or elite lancers rather, just being started for him. So he's going to be doing okay. Ideally, he wants to avoid fighting until then. But as you mentioned, there's no real gold in
这边先往后拉。
Over towards the top side of the map, we can see there's plenty of gold to be had for Leenock. But when it comes to Marinelord,
现在 Marinelord 他没有黄金啊。他现在这个小李又很可怕的地方是，他知道我的8000金，我有红攻，你打不掉，但是你没有防御建设，我就压着你的金。你机体点不上来啊！你机体点不上来啊！这个8000金现在。小李他好沉稳，真的，你看他插这个剑打，他知道他在干嘛。他经济的最可怕的是，他经济调配每一种资源都很平衡，很平衡。现在 Marinelord 在这边挖黄金，这边要最后一波了吗？这边会打赢吗？这边皇家骑士精锐吃上去，这边精锐的弩兵蒙古吃上去，但是这边法国后期很强，蒙古可能会打不赢，这边会4比1吗？这边看起来 Marino 已经没有力了，黄金全部被打断。这边 Marino 全部被皇家骑士精锐吃掉。我们要见证历史了 ，GG。
Leenock goes through. Leenock fighting. He won 4-1. How does he do it?
Marinelord dropped 3 games in the entire group stage. Leenock takes 4 games from him today in the semifinals.
How does he? This guy is on another. Look how happy he is. That right there. That is one happy Korean right there. Impressive stuff out of Leenock. I don't think anybody expected coming into this that it was going to be a 4-1 victory to Leenock.
Yeah, it's stunning, honestly. I mean, he called 4-2. He was doubting himself. He called 4-2 yesterday that he was going to beat Marinelord, and he manages to take a 4-1. That's absolutely incredible to be honest.
结果是4-1，不是4-2，他4-1干掉Marino，我的天哪！
So we're super happy for Leenock. We're not so happy for Marinelord. It's unfortunate after such a great performance in the group stage. Everyone watching knows Marinelord's quality. Everyone watching knows Marinelord's quality, and they knew it before the tournament. Now they know how good of a player Leenock is, and they're going to even find out more in the grand finals tomorrow.
And that's exactly it. I guess coming into this tournament, a lot of people expected big things from Marinelord, but it's important to remember this is an S-tier tournament, Dave. Marinelord doesn't win S-tier tournaments.
Well, I mean, it's not just that. Like, Leenock played amazing, honestly.
Yeah, really.
Leenock played out of his mind. Like, it's going to
我们先进行抽奖。
It's going to be incredibly difficult to be a player like that. I do not envy Beastie.
Oh, yeah. like, he is online right now.
Yeah.
You take a player with the most absolute insane mechanics, the highest APM, and now you've given them a week of
等
training.
一下
with the best minds
这
in the
个
world
抽
again.
到的观众一位而已哦。
Yeah.
蓝兔电子竞技工作室 FB 直接密，然后告诉他说你是我抽出来的观众
He's
朋
going
友
to be very，quickly
他
right
会
on that
做
ladder. He's
相
gonna
关
be eating
的
away everybody.
联系
It's。an incredible story, honestly. Incredible story from where he showed up in the tournament to where he is now. He's super happy about it.
啊，
Oh, look at that big
I can
smile.
see that. I can see that smile, buddy. And
哇，我的网络断了啊！
best of 9 grand final.
要啊！不要在这
But
个
for
网络啊，
now,
白痴啊！
Aussie, do you want to go interview our champion of the day, Leenock? Wow.
等一下啊，喂，我网络断了，吗？
问鼎台湾恐怖片票房冠军，
我觉得我开始相信了。
坏坏在哪里？
咒3月18全台上映。
Talk about the first game. The first game you played, Mongols versus France.
Yes.
King of the Hill.
Yes.
Almost winning with the Sacred Side victory, but
应该是观众有在
what
哦。
was your feeling?
哎，网络断了啦！
If I lose last game, maybe next is China. But
No need China anymore. A lot of people used to say you can only play China, like Leenock only good with China, but it seems Leenock is good with every civilization now.
有吗？有吗？
because
有吗？
A lot of game I practice really for N4C really. So before it's sure it's right only China, but now different.
I want to take you back to that last game that you played. There was a
等一
point
下，等一
it
下。
was looking a bit scary for you. You put a second town center at the top of the map, and Marinelord found that town center. He started to kill it. Were you scared that you were going to lose the game there?
I think
哦，我回来了，我回来
the
了。
timing. I think just little bit comfortable because I think if Marinelord go to fast Imperial, I think very hard.
今天得奖的是观众 ageofempires。
But I'm
哦
French, so
，ageofempires。
night match is good for French, so
我今天我连续2天都抽到最后看到最后的观众朋友。
I can do. So
Well,
AUS
Good luck for tomorrow. You're going up against Beastyqt.
我现在网络怪怪的，有没有听到我AUSPIC
Who is next?
I
don't care.
Oh, Leenock, quickly becoming a fan
对
favorite,
对
I suspect. Well, good luck tomorrow. I'm sure you're going to do well tomorrow. But
麻烦
everybody
您
in
去
chat,
这个
if you're not familiar with
FB
Leenock,
找
I'm sure
这
you
个
will
蓝
because he
兔
is an
电
absolute
子
powerhouse.
电竞工作室，然
Congratulations,
后
Leenock.
Thank you. And
领
good
取
luck
这
tomorrow.
个
Thank you,
点数
thank you.
750点，那就告诉他说你是我抽的这样。那明天我们还有一天会抽出最后一位的观众朋友们
Oh God, we did it the
哦，所以大家不用太灰心，然后
right?
抽
People were allowed to spam HelloFresh
明天还
in the
有
chat.
一次机会。那今天的采访好像特别的短，
Three people
我也
that
不耽误
messaged
大家
in
时间
answer back.
那我们的冠军
One
赛
of them
会
was
在
from
今天的
Hong
凌晨
Kong.
12
One of
点
them was from
今天的
South
凌晨12点
Africa.
开打，然后前面有一个 show match， 我不确定会不会转播，也不确定会不会
I thought that he was
有这个
actually
即时
US,
转播
but。
那明天
actually I had
今天凌晨12点，我们还会再抽出一位的观众朋友们，点数是这个也是一样是750点，750
So I
点。
had to investigate
好
which countries HelloFresh is delivering to. Apparently 60
那再次感谢大家的收看，我们今天的转播就到这里告段落。
Leenock, how did you eliminate
我们
so
今晚
so
12
crazy
点再
there?
见
I was surprised.
我
Let's
们
take
今
a
晚
look
12点
about,
再见
on the APM, and you can see that
大家晚安，大家拜拜。
absolutely through the roof.